All right. Hey, friends. Hello, hello, hello. Eric Nevins here with Christian Podcasters Association. We are live across the internet, all over the place, and I'm excited to bring this exciting uh, conversation to you today about International Podcast Day. So, today, September 30th, is International Podcast Day, and I believe in the power of podcasting because podcasting is literally spreading the gospel around the world. Right now, all of our podcasts are being listened to around the world in all kinds of different places. I'd love if you're watching this and you have a podcast. Tell me the most interesting place that you've seen downloads from your podcast. Just leave that a comment for me there in the comments. Guys, we're gonna get this party started, but before we do, we have some great podcasters. I want to just explain kind of what we're gonna do. So to celebrate International Podcast Day, I thought Christian Podcasters Association should go ahead and bring in a bunch of our podcasters to highlight them, to celebrate what they're doing, the work that they're doing around the world. And in addition to that, we've also partnered with Compassion International to help sponsor some children around the world who are living in poverty. So that is, you're going to hear a lot more about that as we go. We'll give you a very special link to go and pick out a child to sponsor if that's something you would like to do. So well, let's go ahead and get started. What we're going to do is we're going to bring in a podcaster every 15 minutes here. We're going to talk to them. We're going to hear about their show. If you like their show, if you have a question, leave that question in the comments. And if you haven't heard of their show or you're interested in what they're doing, pull out your podcast app and subscribe and get listening to that show. So we've got a great conversation, lots of conversations coming up, but today we're going to start with my friend Tina. I'm going to bring her in. Hey Tina, welcome to the broadcast.
Exciting. I can't believe I'm the first one on the show here today. So
Yeah,
this is cool.
I love it. Well, Tina, you host your show with your husband Scott. It's
Uh-huh.
called Give 'em Heaven podcast. You guys were church planners in the mountains of Colorado for 20 years, which is awesome. That's my state where I live now, of
I miss
course.
it. Colorado is amazing.
It is beautiful. And on your show, the Give 'em Heaven podcast, you're giving Christians the tools they need to share their faith with confidence. I love that. So, why don't you tell us a little bit about kind of what you do with your podcast and why you started it?
So ours is kind of unique because I do host it with my husband, and that has been a challenge. A good marriage challenge right there is to have the two of us hosting, and it's been really fun. We have been evangelists at heart for a long time. It is our passion to be around people who don't believe in Jesus. And we love being around them. We love having those conversations. And we just want to use the opportunities that we've had in life to share with other people to keep pushing that message, which is why I think podcasting is so amazing. I mean, this is amazing that today is an International Podcast Day. Eric, how many podcasts do they say that are out there now?
Last number I heard was over 2 million. I haven't seen a number since then, but I'm sure it's more than 2 million now.
It just has to be growing so much because every time I turn around, like when I listen to say like K-Love Radio or any other maybe other podcasts, everybody's advertising everybody's
Yep.
podcast. So it seems like it is growing and growing and growing. It's becoming the big fad.
It is. And my favorite thing to think about with podcasting, I mean, there's a lot of stats, right, that we can talk about. But so let's say there's 2 million podcasts. So few of those actually have a number of, like, usually it's like 7 episodes or something. Very few of them get that far. So if you've made it further than that, I know you have, right? So
Right,
you're
right.
you're doing great, and it's easy to compare ourselves. Everybody compares themselves to Joe Rogan, who whatever gets millions and millions of downloads. But if you're doing your job and you're just showing up every week or on a regular basis, that is really powerful and important, and you can absolutely have an impact on how people learn about the gospel, the Bible, whatever your particular
Really wanted to encourage people
bent
with
is.
that simple fact of if when you get started, because it warning, it takes a lot of work to have a podcast. So when you were saying people who do seven and maybe end stop, they realize maybe that was just a hobby thing and they just thought they were going to try it and then realize this is too much work. But it does take a lot of work. But and then it becomes a little bit frustrating because you're like, I'm doing all this work. Am I actually making a difference? And I just want to encourage, because this is Christian Podcasters Association. I just want to put an encouraging word out to the Christians that are listening to this, that if God is calling you to have a podcast, you need to do it. Even if it feels like, am I even making a difference?
Yeah.
That's a challenge.
I love that. So another podcasting stat that I love from Rob Walsh at Libsyn is the average podcast has about 124 downloads from the day it's released to 30 days that it's old. So that's, anybody can do that. I think if you're faithful with your
Exactly.
podcast, you can get there.
We were church planners in Colorado, and as a church planner, we started in like the house church world. So in our first church plants, we might have had 7 to 10, 11 people that would come to our house church. So were we making a difference? Well, we were making a difference to those 7 to 11 people. I mean, and if you look at the average church size in America, it's not mega church stuff. I mean, your average church is congregations of maybe 50 to 70. And so pastors are faithful in preaching a message to that group of people. So as a podcaster, if I only have 50 downloads to 100 downloads,
you're doing good.
Difference.
Absolutely. Okay, so we got that. Numbers are important and they're valuable, but the number of podcasts. So I want to say that to just say, hey, if you haven't started your podcast yet, now's the time you should do that. But I know that you started not too long ago. And so what's some advice that you would give somebody thinking about starting a podcast? What would you tell them?
Well, I would say bottom line is this something God is calling you to do? And you need to write that down, because if you write, like, nail it in the sand or nail it on the wall, this is what I'm doing. Yeah. And then be faithful to that, because you are going to get discouraged and you are going to want to give up at times. But know that this is something God has called me to do, and then go with it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you believe that God's calling you to do something, and here's how you know, right? You've got something in your heart. Somebody said to me yesterday, if I don't do this, I just like, I can't, if I don't get the message out, I can't, like, it's just like a burning in my bones. Right. And so it was, and I felt the same way when I first started my show. Like, I have to do it. There's something here. So you gotta go after it. Okay. So what's an episode of your show that you guys are really proud of, that you think really encapsulates who you are?
Oh, Eric, I hate that question. I honestly don't have one. I mean, I think everyone that we do is, I'm a part of the CPA. We meet once a week. The master's group is the technical words of it. And it is just so encouraging, because every time people give tidbits and encouragements and advice on how to make your next show better. And that's my goal. It's like, okay, last week's, I love the conversations I have with people and the interviews I have with people, and then the studying that it takes to have a message that you want to bring. I mean, I'm learning so much from that every week something new. I'm like, okay, that was good.
Yeah. Well, give me an example of something that you've learned from one of your podcast guests that really encouraged you or kind of propelled you going on.
Gosh, we interviewed a young man. He's probably 26. He accepted Christ in his life. And our message is, we want to encourage people to share your faith and give you real life examples of people who are accepting Christ and how they did it, and then what they're doing. And his story was just so amazing that it just reminded me that it's easy to share your faith. And he was just like, it just happened. He was laying in a hospital bed and God just came, and it was like, you're right. I don't have to do anything. I just have to be faithful to be there. And that was just like a great encouragement, that it's easy. It's not hard.
100%, right? Sometimes you don't have to, it's not hard to share your faith. You just have to be there. A lot of times that they call it the ministry of presence, right? Just show up and care for people. I'm so struck by how valuable that presence can be. You know, we had kind of a tough few weeks here, and some of our friends brought us food, right? You know, we didn't have a baby or anything, but it was a tough couple weeks. And it was so helpful, right? Just that kind of thing of just being present. I love that. Okay, I'm going to just mention real quick since we're getting started here. I've been posting a few of our comments as Bernice saying hi. Hey, Bernice. And some comments from Meg. Guys, if you are watching on Facebook, you have to let Facebook know that it's okay for StreamYard to actually use your name on the comment. So also, if you have questions coming up, I would love to hear those. We'll answer some of those. If you hear a podcaster say something that you're like, oh, I want to know more about that, hit us up with a comment, and then I can actually put it up on the screen, and we can answer those questions. So, but if you haven't given Facebook a permission, I think you go into settings, and you can tell that that's okay, and then we can put your name and your comment up there as well. So that's what we're doing. Tina, I love it. So you mentioned earlier CPA Gold, and I do appreciate that you're a CPA Gold member.
I love
We're gonna actually open up CPA Gold. So let me just explain what that is before I ask you what's something that you have kind of really learned there, or why it's really blessing you. See, so this whole broadcast is a result of Christian Podcasters Association. I know we have people watching in the group. We have people across Facebook and my own profile, and across other places like Twitter and YouTube and all over the place, who don't know, maybe know what CPA is. CPA is a group that I started on Facebook to bring Christian podcasters together. Podcasting can actually be kind of lonely if you are just all by yourself, talking to yourself in your basement. I started my podcast in this very room, talking to the wall and a microphone, and hoping that somebody would listen someday. And that's really it can be challenging, especially when the people around you don't really understand it or understand the kind of emotional journey that you have to go through to actually launch your podcast. So Christian Podcasters Association is there to support you in that, and CPA Gold is our membership where you can join. You get we do a whole bunch of things. We do group coaching twice a month. We bring in speakers to share great information with us as well. And you also get some other benefits, like when we have a summit, we're going to get some upgrades and things like that. So lots of cool things with CPA Gold. Not trying to sell that, but I wanted that context for everybody to know. Yeah, we'll open it up. If you're in CPA and you're watching this, we're going to open up the Gold membership here later on this year. Be ready for that. We'd love to have you. But so Tina, all of that. So context for people. Tell me, what is one thing that you've really learned or that's really blessed you in CPA Gold?
Well, okay, I've got a great example because just today, I was on my walk and I listened to Amber, who has Gracie Enough podcast, is a part of our group. We have been following an author, Greg Koukl, and she just did an interview with him. And so I'm so proud of what she did. And she gave a shout out to me. So thank you, Amber, on that podcast. But Greg Koukl said a great thing. He said that in that interview, he said that it is getting harder and harder for Christians in today's world. We are getting pushed out of the mainstream, and the battle is getting harder and harder. And so I think that what you were just saying, Eric, about doing it alone and podcasting alone I think that's dangerous territory because first of all, the enemy does not want us podcasting. It does not want Christians to be successful, and they don't want Christians to get the message out. And so when you are a part of a group, that is encouraging because there have been many times we've joined our group, our membership group, and the tone of that evening is everybody's like feeling discouraged and frustrated, and it's a good, keep it going, don't give up. This is how to be strong in the message, and I think it's necessary that you stick together. You shouldn't go it alone because it is a tough battle.
Yeah, we absolutely try to encourage each other and keep one another kind of going, because I think it matters. Like your message about how do we share our faith matters to others. And I know that you're probably getting downloads all over the world and other people who see that. And as you go, it's really important for others to learn. So I think that's fantastic. You get to share your gifts, and you get to participate as well. So I love it. Tina, people can find you guys at Give 'em Heaven. By the way, I love that. So it's kind of a play on the old line to Harry Truman, which is sort of give them the opposite. But Give 'em Heaven. I love that. Give'emHeaven.life. Is that right?
Yes, Give'emHeaven.life. That is where you can find all information about us, communicate with us, engage with us, leave us your story on our website, givemheaven.life.
I love it. That's perfect. All right, Tina, thanks so much for being here. Friends, go check it out. Pull out your podcast app, go look up Give 'em Heaven, and listen to Tina and her husband. We'll see ya. Thanks a lot for being here. Guys, we are going to be talking about all day, something that we're really excited. In a little while, a couple hours, we're going to have my friend Mary Snyder. Here she is. She's here hanging out with us. And what we're going to be talking about is Compassion International. We're partnered with them to support kids around the world living in poverty. So compassion.com/CPA. Go check that out if you'd like to see and sponsor a child. Love you. Just go there, pick out a child, and go ahead and sponsor them. It's a small amount every month, and that does also help out CPA. I'm going to bring in our very next guest. Before I do, let's just introduce her. So she is a podcaster, a writer, speaker. She's an advocate for hidden abuse victims and a survivor of multiple types of abuse. She believes God intends every woman to be free to boldly pursue her divine calling. I love that. She's also a certified domestic violence peer counselor, I think in California, that says. So, hey, Jillian Woods. Jillian, how are you? Oh, hold on. We got, I think I can't hear you. Let's see. Are you connected? You got your mic all set up? Let's see. We'll get there. There you go.
How's that? So sorry.
That's great. It's we're podcasters. We're pros at this. It's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me. I'm a brand new podcaster, as you can tell. Still getting the tech down.
But you're doing great, and you're about to launch, aren't you?
I have launched.
You've launched. Great.
Yes, I have 5 episodes up and ready to put up 3 more.
Oh, fantastic. I love that. Okay, well, tell us about your show. I kind of gave that broad, description of you, but tell us why you started your show and what you're hoping to accomplish with it.
Okay, there are dual reasons why I started a podcast. First of all, I'm a writer and seeking to be published, and a literary agent suggested to me that I start a podcast because she believes in my message. She would like to represent me, but no one knows me, and so it's really hard to break in to getting published. So I thought, well, a podcast, all that technical stuff, and I was kind of afraid, but I really, really want to meet my audience. I have a passion for getting to know women who have been struggling with any kind of abuse and reaching them and encourage them and to share my story with them, because we have a very amazing God. And so I have a lot of encouragement to share based on what God's done in my own life. And so I decided to take the leap and start a podcast, and God is good. And I ran into a person who's become a really good friend named Sue in another group. And she said, you need to be in CPA. And so I checked out CPA and met you. And thank goodness, because it's given me the ammunition and the courage, being a part of this group, to go forward. And I believe that perhaps a podcast is going to be key for me in getting my message out and finding my tribe.
Okay, so you said a couple things that I really want to dial down on, because I think there's certain things that people get hung up on with podcasting, and one of them is, first of all, podcasting. Let's start here. Podcasting is a great platform builder, right? It's a good place to get a little bit of attention, and I also think to find your voice, right? Like when you get going and you have to talk, and you start just discussing and realize how passionate you are about a subject, right? Like I bet you've discovered that as you've made your few episodes so far.
Yes. Well, I have an interview show, and I've just been blessed by the people that have agreed to be interviewed. It's just been amazing. And one of these days I'll be really brave and do a show by myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that's always fun, right? I'm always amazed at these people who go on the radio and monologue for 3 hours a day. Like, how do you do that?
I
But
know.
I mean, I could talk. Don't get me wrong, but that's that's a lot. Okay, the other thing you mentioned was that you were a little afraid of the tech, right? Because there kind of are a lot of threads that you got to pull in. Is how I think of it. You got to, figure out microphones and audio editing and all these things that you maybe hadn't been familiar with. What for you? What was the scary part for you?
Well, the scary part for me uh, was was not being able to learn how to handle all the tech.
Mm-hmm.
I
You're
was I was afraid I wouldn't be able to do all this.
okay. Now tell me what actually happened.
What actually happened uh, was I just learned that it's like everything else, one step at a time. Get your toe in the water and keep wading out there. And wouldn't you know, when I joined CPA, you reached out to me right away, and I just found out all of the wonderful resources that were available to me and started taking advantage of them. Uh, I learned everything I needed to have, and I learned that it could be, start out simply. I don't have to be a professional broadcaster to get started.
Right?
I just needed a microphone and headphones and people to talk to.
Yeah.
So
It's really that easy, right? Like it really is. There's
yes, it sounds scary, but and I always recommend, no matter what I'm talking about, I always recommend community.
Mm,
We are strengthened in community. And that is exactly what has happened to me in our group in the CPA. And
mm.
people are generous and forgiving. And it's wonderful.
Yeah, I love that. So you're referring to our group. You're also a CPA Gold member, which is awesome. So we
Yes.
meet every Tuesday night. I love that. Okay, so I want to. So before I do, I want to turn to your subject because I want to hear a little about that and how you're working to kind of help people in those kind of difficult situations. Um, But before I do, I want to remind our friends, if you're watching, leave us a comment. We'd love to hear it. If you have a question, do that. And if you would be so kind, just share this broadcast. Go to Christian Podcasters Association page. If you're in the group, great. You can watch it, or one of our Facebook groups. That's awesome. But it's better if you go to the Christian Podcasters Association page and share it to Facebook. We're also streaming on Twitter and we're on YouTube as well. So you guys can, if you share that, that would be really helpful to us as well. Okay, so Jillian, I want to hear about you're offering hope and encouragement to victims of domestic abuse, of domestic I can't even say it, domestic violence. Easy for me to say. Tell me why that's on your heart and how you help people.
Okay. Well, it's on my heart because of my life experience.
Mm-hmm.
When I follow one of the people I follow is Beth Moore, and I've read her books and done her Bible studies and all those things. And after pretty much a lifetime of being subjected to different abusive relationships and not being able to figure out what was going on and why this kept happening to me, uh, I finally figured out what is the common denominator, and the common denominator in all the relationships was me.
Oh,
And I hadn't figured out why that was happening. So God was gracious and generous to me and gave me a path to discover what had been going on and how to get out of that horrible cycle. And Beth Moore mentioned in a Bible study I was doing on Breaking Free that if you have a story and God's brought you to the other side of that, that story needs to be shared. You need to reach out. And so that really prompted me. And also, there's just not a lot of help out there that we're aware of if we're in a difficult relationship and
yeah.
filled with fear, because that's how you live in abusive relationships. And I just want to reach out to other women to share with them that there is a path. Christian women are especially vulnerable because sometimes scripture is mistaught and misappropriated, and we need to understand how that is and what to do about it and what God actually intends for us.
Yep.
And that is not any type of abuse.
100%. Okay, as a biblical study student, that makes me furious. So tell me about what's a passage that people misapply.
Well, I think, of course, the first one that would pop into anyone's mind is wives submit to your husbands.
Mhm.
But somehow the verses before that about submit to one another and husbands love your wives, at least when I was coming up in the church as a young wife, that was not addressed. I even went to two elders in my church. My husband was a deacon, and I finally got brave enough because I was frightened for my children. I finally was brave enough to go talk to someone and was kindly told, we don't want to hear anymore. God wants you to go home and be a gentle and quiet spirit and be submissive to your husband.
Yeah.
And that was to me like God told me what to do. And so that's what I tried for another 15 years.
Wow.
And we just need to understand what God says about every kind of relationship. And he's given us a great example in our Lord Jesus Christ. And Jesus walked away from many, many people.
Yeah.
When they don't have a heart and aren't willing to listen and are bristling against, what is good and what is God, then it's okay for us to separate ourselves. And I'm not an advocate for divorce. I'm not saying that. I don't want to be misunderstood. And be bold, live free doesn't have anything to do with feminism. To be bold is to appreciate who we have living inside of us, and that our strength is from the Lord. And God wants to set us free from oppression. And by the way, hidden abuse is a global epidemic. And the abused are one of the most underserved demographics in the world. And the United States Department of Justice verifies that.
Wow. Yeah, so it's a big problem. So you're tackling this big problem based on your experience so that others can get free. I mean, can we just acknowledge how powerful that is and how powerful that, the medium of podcasting gives you that opportunity to do that. And you know what? I remember the first time I talked to you and you were a little timid, a little like, I don't know, right? But here you are sharing with passion about your subject and your show. And I love it. And I know that you're going to do an awful lot of good for an awful lot of people. You're going to see ripples. And I agree with what you said. Don't get me started on Ephesians 5. I have a whole sermon about it. We're not going to do it today, but that whole thing, it's not about feminism or politics at all. It's about the gospel.
Yes.
And how the gospel brings freedom to people to live not just as to be enslaved to another thing. Think about all the times Paul says that, hey, you didn't get slaved and freed from this to be slave to that. You've been freed to live free and to serve and share with other people. And your podcast does that. I love that. That's amazing, Jillian. That's great. Yes. So that's fantastic. I'm going to show some comments here because I think they are very affirming to you. Your authenticity and ability to be transparent is helping so many of us who have lived in abusive relationships. And when did you launch?
Just 5 weeks ago.
5 weeks ago. Do you see that? Like, you're already having an impact with people. I don't know who this is because they haven't authorized StreamYard to do this, but somebody else says, I'm sorry you went through that, but thanks for sharing and being so transparent. You're saving others. That's the power. And I'd like to call it the power of God through podcasting, because it's a partnership. You are showing up, doing your part, and also God then takes it and applies it and shares it with the people that need it. And I think that's fantastic. Jillian, thanks for being here. I really do appreciate you sharing it. Where's your podcast? Where can people find you?
It's at JillianWoods.com. And it's on, I always forget what you call them, Spotify and all those
Yeah, all the apps. So
All the apps.
all the podcast places. So if you're in Spotify or Apple or I use Overcast. That's my favorite podcast app these days. But if you they all have kind of the same place. So if you go look for it, again, it's Be Bold, Live Free. You'll find it. And if that applies to you, and if you need to share it, please do share it. Jillian, thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome. All right, friends. Wow, wasn't that powerful? I mean, come on. Like 5 weeks. She's been podcasting 5 weeks and she's already helping people with her mission. Like that's the power of podcasting. I love it. Fantastic. I want to share with you once again. So because podcasting is global. You heard Jillian say that the problem that she's addressing is a global problem. Podcasting is a great way to share that. I want to share with you again. We're going to talk more about what Compassion International does with Mary Snyder in a little bit, so stick around for that. But again, we're trying to sponsor as many kids as we can during this broadcast today. So we're on until 8 p.m. Eastern time today. And if you want to lift children out of poverty, compassion.com/CPA is the way to do that. She's going to share with us some stories. We'll get into that, but I want you to know that that's out there. Go check it out and see what what might work for you. Let me bring in our next guest. She is also a survivor. She's a go-getter, and she has a heart to see Jesus heal trauma. And I want to hear from our next podcaster, Amy Watson. Amy, how are you?
I'm good, Eric. How are you?
So glad. Thanks for being here on our big International Podcast Day live stream.
I'm so excited. This second year that I've gotten to do this. So, yeah.
Right? I know it's becoming an annual tradition, and I think it's a great way. What I love about it is we get to highlight people like you. So we get to talk about you and your message. Your show, of course, is Wednesdays with Watson. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're doing there?
Yeah, sorry, I was getting a little caught up in Julian there, and so I will be messaging her because we have kindred spirits. And so, so Wednesdays with Watson, just a little play on the words, is a podcast named after a blog that I had by the same name. And it is not, I always say that this is a podcast not for everybody, but for somebody. And very similar to Julian, I have some lived experiences with domestic violence, 12 years as a matter of fact, as well as childhood abuse ranging from 7 years old until about 35. And so my podcast is in season 3. And the very first season is telling my story and giving hope and help to those who have experienced trauma. And Eric, for those who think that PTSD, which I particularly focus on, is just for people in the military, right? And so the first season is my story. The second season is the stories of other people. And we just started another season where we will explore trauma in spaces, places, and we'll provide ACEs for just continuing to process through trauma, fulfilling Joel 2:25 and seeing that the Lord will restore all the years that the locusts have stolen. And so just a real heart for people out there who are hurting, lonely, don't understand, but I want them to know the hope that is in the completed work of Jesus on the cross. And so I get behind this microphone, podiums, and keyboards, and that's all I talk about. And I'm so grateful to be a good steward of the pain that God's given me to be able to do stuff like this. Yeah.
I love that. All right. So how has podcasting changed your life?
This is such an interesting question. I'm going to give what feels like a shallow answer to this question, but it's not really. I have gained some of the best friends / prayer partners as a result of podcasting. And that has been in CPA. And, but it's also changed my life in that the Lord has really continued to make purpose of all that stuff. Right. And so getting direct messages and being able to interact with my audience, we raised $4,000 last year for pro bono counseling for people who can't afford it. So it's changed my life in so much that it's allowed me to answer a call that I answered at 12 years old, Isaiah 6:9. God said to Isaiah, "Who will I send? Who will go for me?" Then said I, "Here am I, send me." And so when the pandemic started and my PTSD got flared up, I went looking for podcasts because I couldn't read, I couldn't write, I couldn't do anything. And so I started this podcast because of that. And it's changed my life in so much as the relationships that I've gained, the ministry that I've gained, but the healing that even I've gotten from getting behind a microphone and curating episodes about some of this stuff. And so it is life-changing. There is no doubt about that.
Isn't that fascinating that it's like
Yeah.
you did it maybe to help others, but also you received something as well, just in the creation. I really think there's something there about as we create, I think we discover who we are. We discover, when we can heal as we process those things. So have you found that to be true?
Yes, 100%. And it was really, really unexpected. And so the Lord just is continuing to heal parts of me that I never thought it could. And I think that's just a biblical principle, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we reach out and help other people, we're this community of people that just have each other's backs.
Yeah.
And so,
were you surprised by the community that rallied around you, given your topic?
yes, I was. I was very discouraged at first. And so for those of you out there who are considering starting a podcast, I tell the story, and Eric, you've heard me tell it a million times. I got on Facebook and all the share for share. You put your podcast link here and I'll put mine and we'll share, and sub for sub, and really just to push up numbers. And I did not find community there. Ran into this little group on Facebook called Christian Podcasters Association. And that community has rallied around me. Not even with podcast stuff, right? Like I just had a friend that passed away of COVID, and my phone blew up from CPA Gold members.
Wow,
praying for me. And so, yeah, I was shocked because it is such a heavy topic. Most of you guys, including you, say I don't listen because I love you, Amy, and it's hard. But that's why I say it's not for everybody, but it's for someone. And so most of the people that love me and care about me can't listen, but yeah, you guys have rallied, and that has shocked me.
Well, sure. But that's such a great saying too. Like, it's not for everybody, it's for somebody. Like you know exactly who you're speaking to, right? You know exactly who you want to hear. And I would assume, if I may not say it as well as you would, but like you're looking for people who are like you, right? Who have been through that kind of trauma and who need to hear there's hope.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I love that. So you're getting a lot of love here as well. People love Amy. It's good.
I can't read it because these are my distance glasses.
Oh, okay. All right. That's all
right. I'll have to go back and read them.
So yeah, go check it out. But so like somebody said, I really adore you, and that's it says Facebook user because they have an authorized StreamYard. I'll figure out how to do that and share that later. But this person says Amy's voice is vital today. The loneliness that comes with isolation when we think it's only me who feels this way is malignant. I mean, what a great word. Healing and hope are there. And Amy shares that, right? You're bringing the gospel to bear. At Podcast Movement, I talked about this as fingers of the gospel, right? That the gospel just kind of goes out like, it's like water. When you pour it out, it kind of spreads out and it goes like this and it just goes all over the place. And you are representing the hope of the kingdom of God, that God will restore all things in that way, right? Just in your...
all things new, and people are being kind. I can see bits and pieces of those words, but people are being kind. But it's an honor, and it's an honor.
Yeah. Okay. So, what's your most embarrassing podcast fail?
My dog drinking water in the background of a podcast. I will not tell you what episode that is, but I left it there so that one day I could go back and go, Amy, remember when? But yeah, he was just slurping water in the background, and so that's a podcast fail. But yeah, that's
one of those things we get a little bit. What's the word? I'm trying to think of a good word that's appropriate for a broadcast, but kind of hung up on, right? Is like audio quality. Like, is it good? Is it bad? And I know my dog shows up in my podcast episodes every once in a while. You can't see it right now, but there's a chair back here that I let her. She's my coworker, so I let her come and sleep in there. And so when I'm working, and every once in a while she'll end up barking at the door when I'm in the middle of an interview or something.
Right.
Trying to get in or out. I get that. Absolutely. But that's cool. And so you feel like you've come a long ways as you've been podcasting over the last year or so?
I do. You know, I as the Lord would have it, I turned 50 this year, and so I was born on a Wednesday, which is kind of funny. But my 50th episode will drop on my 50th birthday. And I just thought that was really, really, really cool. And so, but yeah, I feel like I've grown a lot. Podcast Movement was great for the community, particularly our CPA community. I missed those of you who are listening who weren't there. I came back from that like, you know what? I have found my people. And so, yeah, it's just been an amazing, especially during the pandemic, Eric, getting on those meetings every Tuesday. Sometimes I just get on them so my friends will see me, and inevitably my phone will start blowing up like, you don't look okay, what's going on? And so it has changed my life this year, and because I'm so extroverted, it's provided for me a community. But more than anything, I get to see in real life Joel 2:25 played out every time I hit the publish button, every time I get an invite to speak, which are live events are coming back. Thank you, Jesus. Or every time I get an opportunity to mentor somebody, or every dollar that goes to somebody that can't afford counseling. And so I would do this. If I could pay my bills doing this, I would do this 24/7, 365. It is just that important. And so I love that Joel 2:25 is being played out in my life, and that I get to highlight the star of my story, who is Jesus. We highlight community in my podcasts. We highlight trauma-informed counseling and the importance of being in a local church. And so, yeah, I just, all the feels with podcasting, all the serotonin dumps. And I like to talk. So, it's
wow. Yeah,
shocking. I know to you, Eric.
I realized when, like, I tried blogging. So you blogged for a while. I tried blogging. I couldn't do it. Like, I don't have the concentration to get that done. But when I found podcasting, that was like, oh, I can talk. Like, I can ask questions. I can be curious.
I was born for this. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And you mentioned, I love what you did too, because a lot of us talk about monetization, and we try to figure out a way to get our community to help us at least pay the bills, maybe buy a nicer mic, maybe pay for that hosting, things like that. But you actually raised money to help others with counseling from your community. How'd you do that?
So last Christmas, last Christmas, I just did a finale with a counselor and a friend of mine who is responsible for me being on this planet, because I had a suicide attempt back in 2008, and so she was on my finale, and we got on there and we were raw and we were real, and there were tears and there were all the things. And I just realized how fortunate I was that I do get to go to counseling, and I can't afford it. And that's part of why I'm okay today. And so I just, everyone who knows me knows I'm not afraid to get on social media and ask for anything. And so I didn't give up. I was relentless in my pursuit in December. And by December 31st, we had raised $3,900, which meant every week of this year, somebody got to be in counseling. And so I just asked my listeners, some of my friends who don't listen to my podcast, but yeah, I just asked, and you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And so I just asked people, and they showed up for us in spades. And that's better than monetizing this podcast will ever be for me. I'm okay. I got a roof over my head and food in my belly. I'm good.
Yeah. And you just sold a bunch of trees. I saw that was cool.
Sold a bunch of trees.
Very cool. So what people maybe don't know about you is you're very enterprising, and you go and figure things out, and you've had to pivot a little bit in the pandemic, but you're making it happen.
Yeah, sure I am. Yeah.
I love that. All right. Amy, I think it's fantastic. I love what you're doing and the ways that you're helping others with your show. Once again, Fingers of the Gospel, right? Going out into everything. People can find you where? WednesdaysWithWatson.com, right?
That's the easiest way to do it. WednesdaysWithWatson.com. I'm part of CPA. And I just want to say, because you didn't ask, but I'm going to do it anyway. CPA is the best decision I ever made. And in my podcasting journey. And so if those of you are out there starting a podcast, do not go it alone. We can save you a lot of stress. The library, the tools that are available to particularly CPA Gold members. I'm on my mic. I'm hoping you're impressed, Eric. My mic that I bought at Pop Movement because of you, because I went and listened to a video in the library for CPA Gold. And so I took time out of the middle of the day to tell people that Joel 2:25 can be alive and active in their lives. To tell you that Christian Podcasters Association is the real deal, and so are the people. And your podcast will get in the earbuds of the people that need it, and we will help you do that as your community. Yeah.
I pray that before every episode that I record, that God would put the conversation that we're about to have into the earbuds of those who need it, because he knows all 8 billion people and I don't. I just know a few.
Right.
And he can put it into the right places at the right times. So I absolutely love that. Thank you for you're also a gold member, guys. If you can't tell, our gold members get first crack at the live stream. They get to jump in, and thank you for that. Didn't intend for this to be a advertisement for that, but I appreciate the support and I appreciate the shout out, because it is important. And eventually we're going to open it up again, and we'd love to have, if you're watching CPA, join us. It'd be really great. Okay, Amy, thanks so much. WednesdaysWithWatson.com, guys. Go and check out Amy's show. Love it. Have a good one.
Thanks, Eric. And you have a great day, and I will be watching.
All right, we'll be here. Be sure to share. Friends, if you have not yet shared the video here, we would love to get views, and I'll tell you why. Not just because we're promoting the cause of Christian podcasting, although we are, and we're promoting CPA. We want others to find out who are Christian podcasters about what we do in Christian Podcasters Association. We're also we partnered with Compassion International in order to share and help support the work that they do with children around the world, with food and education and things like that. We're going to hear more about that later on with Mary Snyder. But if you share, every view that we get is really valuable and important. And so if you would go to the facebook.com/Christian Podcasters Association, that's our page, see the live video and just share it out to your people on Facebook. You can find us on Twitter as well. And we're broadcasting on YouTube also. But if you just share this out, we'd really appreciate just the help to get this out. And this is a link, compassion.com/CPA. If you do want to sponsor a kid, I think it's $38 a month. It's not that much, a little bit of a sacrifice maybe, but I know would definitely help out, make a difference in the world, not just, not just in your local area. Okay, so we have another podcaster we're going to bring in. I'm so excited about this. Our next guest, he is one of the co-hosts of Buddy Walk with Jesus, creating conversations they want the listener to hear in a coffee shop as two guys discuss the fullness and relevance of an active relationship with God. Our guest is Joe Dia. Joe, are you there? There we go.
Yes, I'm here.
How are you, brother?
Not too shabby. And yourself?
Good. Thanks for being here. I'm really glad that you popped in. Tell us more about your show.
Yeah, so Buddy Walk with Jesus is the attempt to explore, like you had said, the fullness and relevancy of an active relationship with God. It was born out of a time where I was coming out of a couple of different false gospels, the prosperity gospel, legalism, that kind of thing. And I was just kind of left with this perspective and question of, okay, now what now, right? I have this relationship and I survived what God brought me through, and what do I do now? And what does that look like? And so I started exploring and partnered with a guy that I've known for about a decade, and started exploring this and realized that, these questions that we're trying to answer and coming to this conclusion that life is about so much more than just slugging it through for the next 80 years to get to the good stuff on the other side. Right. That this is something that we need to talk about. You know what I mean? I commonly say that if you get the gimmick, then it's your responsibility to talk about it. And so we've been going for a little over 2 years now since.
I love that. Okay. Well, tell me about your favorite episodes. Like what's some things that you've covered that made you really proud of what you're doing, what you're helping people share? So
we did a pair of episodes over the summer. One was called Advocate Christ. It was very much at a time during the time where there was kind of an unspoken expectation for people with platforms to speak about all of the social and political unrest going on and all of that kind of stuff. And we basically approached it from the point of view of there are a lot of things that people are talking about that at an earthly level are good, right? Nobody should be treated like they're less than because of this, that, or the other thing. All of these kinds of things. They're not bad, just, they're good. Unity in Christ, understanding that we're all part of the same kingdom, regardless of whatever division line that there is, and there's plenty of them, that is great. And we need to make sure that we're not sacrificing great to try and achieve good. The other one was Jesus versus religion, round one. I've built up a little bit of a reputation for myself for being a bit outspoken about legalism, denominations, man-made gospels, those kinds of things, for the simple fact that I've experienced it firsthand on a couple of different levels. And this was very much this was the opportunity to really open up the floor and have some honest and at times uncomfortable conversation about the difference between what it means to follow Christ and what it means to follow a religion or to follow a specific teacher or a specific tool or whatever.
Well, okay, so what's that difference? Give me a example that sometimes people get hung up on that you talk about in your show.
So there's nothing new under the sun, like the Bible says. And we see constantly how God's people, they're good, they're following, everything's sunshine, rainbows, fantastic. And then they start, shiny object syndrome. They start going off and we want to do this other thing because this thing is more closely associated with us. And on a personal level, and this is, we see this take different shape over all of recorded history. And so, narrowing it down to a specific example is hard, but there are several different teachings that are just eaten up by the American church, right? These different falsehoods that are popularized by prolific speakers or have been time-honored traditions talked about over and over and over again that have nothing to do with actually following Christ and following the teachings that we have, because that's the beautiful thing, right? The Bible, from then, now, and forever, yes, Old Testament gets nuts at certain points. New Testament gets nuts at certain points, but we still see the same thing, right? We can hang our hat on the trueness and on the unchanging character of God. Mm-hmm. And we need to remember that man will introduce things into the equation that make it problematic. And man will constantly be searching for a tool to help them ease whatever it is that they've got going on, whatever issue it is that they've got going on. But at the end of the day, our relationship with God is dynamic and one that calls us into intimacy and vulnerability, but also community, active community and relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the aspect of relationship there, because I think that's what it's about. I think I've said this already today, at least once. I believe that the walk with God is a partnership, and we do that with podcasting as well, right? We do the work, we commit to showing up, recording, having the conversations, editing, sharing, all those things. But in the end, we're dependent on the Lord to apply it to people the way that He wants, to get it into those earbuds, like I said earlier, about of the people that need to hear it. And that is global, right? It is international. We often, we'll hear of people listening to my show in places I didn't even know were places, right? And like, oh, that's amazing. So fantastic. We can certainly do that. I wanted to ask you, so if you could give advice, you said you've been going about 2 years. If you could give any advice to someone thinking about starting a podcast, what would it be?
Not to rip off Nike or anything, but there comes a point where you just have to start, right? Like, I do all of the post-production for Buddy Walk. I can't stand listening to the sound of my own voice. I'll be honest with you. That was a really, really big thing for me at first. Like I almost quit over that, because
Wow.
that is not something that is friendly to my ears. And those first couple of episodes are so overproduced. Every single time that you could hear somebody breathe into the mic, every single time somebody said or whatever, they're so overproduced. And I eventually got to this point that that's a lot of time, spent editing and all of that kind of stuff. And B, our job is to push forward the kingdom. That is the commission that each one of us have. And some of us have certain gifts to be able to sit in front of a computer or to sit in front of a microphone. And that is still, as much as anything else, come as you are. So you're never going to be perfect at this. There's always going to be an issue. You may end up doing an episode about something and have to walk it back after you've grown and learned and matured and those kinds of things. Like, this is a dynamic sort of thing that has to come from a place of loving what you're doing and loving the Lord. You know what I mean? Like, we're not, if you get into this game thinking that you're going to make $1 million, you're going to have this Joe Rogan size following. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we're super niche. Like, Christian content, especially Christian content that doesn't go the way of what the popular Christian speakers are saying. You're fighting an uphill battle as far as gaining significant traction and following and all of those kinds of things. So doing this, you just got to start, because every single time that you step up to the plate, if you are being called to be here, then that means that you are being obedient. And whatever happens next is outside of your hands.
Right. Absolutely. You have to trust the outcomes to the Lord. Let me say this too. The Christian category, I don't know if many people know this, but as far as podcasts go, the Christian category actually has the most number of podcasts. Did you know that? Like, of any other category, ours has the most. But guess what it also has? The least number of listens. And do you know why that is? It's because podcasting has become the new tape ministry. Do you remember the tape ministry from the 80s?
Yeah.
And in the 90s, it was a CD ministry, and you would make the CDs of the sermon that week. That's what's happening, is a lot of Christians are using podcasting to broadcast their sermons. I wrote in Podcast Magazine. I reviewed Stephen Furtick's podcast, and I just told him, hey, you can be a little more creative than this, buddy. But I know a lot of people appreciate his sermons. I get it, but I would love for him to, hey, do something else. But that's okay. Guess which one, by the way, has the most, at least number of podcasts and the most listens? Any ideas? True crime. Which is interesting. All right. So what were you going to say?
You raise a good point that there's so many different sermons that are out there, right? Especially since COVID, especially since the pandemic, and all of these churches turning to multimedia streams of disseminating their product. If in conjunction with the previous piece of advice, for anybody who wants to get behind the microphone, do not be afraid to bring your authentic voice to the table. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what needs to happen. And, yes, it's easy when you get on a roll, especially if it's something that you're passionate about, to start sermonizing. I have to catch myself with not just getting behind the mic and sermonizing, but what this world needs, what Christians need, especially American Christians, is authentic conversation that does not hold back. Because life is messy, and we serve a God that meets us where we're at in the shades of gray. Everybody has a story. Everybody lives in shades of gray. That's why legalism doesn't work. So being able to put yourself out there is a huge thing and very powerful.
Absolutely. And it matters. And you know what? Sometimes just doing that with just putting your voice out there, it lets you figure out what you're believing and what where you might want to make some changes. So I think that's super powerful. Very, very important. All right, Joe, thanks for being here, man. Website, buddywalkwithjesus.com, right?
Yep, buddywalkwithjesus.com.
All right. Guys, get out your podcast app. Go look up Buddy Walk with Jesus. You can hear more from Joe. Joe, thanks for being here, brother. I really appreciate it.
All right. Hey, thanks for having me on.
You bet. All right. Well, that was great. Guys, I think there's so much. Like I really, as you probably know, some of you maybe don't, but for me, it's really always a question of spiritual journey. Like, where are you at in the spiritual journey? What do you need? Where are you growing? And for a lot of us, we find podcasting to be, I know I did, an opportunity to find our voice and find ourselves and discuss the things that really matter to us. And what happens is it kind of turns into a ministry, and you end up serving other people in a way that maybe you didn't really expect, but is really, really good. I love that. Guys, so we got some comments about sharing. I would love to have you share. Please share. If you can go to facebook.com/Christian Podcasters Association. That's our page, and you can see the video there and just share. I had to click the link and get the link to share on my own personal profile. That's the way you do that. It might work better on your phone. I don't know. But if you would do that, it would really help out, because every view that we get matters. Every view that people are watching may want to encourage somebody to podcast on their own, may encourage them to find a new show that really connects and resonates with them, helps them on the journey, which is what I'm really going for. And we're also partnered with Compassion International. So I'd love to have you go to compassion.com/CPA, sponsor a child, share it with somebody, say, hey, you've been thinking about doing this. Maybe you've been thinking about it for a while. You see Compassion all over the place. They're on the radio. They sponsor events. Go and do that. And we would really appreciate if you would just sponsor a child through that link. They are also helping us out when you do that. Okay. Our next guest, we're going to bring her on. I'm so proud of her because she launched her podcast, if I remember right, on her 70th birthday. Is that right, Laura Padgett?
That's right, Eric Nevins.
I was afraid I was going to get the number wrong, but yeah, your 70th birthday, living what you're given. How great. Launch your podcast. You can do it. And you've got a great message there as well, which I really love. Tell us about what you're doing with living what you're given.
Well, living what you're given is a reflection of just not only 70 years of life, which, is a blessing. It is a blessing. Age is not a 4-letter word. I always say that to people. And so embrace it. There are a lot of people, unfortunately, we've seen in the last couple of years who are never going to have that chance. So embrace it and deal with it in a way that helps share what we've learned. What have I learned in 70 years? I've learned to live what I'm given. I've learned that a child from my background, which Eric, and I've shared it with some people, also very similar to a few other guests on here today, about abuse and alcoholism, addiction, those effects in my life. And what I could actually tell you now at this juncture in my life and after a lot of work is that we all have a choice. We have a choice today in COVID. That is, we live what we can. We pray the Serenity Prayer every day. And, we try to find the wisdom to understand what we can and cannot control. Mostly what we can't control is other people, their attitudes and actions. Hello, forgive me. I'm sorry, friends, but deal. And
don't we wish, right? Don't we wish?
Well, I'll tell you what, honey, if I was so powerful to make all these things, controlled, I'd be curing cancer and COVID would be a memory. I'm not that powerful. Okay. But living what you're given is basically about seeing the things in your life that you have learned from and that you can bring forward to help other people undergird difficulty. It was born out of COVID. Sure it was, because I'm a professional speaker. I'm a semi-pro dancer and a teacher. I'm an author of books and stories. And that all depends on being out there in community, teaching, reading, speaking, whatever. Boom, boy, howdy, gone overnight. So now what? And like many other people, I went into a thing where I was just like, I got in the one holer called a pity pot. You ever notice there's nobody else in there with you? Really privacy's fine, but it also gives me more time to feel sorry for me. And God said, okay, let's get up. Let's go. You still have a way to share. And I had been friends with you because you interviewed me and had been following you on Facebook. And there it was. And I have a very supportive husband, and he is a wonderful man who has supported me financially through all my dreams of dancing. I laugh when I think of all the St. Patrick's Day parades. He drove it. It was really fun. And we have a whole bunch of stuff we've done. He's 80, I'm 70. Hallelujah. God said, you get another day. And so the support from my family has been huge. My son writes some of the music, and those kinds of things are really uplifting. So your peeps. But the idea is I have tried to make it eclectic in terms of one size does not fit all. I'm not looking for a niche. And I honor and love those people who have. I've never had a niche. My whole life, I've never had a niche. And I believe that there's something to be said for difficult circumstances, living through it, finding ways through it, and becoming better. Japanese art of kintsugi, if you know about that, where they break pottery that's broken is melted back together in a new shape with gold. And that's how I see my scars. I see them as the gold that I want to share with people for hope.
Right. And you're helping people to figure that out and and you're telling the stories about how do you do that where you're actually moving on and what do you discover there, which I think is super powerful. Cause it's true, right? Sometimes we have things that happen. We can't always choose our circumstances, but we can always choose our attitude, which is probably something I heard from you. So
it isn't about when you pivot. It's about how. It's about how.
Okay.
And the Christian community needs to understand that because they're looking at us. Yeah.
Right. That's right. Okay. So you came to me and said, Eric, help me start a podcast. How can you do that? And we worked together to get your show launched and went through all the whole process, which was really, really good. And I love, by the way, I love your music where you've got that little jazz going. Did you switch it? You said you were going to switch it. But
I switch it almost every week.
That's good.
I'm eclectic.
It was really good. But what would you tell a new podcaster? Like if you could give them any advice, because you just started earlier this year, what would you tell them?
I would tell them that you need to find training, and you need to understand, yes, you can. Oh, yes, you can. And if you have to write that on a sticky note or tattoo it on the inside of your eyelid or whatever you need to do, that is what the message needs to come across. Oh, yes, you can. And I think our friend Joe just said that too. Is that who was just on before me? Yeah.
He said start it.
He said start it. But the first thing that has helped me as a dancer, as a writer, is to have the training I needed to walk into the confidence to do it. So you can't just say, I know lots of stuff, and especially about child raising. I used to always say, gee, I wish everybody had asked me the questions before I had kids. I had all the answers then. And I think it's the very same thing with podcasting or anything else you're doing. There are tremendous resources out there. CPA Gold, Amy mentioned that, our Amy Watson said that. And to get into a community where you can find what you need and give yourself space. This ain't a race. Give yourself time. Time is really your friend. And so saith the lady who refuses to use oil of delay. But I'm just saying it's a very interesting thing that it's an instantaneous world. I want it now, and I want it to be successful. Well, it's going to take some time. Give yourself grace, give yourself space, and do what you need to do to make sure you're comfortable in the confident level that will allow you to go forward. And there's still going to be mistakes. I heard some people talking about mistakes on here, and I've had some too, of course. But that's what I would say, Eric. Give yourself. Now, if they're asking me what it takes to be an author, I would say, well, it's just the best way I know to get rid of disposable income. But I don't see that as the truth with podcasting. But I'm not big right now on monetization. I don't even understand all that, but I'm working, and we'll see. And the most important thing for me is to get those stories out there, not my stories necessarily. People who've survived plane crashes, people who've lived through domestic abuse, people who have I have a guest coming up in a couple of weeks who actually had to defend her life with a gun. And, these things, the truths and the myths. And the myth is life is word walling and the beef. No. The truth is you're going to have trouble. He told us that. Jesus Christ told us that. But I also want to put in a plug and say my show, even though it's listed as Christian, Eric, my heart's always been for the non-believer. And you know why? Because I was on that outside glass for years with my little nose pressed up going, what's wrong with me? Why doesn't he want me too? And I got to tell you, I didn't come here to preach to the choir. Oh, I love the choir. I came here to call those who thought they'd never be allowed to sing.
Wow, Laura, that is powerful. That's why I always love talking to you, because you have a way of putting things. You have a way with words every single time. Guys, if you have a question or a thought, by the way, just throw that in the comments. If you put that in Facebook, I think somebody posted, maybe it was Jen. If you go to StreamYard.com/Facebook, you can authorize Facebook so I can put a comment up here as well.
Good.
Laura, so I wanted to know, like, what is something, like, what are episodes that you would recommend for people to start with your show right now? I know you just started, so you've got maybe, I don't know how many you've got out there.
I'll have 20 up in 2 weeks. I will hit 20. What are the ones?
Where should somebody start with your show? If they're encouraged by your message, where should they start?
I love you too, Facebook user, whoever you are.
I know. StreamYard.com/Facebook.
That's okay. I'm all about anonymity, honey. I'm a 12-stepper, proud of it. I got to tell you that, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Or one of my favorites, Eric, was Jerry Schimmel. Man who survived a plane crash 32 years ago, in those last 45 minutes of what was going through his brain, which so transferred to the way I hope I'm going to be living my life. And that is, if I make it out of here, especially right now in COVID, we ain't all going to make it out. There are going to be some folks having lunch with the Lord. But I'll tell you something. If I make it out, don't let me panic. Don't let me be part of the problem, the division, the scraping, this crazy stuff going on. Let me see how I can help others out too as they pivot. That would be one of my favorites. And another one of my favorites is, oh my gosh, I'm just saying, I don't know how. I have a friend who talked about sudden widowhood. Boom, bada bing, gone. Yeah. And wow, what a testimony. And I just think people, I pray that somebody, I don't know if one person will listen. I don't know if 100 people listen. What I know, like our Amy just said, somebody got to hear this message. Yep. The Lord has somebody, just like every dance I've ever done in church, somebody out there needs to see that message in a movement piece. And boy, what a privilege.
I love that. I just want to affirm that episode. Maybe you can grab it when you're done and throw that in the comments. But with Jerry Schimmel is so good. So friends, for those of you who don't know who he is, I live in Denver. Laura used to live in Denver. She's in Colorado now. Out there, that place.
Western Slope.
Beyond the Front Range that apparently exists in Colorado. And Jerry used to be one of the broadcasters for the Rockies here. He was on that, and he was on an airplane that crashed in Sioux City, Iowa, late 80s, I think.
Yep.
And it's just amazing. I had him on my show telling his story, and that's what brought him to the Lord, right? It ended up being a huge pivot. You had a series on pivots.
Well, my series was on pivots, but no, actually he was a Christian, but he knew that, and he was ready to go. And he said, you know what, if I go, I go. And, but if I make it out, and that's where I am right now in my life. If it's my turn to have lunch with the Lord, I've already sent in my order. So it'll be ready, which is fettuccine Alfredo. I'm gluten-free, so I want real semolina wheat, none of this rice pasta thing. And I want to sit with certainly my man, but I also want to hang out with the pandas and the puffins because they're the sweetest of the creatures. And I tell you the truth, when people like Jerry minister to you, and he, even as a Christian, was sitting there in 45 minutes of, oh boy, what is happening? And that's where we are right now, Eric. Oh boy, what's happening? Every day something new, and just hold with the mindset of, I belong to Jesus. I know who I am. I know whose I am. But what I also know is I gotta get out of this in a way that glorifies him. Whether I buy it, whether I, as they say in the UK, I can't remember what their real term is. And I can't say that. That's a bad word. But anyway, it's you go look it up. Go look it up. I know
which one you're thinking about.
I don't. But anyway, let's just say toes up, okay? If I end up, the only prayer I have is please bury me with Leonard, my '69 Volkswagen, because he's all ready to go up to the Lord. He's all restored, and I cannot imagine heaven without me and Leonard tooling around and making some fun times. So yeah.
All right. Well, that's good. Okay, Laura, thank you. I think, and you can just see from some of the comments, people are saying, I'll put this one back up there. I've never met you, but your spirit's ministered to me, because you're just such a bundle of joy. And normally we say that for babies, but you held on, so that's good. You inspire and encourage so many of us. And if you can podcast, start your show, launch on your 70th birthday, anybody can do it.
I couldn't find my way around social media with the search warrant, hon. I didn't know.
But you figured it out, and we figured it out. And you're here. Look, you're here, and you're podcasting, and we're broadcasting. So, LauraPaget.com, right? Laura L. Paget. Is that right?
LauraLPaget.com is one place. There's a podcast link there. There's also a link to my to buying my books, and to my blog, which is often, where God teaches me, and I come out and say, wow, I really blew this, guys. Yep. This is what happened. Fall, fly. But, and then also anywhere you get podcasts. I'm real excited about that. So
love it. And I've listened to multiple of your episodes. They're always great. So thanks, Laura. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thank you, guys. Love all of you.
All right. Hey, thank you, Laura. Guys, thanks for your comments. I love your comments. They're fun to put up there. If you can share the live stream out on yours, I would appreciate that on Facebook. Just get as many people as we can watching. I would love that. We are going to bring in our next guest. She's a journalist, educator, podcaster, and a Christian, though not in that order, she says. She hosts this faith-based show, as you might expect, called Positively Joy. And I love what she says here. I've come from sleepwalking through life with a bipolar ex-husband to feeling like I'd never be loved again, to fully awakened in Jesus Christ. Yvette Walker. Yvette, I'm going to bring you on. Hello.
Hi, Eric. I have to apologize I'm not in a studio.
You're good.
I'm a good mic here. I had to go to work today.
We can hear you perfect. Thanks for spending a few minutes with us. I appreciate that. While you're at work, that's really great. I hope they don't see the live stream, but that's okay.
It's lunchtime. It's okay.
Okay, perfect. Hey, what a great way to spend your lunch with us. Thanks for doing that. So, Yvette, I just mentioned a little bit about your show, but tell us about it and kind of what you're doing with it.
Yeah, well, so Positively Joy is it's really trying to understand the true nature of God's joy, and how we can find that joy in when we're walking through the rough times and when we're on the mountaintops. Mm-hmm. And I think that people think when they see the word joy, they think about happiness, they think about satisfaction, they think about contentment. And God wants that for us, yes, but we can still find the joy, His joy, and His joy is the only real joy that we really, really want and that we really, really need, and that will make us full and complete. Before there was always something that was tugging at me. Life's been pretty good. I've mentioned, before on the podcast that sometimes I have imposter syndrome because, do I have that kind of testimony that, just like Laura mentioned, like that amazing story that her guest had, and I don't have that, and I'm boring, right? But, is life complete? Things are good, but is there something else? And of course, the answer is yes, there is something else. You can be full, satisfied, completely content, even when you're walking through some difficulties. If you dig into the Word, and if you understand that having that deep relationship with God is so much more important than anything else, better than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that. Okay, well, I want to know. I have a few questions. So, what's something you've learned from doing your podcast?
Well, it's funny because when I first started this podcast, it was going to be about something else. It's going to be about beauty and culture. And the Lord said, okay, yeah, you're going to start a podcast, but nope, it's going to be about joy. I said, okay, what does that mean? So what I have learned through really even now coming into season 3 is understanding that we need to look at everything through that lens of pure, perfect joy. When I first started it, I think just like a lot of people, I didn't understand truly what that was. So that's one thing. That's a real important thing, because every episode I do now, I encourage people to listen through this lens of understanding just what that pure and perfect joy is. And then also knowing that I can just do a new thing, right? Start a new thing. I had a significant birthday this year, Laura, not yours, but it's pretty close. And, just starting something new, and I can just jump into this. A lot of us started podcasting during COVID. We found that we were either at home or just in a situation where we needed to do something else. And it's amazing what you can start when you just put your mind to it, and when you feel so encouraged by groups like this, by CPA, by Spark Media, by lots of those wonderful podcasting communities that are out there that want to give you help and want to encourage you. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I love this comment. So from Amy, she exudes joy. So I think we kind of find the podcast that is right for us, right? That is who we are. What have you learned about joy as you've been creating your show? Like, what's the thing that you go, this is the thing nobody knows that they need to know?
Well, so first of all, let's jump into John 15.
Okay.
John 15:11. If you're wondering what it is, the definition is right there. So I'm a teacher, and usually I tell my students, did you read the assignment? So, I mean, do we really, if you want to know what joy is, just go right there. And Jesus tells us, and I'm not a Bible scholar, so I'm going to paraphrase, but Jesus tells us that do what the Lord wants you to do, and in that, fulfill his desires, and in that perfect joy will come to us, and only that joy will make us complete. He says it right there. So, that's what I learned, and that's what I think I'm trying to communicate through lots of different opportunities of talking to people with amazing stories that are certainly more important than mine. I love to interview people. That's what I do every single week. I usually have a shorter show where I try to give some teaching, but again, imposter syndrome. So I always want to go to somebody else who has a really interesting story to tell, and talk to them. And so I love doing that. And I love using their stories and what they've learned to illustrate this, what I think now is a very kind of simple theme here, is understanding what real joy is. And it's not just always being happy, because it's life. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I looked that up. That's in John 15:11. And Jesus says, I've told you this, that you may have joy, or so that my joy may be in you and your joy may be complete. And oftentimes that word complete, I haven't studied it, so don't hold me to this, but is like this sort of fullness, right? This idea of just fullness and maturity, and like a ripe apple is complete, right? It's perfectly there. And so to kind of reach that sense of, this is who I am, and this is how God's made me, and this is where I'm going, are all really, really important and powerful. And sometimes it looks different than what you expected, right? We have to go through lots of things sometimes to help us do that. Okay. Or discover it, I guess. So tell me a story. Like, have you heard from any of your listeners, or is there a story about how you've heard this, this message is changing somebody's life?
So it's random when it happens. And sometimes it's so fun. So I had talked to a woman who has a wonderful mission in Tanzania, and she has an incredible story of the faithfulness of God, how this whole thing looked like it was just going to just implode, and they weren't going to be able to go and fulfill this mission. And of course, he steps in right in time, naturally, and they have a wonderful mission going on. And so then a few days later, I'm at church, and someone who I know comes up to me and said how she really enjoyed the episode. And I said, great. And she says, I'm from Tanzania. And I had no idea at all. And she just talked about how that episode just connected with her, obviously because the missions in Tanzania, but just connected with her so much. And she so appreciated the fact that we were able to talk about what's needed and what's going on there. And that was just a very, very random thing. Another thing is when, I was taught, I had really a great opportunity to go down to the NRB, the National Religious Broadcasters Conference, and talk to Dallas Jenkins, who is the creator of The Chosen, and just that what he's doing and the work that he's doing connects with so many other people, and having people listen to him and understand that he calls himself such a flawed man and broken, and understanding that this person is creating this series for people to watch and understand Jesus has connected with a lot of people that I've talked to who heard him speak on the podcast. So, I mean, it can just be really, really random. You just never know. And it's always a lot of fun.
It's true. It is hard to tell. It's one of those things everybody's trying to solve, is how you get a listener feedback, but it sounds like you've got a little bit. So what are some episodes that people should start with, like, of your show? Where would you have them go?
Well, definitely the interview shows. Although, if you get something from my teaching episodes, I'm very happy. But I would say the interview shows are always a great place to start. And actually, I've just created new playlists. So, as you may know, I've got to 100 episodes. It's kind of a lot, kind of a big deal.
Yeah,
and I'm kind of happy about that. But there's so many. So I group them. And so you can go onto the website and you can actually look at playlists where they group it in different themes. And so I would say, if you're interested in episodes that are ministering to women, I've got a playlist there. If you're interested in listening about grief and finding hope, I've got a playlist there. If you're interested even in wellness and things like that, there's a playlist. So I'm trying to kind of tailor it to maybe some interests, and you can jump on there and see what you love that might connect with you most.
I love that. That's fantastic. So hopefully people can go check it out. I love that. So I'm going to ask you this last question. What was your most embarrassing podcast fail?
Oh, well, I can tell you that. And that was, I had been doing it for, 70 episodes. I mean, I had been doing it for a while, and I did not turn on the mic. And I know that happens to some of us. And it was just I was shocked. I was really shocked because it never happened before. But Sue Donaldson, who is a dear.
She's coming up next.
Oh, wait. Hey, Sue. She was so great about it. And she, we scheduled again with her, and her episode is going to be published soon. So I was just she's a very busy lady. I was very embarrassed by that, but it's only happened once, and hopefully it will never happen again.
It happens to everybody, right?
I know. But I can see if it happened like in the first couple episodes. I was just very surprised that it happened.
Man, what I had one where I was interviewing, one of my interviews with my grandmother's got cut off at the very end. I was like, oh man, come on,
no,
the worst.
Yeah.
But because I didn't check how much space I had on my hard drive, right? Mm-hmm. So those kinds of things do happen to us podcasters. Actually, I started out podcasting sort of ignominiously. Is that a word? I think I even got it right.
Yeah.
But where my first episode, I had a little digital recorder that I was using. So this guy still have put it between me and my guest, and hit it. But what I didn't know is that when it's flashing, it's just armed. It's not like recording. So we did a whole wonderful 45-minute, conversation. And I was like, oh, I didn't record that. That's not good.
Yeah. Crazy.
She was kind enough to let me do it again. So that does happen to all of us at some point. Well,
can I just say that I love what you're doing today, really kind of shouting out to Compassion International. Which is on my heart. This is my little guy.
Oh yeah, share him.
Yeah, so this is Ariel, and he is my Compassion kid. And I encourage everybody to go to the link that you're sharing. Is it compassion.com/CPA?
CPA, yep. Compassion.com/CPA.
And go on there and if you can sponsor one of the kids. Ariel's from Ecuador, but there's a need all over. And as you said earlier, it's $38 a month. It's for many of us, that's not too much. And then, of course, they'll take donations of any kind. But I have not met him. I would love to be able to do that one day. But I appreciate that you're doing that today.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and you did tell me that you already have a child that you sponsor. I love that. Thanks for sharing him. And it's such a powerful ministry. I didn't realize all the things that Compassion does. So like you can look, if you go to that link, they've got a list on the side: medical checkups, nutritious food, health and hygiene training, educational assistance, access to services like surgeries. I mean, just imagine, right? And disaster relief. They mentor kids, and we'll hear some stories later on from Mary about how they do that. She's going to share one that just like blew me away when she told me about it. And of course, they share the gospel as well with people. But I absolutely believe that the gospel is a tangible thing, right? Like sometimes we spiritualize it, and we get. What did Jesus do when he was asked, "Are you the one that we should look for?" He said, well, yeah, look what's happening. The lame walk, the blind see, good news is preached to the poor. And that's what the gospel has been and is and will always be about. So I think that's fantastic. And what we get to do is support Compassion, right? And I love that. So thanks for that shout out.
And you know what? These kids are so cute. Come on,
right?
Yeah, come on.
And it's only $38 a month. You're right. We can totally do that as well. Definitely. So thank you so much for bringing that up. Yvette, people can find you. I've got your website right here, right there.
Yeah. Positivelyjoy.com. Pretty easy to find.
Perfect. Positively Joy. Go check it out and bring up your podcast app. In fact, friends, you probably just want to keep that podcast app open all day. You're going to want to make some subscriptions every 15 minutes. Is what we're doing. Yvette, thanks for being here. I really appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
You're great. Oh, that's fantastic. I love the shout out. I'm going to put this back up here. Yvette's doing some great things around joy, hitting 100 episodes. Guys, you know how hard that is. It's about 2 years worth of podcasting if you're publishing every week. If you're doing less, then it takes even longer. But 100 episodes, that's a really wonderful milestone. So compassion.com/CPA is the place to be. All right. We have our next podcaster. I'm so excited. Let me see here. Let me go back to my little list, make sure I've got this right. All right, we've got, let me see, our next podcaster on my list. I've got Sarah Geringer. She's one of my favorite people, actually. I'm going to bring her in. Hey, Sarah, how are you?
Hi, Eric. That's so nice of you.
I've said that to you before. You know that. But because you're an author and you wrote some great things like Transforming Your Thought Life, and you've got a podcast, and we've talked a lot about that, but your show. Remind me I've got the name of it right here. Your Heart in a Drawer, right?
Heart in a Drawer is my podcast for adult children of divorce.
Which I think is such a powerful topic. All right, so you do a ton of things, but tell us a little bit more about kind of you and where God has you right now and all those things that you're doing.
Well, right now I am in the thick of a really busy season. I'm launching my teen girl book. It's the teen version of the book you just mentioned about Christian meditation. I'm making a new course. As soon as I get rid of this cold, I'll be making some more videos for it. And I'm also writing book number 3, which is due on November 7th, and that's going to be about prayer. So very, very busy. And actually, you had shared this link, I think, about Hindenburg having a special today. And I did not even know this, but they have software that you can use to create audiobooks. So I went ahead and bought it.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, actually, so friends,
I might be making some of my self-published books into audiobooks once this busy season's over. So
that's good. And can I just say, if an audiobook is not read by the author, I hate it. Like, I don't want to hear it. I just want to hear. I want to hear because there's so much inflection, right, that you get from the author.
Yeah,
that's good. So maybe one of our friends can go find that link and toss it in the comments here. That'd be really great. Or I'll go find it here in a little bit. But yeah, Hindenburg is a great tool to edit your podcast. And that's good. Do you use it? Is that what you use?
No, actually, I don't edit my own podcast. So I barter with someone, and then I pay somebody else to do Heart in a Drawer. So and that was going to be one of my tips. if you want me to just jump in with that real quick.
Do it. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, if you are really intimidated by the techie part of podcasting, hire somebody to do it, or barter services. And it'll help you get started a lot faster, because if I hadn't taken that leap, I wouldn't be sitting here today. So, I mean, it might be something that you need other people to help you with, and that's a great thing.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing about the podcast industry is that we it's an industry that loves to help, right? But there's also all of these other pieces around it where people can help, and so there are whole businesses built around podcast editing and getting things together. So you can totally do that. One day CPA will have a part of our business will be that, but we don't have that up yet. But absolutely. So I love that. So you decided, hey, if I'm going to do this, we're just going to hire somebody to do it. Now let's talk about your kind of why you started your show and what you're trying to accomplish with Heart in a Drawer. And you have another show too. I don't know if I have that here, but tell us about that one first.
Okay. I was in a mastermind group in August 2020. I was actually looking for some VA work, and I went in here and I said, I don't host a podcast, but I love being a podcast guest. I have been a guest on over 50 different podcasts. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And part of it's from being in this Facebook group, honestly. That's a lot of my leads have come from in here. And so I'm listening to all these other people in the mastermind, most of them podcasters, and the Holy Spirit clearly spoke to me. And he said, you know, that book that you want to write, and of course I knew exactly what he was talking about. It needs to become a podcast first. And I'm used to hearing from the Lord regularly. I have a really close relationship with him. I'm so blessed by that. But normally when I hear that clearly from the Holy Spirit, it's not in a group of people, and it's not in a Zoom call. So, right. I mean, that stood out to me. Like, he really is getting my attention. And I mean, just all these things lined up. There was somebody in there that knew somebody who was taking on new clients for editing, and it just seemed to be an open path. I had already pitched this book proposal to several editors and agents, and they all said this is an amazing concept, but this is a third or fourth or fifth book because it's a niche. And so what better place to develop a following about it than a podcast, because you're going to reach people in a podcast you're not going to reach in other ways. And I think that was just the Lord's plan all along. I didn't know that when I was drafting that book proposal in 2017. Didn't have any clue about that, but that's what the Lord wanted to do. And so I'm almost to 40 episodes. So
I love that. That's amazing. And it's such a needed niche, right? So for adult children of divorce, like it's such a, because there's so, when you and I first talked on my show, we talked about that a little bit. And then we did like a whole hour on just like, what does this mean around the holidays, which I should probably publish again. It's getting there, but that was really, really impactful for me, because you were saying some things like, hey, it just stinks, and nobody had said that to me before. I was like, oh yeah, it does. You're right. That actually hits it. So what do you think people really need in that neat niche and kind of those situations?
Well, I don't think most people, although there are 40 to 60 million of us in the US, that's a lot. That's like 1 out of every 5 people, basically, do have divorced parents. But most of us don't identify as such necessarily. But what I discovered, having been a child of divorce twice over, once when I was 4 and again when I was 22, it really affected everything in my life. Every relationship problem, every self-esteem issue, every issue in my faith. It's attached to that as the original trauma. And so what I want people who listen to my podcast to discover is, oh, well, that's why I'm having problems in my marriage. Oh, that's why I have this hang up in my parenting. Oh my gosh, that's why I have all these hang ups during the holidays. I never even realized that it's about that trauma. And I'm very open. I say this on almost every episode that I spent 5 years in therapy. And so I consider my show as a friend to walk beside you when you're healing, because I've read hundreds of books. I read 100 books a year.
Wow.
I have a whole shelf of Christian self-help books in this. But what I wanted, as much as I love Dr. Cloud and Dr. Townsend, Dr. Chapman, and all those wonderful, wonderful people, I wanted someone who had lived it and also overcome.
Yes.
And so I want to be like that older sister to someone who says, you know, you you can get through this, and I'm going to tell you how I did to inspire you, know that you can navigate this too. And what surprised me and delighted me, Eric, is that probably most of the feedback I've gotten is from parents who are divorced, who want to understand their kids more. And what a blessing that is. Like, I just tell them, if you can absorb this, you will be so much better served on building bridges in your relationship with your kids, because you're going to see where they're hurting. You're going to see where they're angry and frustrated and struggling still, and you can avoid continuing to contribute to those problems.
Right.
So that's my goal. That's my hope for the podcast.
Well, I love that. So I love one particular thing. What you're saying there is that you took a thing that you were looking for something, right? You wanted something and didn't necessarily see it, and you created it, right? That's sort of the heart of a creator. That's where that's what we ultimately do. And oftentimes the thing you see that the world needs is a calling, right? To make it, right? Is to make that thing. And you went and did it. And I love that, because I think it's such a vital ministry. Okay. So have you heard anything, any feedback? You said, you mentioned, I guess, from parents, but like, tell me something that they're saying that you really, that resonated with you or kind of really blessed you.
I think I've only heard from 2 people who actually, you know, they are children of divorce, and that's okay with me, because this is such a personal and private matter that I know that it's just so difficult for them to talk to anybody about. And I just be very happy if they just go talk to their counselor rather than reaching out to me. But I heard from one mom, and she was talking about her stepdaughter, who's about 28 years old. And the mom is actually marrying that girl's dad. So second marriage. So this is going to be her stepdaughter. And she said, yeah, I recommended your podcast to her. And like, she was just sitting in her room all the time. And now she's getting out. She's joined a gym. She's lost weight.
Wow.
She's just gaining confidence. Like, I think for that girl, even though I didn't hear from her specifically, she needed that affirmation of what's going on in her internal world to be able to go out and connect with the real world. And what a joy it is to do that. And the other person I heard from was a young man in Germany. And he said, I think he was 22 probably. And he said he's afraid to date, and though he wants to, because he's all hung up on all these problems. And I'm like, I know I've been right where you were. So I totally get it. And I just gave him some other links to read and things. And it's just such a blessing to speak into somebody's just heart of hearts. It's such a deep, deep wound. And it's just a privilege for me to speak life into a place that feels dead for people.
Yes. Right. Okay. We're back to this is what the gospel does, though, right? Like, this is what the gospel does. It brings life where things were dead and breathes new life into things that otherwise were just painful. That's what the gospel does. And you're doing that with your show. So I would put it this way: you're bringing the gospel to bear on the hearts of children of divorce, right? Like, that's amazing.
On the fatherless. And we know that God loves the fatherless.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a joy. And then just real quick, I know we're close on time. This could be an idea for other people, and that's why I want to share it. My other podcast is Finding Peace in God's Word. That's the tagline of my blog. And it's just converting all of my blog posts to audio. So I have all this content I've been writing since 2010. Why not put it in this format that more people are consuming now? It just makes sense. And we know, I'm sure you know this too, is the hardest work is the content creation. But once you do that, you can multiply your efforts by putting it in different forms. And then, so why not?
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you're doing that. So that's another reason why you're one of my favorite people. You're very you're going to repurpose that stuff, and you're what's the word I'm looking for? That's just brilliant, right? It's just so smart to use that. So very, very good. I think that's cool. Where can people find you?
You can go to sarahgeringer.com, and everything's on the front page. My podcasts, my books, services, on and on and on.
Oh, love it. Okay, guys, go check out Sarah, sarahgeringer.com. Thank you so much for being here, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right. Friends, so again, I just absolutely love that. I love the way the gospel goes out through podcasting. You know what? Different places, different ways, different niches, same message, same kind of thing that God has in Jesus restored life, right? I love that for all of us. Okay, next up, we have another one of my very good podcasting buddies, Marcus Watson. Spiritual Life and Leadership is his show. I brought you on without telling you, I guess. I didn't give you enough. No, actually, that's perfect. I love it. But Marcus, he's an author, a podcaster, pastor. His show is Spiritual Life and Leadership, and he's the author of Beyond Thingification, which I have a copy of. And it lives in the beautiful city of San Diego. So I love that. Yeah. Marcus, welcome to the live stream. Glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here too. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm holding up.
Yeah, good.
It's been a lot of fun. I love doing these kinds of broadcasts. I want to ask a question of you. How has podcasting changed your life?
Oh, yeah. It has brought a lot of joy into my life in numerous ways. I love the act of the practice of podcasting. I love doing it. I love having conversations with people that I didn't know before, and sometimes friends, right, who are my guests, and sometimes authors or people that I have known about for some time, and I'm like, man, what an awesome opportunity just to have a conversation with somebody and to learn from them. And so I love it, and it's just one of those really life-giving things that I do these days. It feels like a calling. It's not. Sometimes when I try to explain it. I've never actually used the word hobby, but sometimes I wonder, would it help this person understand why I do it if they think of it as a hobby? But it's not just a hobby, it's a calling. Not everybody understands calling, but it feels like, yeah, I'm doing what God has called me to do. And that brings me a lot of joy. Yeah, absolutely.
What I think also, you got some really cool affirmation in the last year, right? Where your show got picked up by Fuller Seminary.
Yeah.
And I want you to tell us that story, because I want our friends who are listening to know that, one, you can set a goal and you can go after it, and two, you can dream a little bit bigger, maybe, in terms of what your podcast might become.
Yeah, for sure. What can I tell the story just even of starting my podcast?
Yeah,
how it all led to that? so I had been toying with the idea of doing a podcast for, I don't know, sometime, a couple of years or something. And, I started in 2018, so 3 years, just a little over 3 years ago. And the reason I started it when I started it was because I was kind of in a period of transition. I had interviewed for a few different jobs. I was hoping kind of to get this one job that was more full-time, a little bit better salary. And then I ended up not getting that one. But I already knew that I could get this other part-time pastor position. And it was a long commute. I wasn't sure if it was going to work. But when it became clear that that's where God was leading me, I thought, well, what am I going to do with this extra time that I have since it's not a full-time position? It's like, oh, time to start the podcast, right? Thank you, Lord. Right. It's kind of like God kind of nudged me into this. And when I started it, my goal then and my goal now is just to help pastors and churches and ministry leaders develop a deep union with Jesus in their inner life so they can lead in a healthy way in their outer life. So that's, and that's what I think we've been doing these 3 years. At the same time, I wanted the right people to listen to the podcast, not only people who would be blessed by it, but also people who were somewhat perhaps influential in the world of church and ministry and stuff. And so I was like, Lord, I hope the right people listen to my podcast. Todd Bolsinger, who is, he used to be a pastor in San Clemente, California, about 45 minutes north of where I live in San Diego, is on staff at Fuller Seminary. And I've known him for about 10 years. And we would stay in touch kind of on and off. And one day he was emailing me about my podcast and referred to it. He used the words, "Your very good podcast." I was like, oh, hey, Todd thinks my podcast is very good. Good, nice. Lord. Well, thank you. Maybe other people think so too. Anyway, eventually, last fall, almost a year ago, he reached out to me and said, and he started picking my brain about podcasting. I just was telling him, everything I knew about podcasting. And then about a month after that, he came back and he said, hey, what would you think about, coming on staff here at Fuller and doing your podcast as part of our Church Leadership Institute, of which he's now the executive director? I was like, oh, that sounds pretty good to me. Right. Now, I love Fuller because I graduated from Fuller, did my Master of Divinity there, did my Doctor of Ministry there. I used to work there as the video production coordinator when I was doing my master's degree. Anyway, so I have a lot of affinity for Fuller. I love Fuller. And in the years prior, I would pray sometimes, Lord, boy, it sure would be great if somehow I could get picked up by an organization that, liked what I was doing and that I really liked and said, hey, we'd be, would you be willing to do this for us? And Fuller was one of those organizations that I thought, man, that would be great if they came to me and wanted me to do that. And then it happened. And I was like, what? And so, so we kind of worked out all the, ironed everything out. How's it going to work? And they offered to pay me, I was like, Lord, thank you. Especially since my pastor position is part-time, right? That kind of has filled in the gap financially for me. So that's a blessing. And I get to be a part of what Fuller is doing through the Church Leadership Institute. And that lends, some credibility to the podcast that I get to, that I'm kind of the partner podcast for the Church Leadership Institute at Fuller Seminary. And anyway, and so it's just been a wonderful blessing, and I love it. I'm so glad that I get to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. And like I said a minute ago, I really think that it's such a great example. Because what I heard you say is you had this idea, you started the podcast, and then you had this kind of thought about, I'd really like this someday. And I'm not a huge law of attraction guy. I know. But I do also believe that God puts dreams in our hearts, right? Mm-hmm. And that He gives us the things that where He prepared you for where you wanted to go. And sometimes if you don't know that thing and you don't say it out loud, it's not going to happen. Yeah, so you did that, and it happened, and the Lord kind of opened all those doors for you.
Yeah. And I've thought about that too. I'm not really a law of attraction. I thought about, that book, The Secret, whatever, right? But there is something to taking action, right? It's not mysterious or mystical, other than the fact that God gets involved, right? But you take action and you put yourself in a place of opportunity. I remember someone saying, put yourself in the place of greatest opportunity. And that was part of what I wanted to do with the podcast. I wanted to, of course, first of all, just present content that I hoped would be a real blessing to pastors and church leaders and so forth. But also I wanted to put myself in the place of greatest opportunity, just to see what would God present to me, what kind of doors would God put in my way. And this opportunity with Fuller was one of those doors. And, it's like God said, all right, you did the podcast, and now here's the next thing. And so, and I think that's part of the journey, right? Just what's the next thing? I just interviewed someone yesterday who wrote a great book. So I'll give her a little plug. Michaela O'Donnell. The book is called Make Work Matter. And she talks about a lot of times in our work life, it's just kind of deciding, all right, what's the next right thing that I got to do in my career path or in my work journey, and anyway, so just take one step at a time and see where God leads, right?
Yeah, I think you're a great example of that. Okay, so in your niche, so most like pastors and spiritual workers, like what is something that surprised you about being a podcaster in that niche?
Something that surprised me. Well, I think maybe the thing that surprised me was just how willing people are to talk to podcasters. I mean, I've had such great conversations with people that I've known about for years, and you send them an email, or maybe you send an email to the publishing company and they just put your podcast on their schedule, and they're like, all right, let's do it. Let's do it on this such and such a day, and I've gotten to talk to Ken Blanchard,
right,
with a 1 Minute Manager. That was fantastic. Got to talk to kind of on the other end of the spectrum, sort of Jay Baker, right, the son of Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. You had him on your podcast too, right?
Well, and you connected me, right? So then all of a sudden one day you like send a group text, and I'm like, how am I texting Jay Baker? Okay,
I know, but it's just that's been really surprising, and I mean, surprising and not surprising, I guess, it's like, well, yeah. And I have, and I guess part of the surprise is, I have something of real value to offer to them. Right. Mm-hmm. If they have a book, or even just if they have a message, or if they, whatever it is that God has called them to do, right. I get to be a part of what God is doing through them. And that's been kind of a surprise. It's part of the surprise is making new friends. These authors, not that they're like best buddies, but we know each other, right? I can send them an email.
Yeah, they know who you are,
and they know who I am, right? Yeah.
And sometimes I'll connect people with like guests with other podcasters or something, and they're grateful for that, right? I'm like, oh wow,
yeah,
I didn't know. So that's amazing.
Yeah, I love it.
I love it too. I think that's fantastic. I think you're a great example of somebody like, you should go do it, and you'll be surprised what could possibly happen. All right, so give me one of your episodes to like start with. Where should people start?
Oh yeah, I would say, what a great one is episode. I wrote a few down, so here we go. Episode 82. Narcissism and Spiritual Leadership with Chuck DeGroat.
He's amazing.
Yeah. And it's just a great discussion about, narcissism. There's a lot of narcissism in the church.
What?
Can you believe that?
I can actually.
Not you or me, though.
No, not us. Not us.
No, but we all have a little bit. But that was a really great episode 82.
I love that. That's great. He is really good, guys. That's the thing, by the way. I'm just going to mention, because I know people are watching in CPA in the Facebook group. So all you guys are podcasters. If you haven't figured out how to get authors on your show yet through their publishers, and to honestly get free books, I've got a whole shelf of them down here. you come talk to me. We'll figure it out. I'll show you how to do it. It's really pretty easy and kind of a cool thing. Marcus, I really love it. I want to ask you too. You're one of the early people to join CPA Gold as well. And is there something that Gold has meant to you that you would love to share with us?
Yeah, I think one of the main things. I mean, there's lots of great resources, of course. CPA is what helped me figure out how to contact publishers to get free books so that I can then
there's that.
interview their authors. There's that. There's that. But just the weekly connection to all the other podcasters, right? We're part of a community, and there's always something new to learn from each other, sometimes from a guest that you bring in, but there's always encouragement, and there's always something at the end of our Tuesday night mastermind meetings where I'm like, here's something that I can implement, right? And maybe it's just one little thing, maybe it's something big, but there's always a little something, or at least something that I'm like, I need to keep this in mind for when this is relevant to me, and anyway, I love that. And I can always, if I have a question, right, I can always bring those questions, and there's always somebody to help me, and I just love it. Yeah, I love that. I think that community is the thing that we're building that is really, really powerful, and you're an integral part of it, Marcus. I appreciate you being part of it. People can find you where? I got it right here. MarcusWatson.com. You got it. MarcusWatson.com. My podcast is there. And you know what? And if I may mention a couple things, if you're interested in, I've got a couple of resources. Leading Your Church Through Change is a short course, a 45-minute course that I created. You can get that for free. And then another resource called 6 Practices of a Flourishing Church, which I think is a great short little resource as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Go check that out. And I'm sure you can find all that at marcuswatson.com.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah,
it's all there.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, Marcus, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. I love what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks, Eric.
Have a good one, brother. All right, guys, we are going to transition, call a little bit of an audible. I want to just put this up one more time. Haven't talked about it all that much after we did a little bit with children all over the world, and we're helping support them today. And I really, the more I thought about this partnership, the more excited I got, because podcasting reaches around the world. Literally, I pray before every single episode that God would put my episode with this person that I'm interviewing in the right earbuds of the right people around the world, all 8 billion, God knows who they are, and he can get it to them if it's going to bless them or encourage them or do the work God wants them to do. And Compassion also is doing work around the world. God is using them around the world to help as well. They do things. It's $38 a month. I would love it if you would just go and hit that link. Choose a child. Scroll through these. There's a whole bunch of kids here. There's probably one whose face you're going to fall in love with, and just click on that and choose them and sponsor them for $38 a month. They get things like medical checkups, nutritious food, health and hygiene training, education, mentoring, and of course the gospel. Would love for you to support that. And of course, when you do that, because we're supporting them, there's a relationship there that they will help support CPA as well. They send a little bit of that back towards us. So just want you to know that's out there. Want to bring in our next podcaster. She is a speaker and author, creator of WelcomeHeart.com. Great hospitality person, and also a really good question asker. So, man, she's got a whole book full of questions. Sue Donaldson. Sue, hello. Sue's in the airport waiting for a flight, and she's going to come to us and hang out and share her show. How are you, Sue?
I'm terrific. I'd like to take this off if a security officer comes in.
Okay, well, if you get arrested in the middle
shoulder,
live stream,
I'll put it back on. Yeah, I'll
just know it'll be broadcast, which will be awesome.
Hey, we chose Oscar from Ecuador several years ago. My youngest daughter, she didn't really feel close to the youth group at one time, and so I took her to a presentation for Compassion at our church on a Sunday night, and she picked out Oscar, and she said she would help pay.
Wow.
And our kids started working in high school, because we're slave drivers. No, they like the independence. And So now she's 25 and she has a real job at USC. And she just said the other day, Mom, now tell me again about a tithe. And I go, yeah, you can help me with Oscar.
Nice.
So, you know, it's she has a compassionate heart, and now God has used her in Oscar's life, who's now like 16. So it's cool.
I love
Recommend
that.
it for families to do it as a family, or to have the children do some extra chores so they can help do
especially, with kids, one of our things that we try to do is give them a global perspective, right? Like we live in a pretty affluent area, and we've got anything we could possibly want or need, fairly close. I don't have a boat yet, but maybe one day. I'm just kidding. That's a bad joke. But there's people everywhere, right? It gives your kids a chance to go, hey, this is how other people live in the world. And you need to know that. So anyway, Sue, I want to talk about your show, because your show is Make It Count, Living a Legacy Life, which I think is fantastic. And kind of this premise, like we all have 24 hours a day, and what are we going to do with it? Are we going to do something that counts? Like why is that important to you?
Well, because I'm old. I'm 69 and counting. I'm going to be older by dinner, and so will you. And so I had already been speaking on the concept of growing something besides old. I do women's retreats, and that's a whole series, which is funny. I read that book title years ago, and I thought that is a hilarious title, to grow something besides old. Well, I found out that the book is about planting gardens, and I'm just an accidental gardener, so that didn't appeal to me. But the idea is that we grow something besides old. We grow into the likeness of Christ, and we build into something that lasts, which are people and the Word of God. The Bible says that both those things last forever. In fact, when I will ask my mentor, I have to quiet down here in the airport. I'll ask her, should I do this next thing? And I'm asking for advice or counsel, and she goes, well, it has to do with people or the Word. Then it's a yes, because you're building into eternity, unless of course there's other factors. But it makes your life so worthwhile, Eric. You wake up in the morning and you go, wow, Lord, who's going to be on my to-do list that's from you? I just read the scripture the other day about Jesus sort of scolding his parents and saying, I'm here to go about my Father's business. So I'm in the process right now of making to-do lists to sell, that to say about my Father's business. Because, you pray that, and then in the morning, one neighbor came over, sat on my porch and talked about a lawyer problem. She's going through a divorce. Another neighbor doesn't understand the Bible. And it's like, okay, I thought I was going to write a book, but instead today, my Father's business is to talk to these two women. It just gives your life perspective. So I get to interview people who are also have that mindset. I do solo in podcasts in between, though lately I've been having people love to be interviewed. Like Marcus said, it's amazing. I got an email yesterday. Yesterday I was supposed to be packing and picking out, how many leopard prints can I get away with in my speaking in Georgia. I think I can get away a lot in Georgia. But anyway, I had everything laid out, and I get this email from Bonnie Gray, who's live right now on Instagram. But don't go over there, because I want you to listen to me. And she is an author I've followed for years. And I just sort of, she has a new book coming out. I'm sort of on her launch team, but I don't have time because I'm on 3 other launch teams. And she wrote me back, Sue, I'd love to be on your podcast. My book comes out next Tuesday. And so I switched out my solo podcast. You'll still get to hear it, maybe in January. And interviewed her at 4:00 after I'd mostly packed. Then I went to TJ Maxx and got some more leopard. But the point is, she is lovely, and I get to present what God is building into her life as to her legacy. And it drops Sunday. So it's very exciting. Oh, and I wanted to encourage older people that you can do this with Eric's help.
Yes, I appreciate that too. But yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter. I mean, Laura was on earlier. She launched on her 70th birthday, and like that, you can do it no matter what age you are. You learn how to do it. And like Sarah said, you get some help if you need somebody to edit. I don't think you edit your shows, right? Other people do it for you.
The Holy Spirit does that.
That's right. So you can absolutely do it if you have a message, if you have a something in your heart that God is calling you to say. That's what you need to do. All right. So what's something that surprised you about as you've been podcasting, or something you learned from
It surprises me that I'm still doing it, because to me it's a side gig. My main thing is speaking, But then the shutdown came and everything was canceled. So I was still speaking, probably to a bigger audience every week, every week. And the way I do is I ask the same 4 questions of my guests. So that gives it a framework. But of course, they answer differently, or they have a passion that's different. Like I've interviewed you, and I've interviewed Bob Goff, and your passions are different, but you're both building into eternity. And so it surprises me how easy it is to get guests. I'm already scheduled out to the end of April. And so I've stopped asking people because they have to go, what do you mean I have to wait 6 months to have a, so authors want theirs done right the week that they're launching, and I can't always do that. So yeah, Bonnie's book is terrific.
Well, I've had that experience. I'm like right up against the edge right now, 2-3 weeks. So I gotta get on that. CPA is getting all my time, so not my podcast, but that's okay. It's really good. Have you heard any stories from somebody? Has anybody said to you something like, Sue, I listened to this episode and it completely rearranged my priorities? Or maybe it's not that dramatic, but have anybody said anything?
I don't think I've heard anything that dramatic.
Well, we're both ENFP, so
you're on fire.
Yeah.
I think it encourages people to think outside of themselves. We are such a self-focused culture. The American independence is good in some respect. We left England's rule, but we're so self-reliant, and we need one another. That's one thing I love about CPA, that we connect. Marcus, this is a different topic, but Marcus was mentioning that just now, how we do gain something from every time we meet together. So I would say people will say, wow, that really meant a lot to me when Melissa Moore shared about being a child of divorce and her mom committing suicide, and she's 30 and she's podcasting. And to see that at any life stage, God can use that message for his glory. And so it's very, very encouraging. We're called to mentor. I don't care how old you are. God says that we are to teach the younger, and there's always someone a little bit younger along the journey as far as our spiritual growth. And so, but the only way that we can mentor well is if we sit at Jesus' feet first. And so when we podcast, we're allowing people who are standing in line or standing at their desk and they have a break, or they're doing dishes and they are sitting not at my feet, but at what the message that God has for them that day. And then they go out and pour onto somebody else. And that's building into eternity. That's a legacy.
Yeah. See, I love that. And I've talked about it a couple times already, but we can think of them as ripples, right? That go out when we follow the thing and we serve somebody, we care for somebody. And then how does that change their life? And then they go and help someone else and they have that example. That's just the way that, that's the way God made it, but that's also the way the church should be, right? That's the way we should be mentoring and caring for each other, especially helping one another along to spiritual maturity. I think that's fantastic. Amy, I love what Amy says here. Preach. That's good. I think Amy, Sue's a speaker. She can preach. She can bring it. I love that.
Pray for me. That's tomorrow night and all day Saturday.
What are you sharing?
Oh gosh, they have a women's encounter weekend. This is so cool. I thought their church was huge because it was a Baptist church in the South, but she said there's only 400 people. To me, that's not huge for the South. And there's 160 signed up, with more coming. And they reached out to their women's shelter. So the women from the domestic violence shelter are coming. Someone donated a huge amount of money because I have 3 nights in a hotel and a flight plus a fee. And all the tickets were gratis. They were $15 tickets. So that means 160 women. I'm speaking on encountering God in his presence on Saturday morning. And then I get to, I just love to dismiss them in silence where they have a guided quiet time. And then the real topic they wanted was, I made them have that topic because that wasn't on their document. I go, no, I'm going to give this topic because you need it. I know you're paying me for 2, but I'll do 3. And then after lunch, I'm going to speak on hospitality and inviting people into our homes makes all the difference in the world. And then that evening, the friendship connection, because loneliness is an epidemic. And so how we build into each other's lives and then drawing someone to our table draws them to the table of God. That's all.
I love that. So hospitality is one of your things, right? That's one of the things that you do really well. You sent me this after you were on my show. This is your book, Say Something Special, which I love. It's all about questions and giving you some good ideas about how to start that conversation, right? So I do this obviously with the podcast, but also I learned that if I make a brisket or like a big pork shoulder or a couple of racks of ribs, people will come to my house, right? And then we can start some conversations and we can have.
Yes, we barbecue and they will come.
That's right. They'll show up and they'll have some conversations. Give us one like hospitality tip that people can take away.
I have so many. One is remember who you're doing it for, and you'll get over yourself. The difference between hospitality and entertaining is focus. The focus of hospitality is the guest. And so if you pray, if you're nervous, or you're insecure, and the doorbell rings and you haven't finished, or you one time right before people came, all the coffee grounds spilled out of the coffee pot, like right before. You go to the door and you say, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And not only that, you go, Lord, what is their need? Because when your focus is on them, it's not on you. And why are we insecure? Because our eyes are on us. So that's not a real practical tip, but it really is the main message of hospitality.
Well, it's foundational, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, it's foundational. And also another thing, double the cookie batter and then freeze them in long logs. And so just when the companies come, like I had a friend visit and I forgot she was coming. So she goes, oh, Sue, you forgot. I go, that's okay, Karen. So while I'm making the coffee, I take this log of cookie dough out of the freezer, defrost a little bit, put it in chunks, stick it in the oven. By the time the oven's heated up, the cookies are brown. And then she puts on Facebook, Sue gave me homemade cookies. I go, yeah, but I forgot you were coming. So see, imperfect hospitality.
But you know what? That little bit is just such a great little gem. If you can actually serve others, get over yourself, just help other people, bring them in, make them feel comfortable, ask them a question. Man, most people, all they really want is to be seen in life. And if you can let them do that, it is really, really powerful for the gospel. All right, Sue, I'm going to let you go so you can go hop that flight. Enjoy. We're all praying for you on your weekend. Pray you have a great time. It's gonna be good. Thanks. Oh, where can people find you? Welcomeheart.com, right?
Welcomeheart.com, but also starting this week, there is a link to do, you can have company in 4 weeks. You sign up for 24 days. What to do today to have guests in a month. So you'll find it there. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Sue.
Thanks.
Bye. Oh, all right. That was amazing. Lots of great hospitality tips. Go check out Sue's podcast. And she's really good. All right. Our next podcaster brought her on, Amber Cullum. Grace enough. Amber, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Eric? I just want to talk about Sue now.
I know, right? Sue's so amazing. Sue
is amazing.
So great. All right.
She really is.
Amber, so I got like a whole bio here, but you're one of our podcasters in CPA. Right. I love how you always start with the relationship. Wife to Sam, mom of 3, physical therapist, and a Kentucky native living in Raleigh. Is it hard to live in Raleigh when you're a Kentucky native?
No, it's a lot easier than when I lived in Tampa.
That's good. That good.
Almost killed me.
All right. Your podcast is Grace Enough. A podcast is designed to encourage believers that God can use any story to impact his kingdom. Yes, it requires surrender and trust, but his grace is enough. I love that. And you have had some really cool opportunities to be featured in like Christianity Today not too long ago.
Yeah.
And you're just killing it. I love your social media, your authenticity. So tell us about kind of why you started Grace Enough.
The short story is I was at home all the time with my kids, and somebody challenged me to really dream again. And when I thought about if I could really do anything that I wanted to do, no restrictions, what would I would do? And one of them was, I love to connect with women. And I really love to do that in kind of a one-on-one setting, talking about Christ. And so I thought, well, I don't know, number one, what would pay me to actually do that? But number two, I do have restrictions. So what would that look like? And that's when podcasting kind of came to mind, and I began doing some research and looking into it, and was like, this really is a perfect thing for me to do because I do love to connect with people. And so here I am 2.5 years later.
Yeah. And you're a great question asker too, right? Like you're always very thoughtful in your preparation.
I am. And that's the part I love, right? Like if I'm going to invite you on my show, it's usually because I'm really interested in something that you're doing. Or, for example, Sue, she's been on my show, and the way that she approaches hospitality is really incredible to me. And she's just a normal person doing it. And so I really do put a lot of thought into, like, if she were sitting at my dinner table, what would I want to know about what she does?
Yeah. So how has podcasting changed you?
Well, I think when we think about, like, big churchy word, the sanctification, growing closer to Christ over time, which is what we all, I hope, are longing for. I feel like God has used podcasting in my life to sanctify me more than anything else in the last, 2.5 years, but in the last 10 years. Well, okay, besides being a mom.
Sure. Parenting is sanctifying.
That's a
You're right.
different kind of sanctification.
Indeed.
And so, but because I'm getting to sit down with people who, even if they're not the top of like what they're talking about or what they're doing, they're so focused on that one little area that you can tell that they've poured their heart and their soul into researching or learning or experiencing that. And so that's just really helped sanctify me because I've learned so much from them.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, so what do you hear from your listeners? Like, how have you heard that your podcast is helping them have more, or let God's grace be more enough for them?
I think more than anything, the first thing I hear is, I love that you're willing to talk about things that a lot of people won't talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Things that are the hot topics of our culture today, but sometimes not even the hot topics, just hard things. And then the other thing is, I love the questions that you ask. And from the questions that you ask, I tend to get a better understanding, or I have more empathy, or I just engage in my relationship with Christ and with others in a different way. So that's what I hear a lot from people, especially when you're talking about, for example, when I had a transgender lady on who had lived as a transgender male for 10 years.
Wow.
And then she transitioned back, but not until after she had become a believer. The number of direct messages that I got from that was just, thank you. Like, I didn't even know someone like this existed, which we know in our head there probably is, but it's hard to find sometimes. But it was so encouraging to hear that, prayer is the key, not to make people make a different decision, but just pray. So there were a lot of things like my friend's struggling with this, my friend's kid is, and so it was really encouraging.
Yeah. And so the topic, tackling that hard topic and being willing to go there, right? I mean, that's really the powerful thing. And then have that conversation. I'm sure you were curious in that episode. You asked a lot of questions. And
I was curious.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things a lot of us don't get to, get any insight into very often, right? So
absolutely.
You got a little insight, and then you get to share it with other people. And I love the way that you do that and bring the gospel into that whole situation. Sherry says it was a powerful episode too. So that's
well, a lot of times you bring these guests on, right? And they're so like, they're the show. I mean, they're the ones that's like, yes, you're so awesome that this has been your life. This is your lived experience. And that was definitely true of Laura, who was the guest for that episode.
Yeah, love that. All right. Well, so you've been podcasting for a little while now. What advice would you give to a new podcaster? Maybe somebody, well, I'll start with a new podcaster, and then would it change when somebody gets to kind of the 1.5-2 year mark?
Yes, it would change. But my advice for a new podcaster, I think this is cliche, but number one, get started. Just do it. Your first episode, no matter who you are, nobody looks back on their first episode and says, that was amazing. I was so amazing. There is just no room for improvement. Nobody does that. So we all felt the exact same way. And most of us would look back and say, don't go back and listen to those first 4 or 5 episodes.
Ever. Yeah, don't.
Don't do it. I had my son's teacher said, I like to start at the beginning of episodes. So I'm going to start. I said, no. Don't. At least go to 40 or something like that, right? And then the other thing that I would say to a new podcaster is don't be afraid to ask your dream guest to come on your show if you're an interview podcast. The quicker you get used to hearing no's, I believe the more yeses you're going to receive.
Yep.
And I think a lot of that is because you get to the point where you're like, I don't care. I'm just going to ask.
Yep. And I think it was Amy who said earlier, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. That's famous exactly right. Wayne Gretzky quote. And that's 100% true. And you've really done this where you go and try to get your ideal guest or and just some big name authors that you want to talk to. Yeah. And you're also the queen of like getting books for free, which is pretty amazing. But that's really, really a powerful thing to make those asks. So what was it? Tell us the story about the first person that you asked that said yes. And like, I didn't think they would ever say it.
The first person? Oh, Eric.
I don't know.
I don't know if
just make up one. We're not going to know, Amber. Just
okay. I don't even know who the first person is, but I can tell you about the one that happened recently, and that was Jamie Ivey.
Oh wow,
Jamie. Yeah. So Jamie
really?
Ivey. Yeah, I just interviewed her this week, and you know what? I'm gonna give myself a little pat on the back. Another friend of mine said, yeah, I'm friends with Jamie. And I saw her share the picture on Instagram. And I said, oh, she's one of my interns. And Jamie was like, she was awesome. Like, I loved sitting down with her. And so I did not think that she would say yes because I've had so many no's, right? Like, I mean, I had plenty of no's from people who are right in her same lane. And Jamie, though, is people who may not know, if you're in the podcast world, I don't know how you don't know. I mean, she is the OG of Christian podcasts. Like, she's been podcasting a long time. And I mean, I just took a shot. I was like, she's putting out a children's book right now. And that's something else, friends. When all these popular authors start putting out children's books, they don't typically get interviewed for those. Yep. But you can always take a children's book and talk about adult themes. So don't think that you can't. So I reached out about that. And that happened, but her children's book came from her UBU, larger adult book. And so that's what we talked about. We didn't just sit and talk about the children's book. I mean, the book is about walking in the calling that God has placed on your life and celebrating those whose calling is something different instead of being jealous. And so, yeah, I just asked.
Love it. Okay, that's it, right? I just asked, right? Like I just asked. That's all it takes sometimes, and you never know, and you'll never know if you don't ask at all, right? Like that's
and when you get no's, don't stop, because I mean, I've asked one person 5 times and she still hasn't said yes.
Right. I interviewed one person who I had asked to put me on a waiting list, and then it took a little while. A year later, I had him on my show twice, right? So because then we had that relationship, but it's so just ask. You never know. The worst they can say is no, or maybe they say later. Or if you go to their publisher and they're trying to publish, promote a book, they'll often help you out. In fact, I have one person right now I've always wanted to talk to. Got a perfect opening because they're publishing a book. So
awesome. Well, and that's the thing too, I would say, like, and then sometimes you've asked 2 or 3 times and you get a year down the line and you're like, you know what? They're not really my dream guest anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's okay too. It's not because of anything they didn't do. It's just like we're all changing all the time. So there's some people I've reached out to that I'm like, I'm not as interested in having them on the show anymore.
Yeah, because your interests have changed, right? So you're like, okay, and that's okay. That's fascinating. I thought this was great. Jen says Amber was my first podcast guest, so I think mine was pretty amazing.
Jen.
She's probably right. I'm sure that's true. Well, all right. So what's something else? Where should people start with your show if they want to listen to it and kind of get going?
Where should they start, or where should they go? GraceEnoughPodcast.com is where you can listen to the show. Obviously, it's on all the platforms. But if I had to pick 1 or 2 episodes to start with, Becky Pippert, I think that's episode 120.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion, must listen for every believer, just because of the way she talks about engaging people about what they believe. It's not your typical Romans Road evangelism. It's just engaging people in our culture with what we believe. And so that's where I would start. And then there's a million others that I could refer you to, but definitely the one that is Transgender to Transformed with Laura. She was a great guest as well.
I love that. Those are all good places to start. And if anything, you can just start right where you are, because
Just don't start at number 1.
Don't start at number 1. That's what we're gonna say. I love it. All right. So you're been podcasting for a while. What's your most epic podcasting fail?
Oh my gosh. Well, so I interviewed a girl that her episode was so powerful, and I know I pushed record. I don't even know if it was we talked for almost an hour and a half and the whole thing didn't get recorded.
Oh no.
It was so awful.
Oh.
Praise the Lord, it wasn't somebody like where, I don't know if you've had somebody where they said, okay, we have 45 minutes and that's all they can give you, right? Like, because they're so booked. It wasn't that kind of situation. So we got to record again, but the first episode we did was so much better than the second one. It was sad.
Yeah.
I've had some other fails, like, I didn't show up at the right time. I didn't hit record, all those.
We've all been there. It
That's
happens.
right.
All right. And you're one of our CPA Gold community. And
Yes.
earlier, this is what Amy said. You're a perfect example, because you're encouraging. You're one of those people who shows up and helps out. What have you found from CPA Gold? What do you enjoy from it?
Well, I mean, you said it earlier. You said, or I think it was you, don't go at it alone. It may have been Amy even, but I've gotten a lot from CPA Gold. Not only have I gotten input on difficult things that I'm not sure how to navigate, but there's nothing like when you're at the point, pod fade is a real thing, and you're at the place where you're going, I just don't want to do this. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm ready to hang it up. Like, I'm done. And then you show up on a Tuesday night and you hear people just talking about different things. You see familiar faces. You've been there long enough, because that's what happens in any community, where these people are now your friends.
Mm-hmm.
And even if they don't directly affirm you, as you begin to pay attention and realize, like, no, I love this. Like, I love the people I have here. We all are united. We're not on our own, doing our own thing. And so really it's the community aspect, and the way that if you really need something, Amy said it earlier. I mean, I can look at her face on CPA and say something's not right with her. Or, hey, we haven't seen you in a while. And then you get the text message and the Marco Polo. And so it really does become more than just showing up on Tuesday night in Gold. So you should do it for sure.
Yeah, I love that. All right. It's coming. We're gonna be offering that later. All right. Well, Amber, thanks so much for just popping on here. I always love talking to you. And Grace Enough, is it Grace Enough podcast?
Yep.
Yeah, graceenoughpodcast.com. So
yep,
go check that out. Guys, you have your podcast app open. Go subscribe. Thanks, Amber.
Bye, Eric.
All right, friends, right now, I'm going to ask you to do something for us. Would you go grab the link if you're in the Facebook group at Christian Podcasters Association or Christian Podcast Guest? Maybe you're watching on Twitter. Would you just either, if you're on Twitter, retweet it. If you're on Facebook, go to the Christian Podcasters Association Facebook page. There you can get a link and you can share this live stream. We're going all day. We're going until 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight. And we're going to keep introducing you to a ton of amazing podcasters. Our podcasters, we're featuring our podcasters in Christian Podcasters Association. And I want you to do that because we're going to talk right now about compassion. And we've got our special guest, Mary Snyder. Mary.
Hey there.
How are you?
I'm so good. I've got to turn my phone off because then I'll be watching myself in delay. Nobody
right. I know.
So
I keep bouncing around trying to look and keep track of comments, but yeah, I love it. So great. Thanks for being here. And I've been talking all morning about Compassion International, all the great work that they do. You work there, and you're going to tell us a little bit more about what they do and kind of why we should support that and choose a job.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, many of y'all know me, Mary Snyder. I'm a speaker coach. I host Take the Stage podcast, but I also work in the influencer and podcaster space with Compassion. So when Eric and I were chatting, I was like, let's do something fun. And I said, let's see if we can move the needle and get some kids sponsored on International Podcast Day. I want to tell y'all a story. So do not leave. I want you to stay. If you're multitasking, come on, come back to me. I want to tell y'all a story. I was I'm trying to remember the country. It was Guatemala. And we were going to go get water. And I was like, oh, we're going to go get water. We were doing a day in the life. And they gave us these little bitty water jugs about yay big. I wish I still had mine. And I thought, well, they don't have a lot of faith in me. I can carry more water than this. So we went trekking out and we kept going downhill, 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 downhill. Guess what you have to do after you go downhill? You got to go back up. So we walked over a mile down the hill. Let me just tell you, and I'm with a host of different speakers and Christian musical artists, and I am vocally not happy. Okay, I am not wearing the right shoes. I do not have the right outfit on for this little adventure, and so we're climbing back up, and I am, every bit of I don't exercise much is really wearing on me. We get all the way up to the top, and I'm standing there with one of the speakers, and this little girl, cutest thing in the world. So we've got our mini buckets of water, which mostly I just use to douse over myself because Guatemala is a tropical rainforest. Okay. So it's hot and sticky. We've walked a mile down. We've walked a mile back up, and this is where they go several times a day to get water. There's a well, community well. This little girl was, we were talking about, wow, that was such a hike and all this other stuff. And this little girl leaned over or pulled on his shirt, and through the interpreter, she asked him this question: how far do you have to walk to get water? That shut me up, because this little 5-year-old walks multiple times a day, a mile down a hill and back up a hill to carry drinking water that they can consume, that they have to boil first because it's not clean water. It is their drinking water, but they have to purify it first. So when we thought about that, I thought about that story, because my question is to y'all, to every podcaster that is listening now and will listen: how far do you go to walk for water? I mean, I'm inches. At any point, I can get to a sink within a few steps. Bathroom sink, kitchen sink, outside hose, they're all over the place. Water is easy for me. It's not for children in the developing world. We're podcasters. We use our influence for good. And I've been listening all day, and I've heard amazing stories about what you do with your podcast. But I'm going to ask you, because Eric won't do this, but I will. I'm going to ask you to step out of your comfort zone. And every single one of you who's listening, I want you to go to compassion.com/ or is it / Eric? I never know.
It's just / yeah.
CPA. And I want you to look at that page. You don't have to do anything. Just go look at the page. You're going to see children that have been waiting 582 days. When you're 6 years old, that's a long time. And so while you're looking, I want you to consider, would you be willing to spend $38 a month to change the trajectory of a family and to eradicate poverty in this generation for that family? We can't save the world, but we can save one. Let me tell you what compassion does. So first time I ever went on a trip, I went to the Dominican Republic, and it was July. Don't go to the Dominican Republic in July, y'all. Went with a bunch of people from Michigan. Apparently they were like, but Mary, you're used to humidity. You live in Alabama. I was like, people, please. We have a thing called air conditioning. I don't know if y'all have that up in Michigan, but we stay in it. So I'm in the Dominican Republic in July. And what struck me more than anything is that there was not one sign that said compassion anywhere. Now, if this was an American organization. We gonna slap a sticker. I mean, come on. I got stickers that say "Take the Stage." I got them on my wall. You got your podcast name slapped over everything.
Everything will be branded, right?
Everything is branded. Got the right colors. Now, Compassion has branding, but we don't use it because Compassion only works through the local church. It's the only way that Compassion does business is through the local church and the local pastor. It's Amy, it's just compassion.com/CPA.
Amy's
chat, compassion.com/CPA. Thank you, Amy. So it's strictly through the local church. It's $38 a month. And for $38 a month, that child's going to get education, because you know what they don't get in the developing world? There's not a free education. They're going to get regular medical checkups. That's unheard of. Dental hygiene checkups, again, unheard of. The family is taken care of because you're $38. You are the one-to-one sponsor with that child. Compassion is the undergirding to that family. So I've seen where mothers have gotten sick and they've had to go in and make sure they got a surgery they needed. That wasn't the sponsor's job. The Compassion did that. So it's a partnership between you and Compassion, and one-on-one, you sponsor one child. $38 a month. I'm going to ask y'all another question. How much you spend on your podcast? That's what I thought. I know you've got to, you have to have a place to host it. You may have somebody that does a little editing for you. I just really am challenging you as someone who is doing good, who's using your influence. What better way than changing the life of one child? And Eric, what I would love is, what if every podcaster in CPA Gold said, I'm going to step up and do this? And you know what? I'm not going to let them people off the hook. What if every podcaster in CPA, because there's over 2,000 of us, y'all.
There's 2,500 of us in CPA.
Woo-woo.
If we all sponsor, I mean, just imagine, right? Like, so when you and I were talking earlier about like how many kids can we don't know. I don't know how many kids we can sponsor. I've never done this before, but just imagine if it's 25. I mean, change the lives of 25 families, or if it's 50, or if it's 100. Like how amazing would that be, right? That's incredible. Start to imagine that all these families, I keep talking about all day, the ripple effects, right? You do one thing,
yes,
and you have the ripple effects. What if you could do that not just in your family, but throughout the generations in another family? I want to ask you a question though, because you mentioned this earlier and I've been curious about it. There are these things on the page, again, compassion.com/CPA. There's kids here. And it says like this little girl in Guatemala is waiting 707 days. What does waiting 707 days look like for her? Like, what does that mean?
That means that she was entered into the program. Compassion again, through the local church. The church goes, okay, Compassion says, we've got space for you to add 100 kids or 50 kids or 10 kids. And the pastor goes out in the community and identifies the most needy of children they're not currently serving. She's entered into the program. That means we take her picture. They do all the statistics. We create that beautiful packet. We put that little shining face up on there, and we start the process of finding her a sponsor.
Okay.
And then, you know what COVID did? It shut down live events. Where do you think we get most of our sponsors?
Yeah.
And that's why she's waiting so long.
Yeah. Okay.
700 days. Wow.
I know, it's a long time, right? That's a couple of years at least, more.
Yes.
So,
yes.
That just kind of, I was curious about that because it does sort of break your heart, and you go, wow, that's amazing. So, guys, here's what I would love. If we can step up as a community. I keep saying this all day, but I really do believe podcasting is international. It's International Podcast Day, right? We get downloads all over the world. What if our influence isn't just through our podcast? What if it's also through what Compassion is doing and how the church? So you said earlier, Mary, it's a partnership between you and Compassion, but I would also add add the Lord. I'd add the Lord in there. And say,
absolutely. Do we do anything without him?
He's doing the work, and we just are facilitating the physical aspects of that. But so maybe if that little thing in your heart, ask the Lord. Just ask. That's all I'm asking you to do. Just ask
let
the
me,
Lord,
I'm
should I
gonna,
do
I'm
this?
gonna push pause on you.
All right.
He says, take care of the widows and the orphans.
Mhm.
We are directed to do this. It's a directive. The orphans, what Compassion does, because the orphans in most countries, the orphans are children whose parents are not dead. They're just cannot care for them. Compassion stops that child from becoming an orphan. So if you would be so kind as to really think about, what does $38 a month look like for you in your budget? Ask God for provision. I firmly believe that we can make a difference as a community. And this is not a one and done. We'll be talking about this again today. So just
That's
so
right.
y'all know. And in the future. Sarah Geringer, I love that.
What'd she say? Let's put her comment up here.
Yes, she uses her rewards points.
There you go. Yeah. So, I mean, there's all kinds of ways to get creative. I don't know. Hey, if you have a community, ask your community. Hey, CPA is doing this. Would you want to sponsor or help out? That's why I keep asking, share this broadcast. Last year, I think we had like 1,000 views. I'd love to have triple or quadruple that this year and get as many people as we can to come in. All right, Mary, I love that. We're about to hand it off, but give us one more action step. Like what do we need to do and drive it home?
Click on one of those babies' faces and hit sponsor. This is not a difficult thing. And I'm going to tell you, it is going to bless you more than you ever know. Those letters that you get, we have quite a few sponsored children because I don't know how to say no. Oh, Sherry just sponsored a little one named Astrid. And you know what? Put that up in the group. I want to tag Compassion in that. And I want to celebrate with y'all. Sherry, you're amazing. I love that. And let us know if you sponsor. We want to celebrate with you.
Absolutely.
Thank y'all.
All right. Thanks, Mary. Appreciate it. And
Bye.
we'll let you go. You'll be back later on. Thanks. All right, guys. So I love that. Thanks, Sherry, for sponsoring Astrid. I love it. I really do believe that it's this global impact that we get to have. And we get to do that by partnering with Compassion. So, all right, guys, we are going to keep moving, and let's see where we are here. I'm going to first of all bring in Jen Urin. Hey, Jen.
Hey, how are you?
How are you? Guys, I need you to know that Jen has been instrumental in helping this day work the way that it has. I don't know, last year was good, but it's not as organized as this year was because Jen helped out. So that's fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And we'll be talking to you later, right?
Yes.
About your show. But I'm going to turn over to you because I could use a little break, and I'm having a great time. I'm having so much fun. I'll tell you that, but I would love to turn over to you to take the next little bit here. Does that sound good?
Sounds good. Yes. Go get some lunch and rest that voice.
Very good. Very good. All right, here you go.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Well, I am excited. Thanks, guys, for being here. This has been fun to watch. I'm on the back end watching a lot of this happening, and it's been a lot of fun. And so I'm excited because I get to welcome Moni with Moments with Moni. And there you go. You're unmuted now. So welcome, Moni. Why don't you take a moment, tell us a little bit about your podcast and where you are located now. I know you had a big move recently.
Yes, hello there. It's Moni from the podcast Moments with Moni, where I try to share things from a biblical perspective. I'm more of an eclectic type person, so it covers, we talk about niche with podcasting. I need the bigger picture, and that's what I have found within this podcast. Yes, I did move from the north to the south, big move from Idaho to Arkansas, but I'm glad that this is all still a part of my life.
Gives you some consistency there in your eclectic life.
It really does.
I noticed that you do seasons, and I think that partly facilitates this eclectic way that you like to do things. So what is your current season about?
Right now is season number 5. Actually, I almost gave up at season number 4 after the big move and getting COVID and that pod fade that Amber was talking about earlier was that set in with me. You try to be, I had a month's worth, 2 months worth of podcasts already in the can, already scheduled, but I was out 3. So there was no podcast on the air for a whole month, and that really weighed me down. But now I am glad to be back, and I'm glad I didn't quit because God has so blessed season 5 in my heart and others already. It's about home and heart. In the past, I was teaching or through these podcasts in a more theological manner, taking books of the Bible and the covenants and teaching through the DNA dots of the Bible throughout the entire Bible. And then now it's more of a practical application in life, in all different areas of life.
Oh, I love that. And so if somebody wants that deeper dive, they can go back and listen to an earlier episode, which is the great thing about podcasting, right? It's not linear. You can jump in and out and hop around.
Yes.
So you've changed, you said, but why did you start your show originally?
Well, I truly never even heard about podcasts except for a few of them about homemaking and cooking. And it was at Christmas time. And I thought, well, I could do that, but what's important to talk about? I was struggling with some things in my own family life. So the first 2 podcasts were trying to figure out what I was going to talk about. And then, just like people say, when you write, you should write about what you know. Well, I thought I'd do a podcast on what I know. And the only thing that was really, truly solid in my heart was the Bible after dealing with some deep issues in my own life. So I had to put that foundation of truth before myself as well as others first. And that's why I started there. Just like Ephesians, Paul does in Ephesians, you have the first few chapters is all theological. And then the last half of the book is all the practical application of that.
So you're in your 5th season, but how long have you been doing this?
It's been a year and a half. I'm on episode number 129. Yeah.
That's fantastic. And do you get a lot of feedback and engagement with listeners?
Oh, yes. I get a lot of engagement. And then the feedback recently has been so precious. Mary was talking about compassion. We have 2 compassion children that we have raised, and our grandchildren have compassion children. And our church is sponsoring a whole city in Bolivia through compassion. But I have an opportunity right now to go into a country where compassion is not allowed and help that church with all of their orphans. They have 25 orphans. And because they heard my podcast, they wanted me to speak to their family, which is now my family. And anybody else that wants to be their family. The church is not just the corner building. We gather as a church, the Church Universal in this whole world. So that is Pastor Onesimus out in India and his family and his daughter Rachel. She's the one that actually reached out to me at first.
So you might be tucked away in the South, but you have a global presence.
Yes. They now consider me their mom. They actually laughed when they first saw me because the pastor had to tell me, please excuse them for giggling, but you are the very first white person that they have ever seen.
Isn't that's hard to imagine in this day and age, but what a cool thing. How neat that you are imprinted on their brains as their mom, Moni. Yes, that's awesome.
God is good.
Well, what is one thing that has surprised you along the way as you've done your podcast?
Oh, surprised me with it? Let's see. It's really changed my life in many ways, giving me that ENFP eclectic life mindset. It's really made me more committed to something. So that surprised me that I'm actually continuing in this. And then that moment of after season 4 and everything that hit and almost gave up, the community of CPA Gold and our friends there and family there and the encouragement that I receive really is, I think, what helped me continue going. God is good. He's working through our group, and there's always one of us that needs that, whatever it is that inside of us, whether I say anything that night or not, just show up. It's worth it. It's worth it to show up.
Yes, yes. And I think it's right there in the, the CPA Gold community. I mean, that is what I've heard you say. That's what I've heard everyone else who's been on. It's the community aspect is worth far more than, the education is really worthwhile and it's amazing, but it's that community that is so integral, which to me, that was one of my surprises as a podcaster, because it seemed like it would be such a solitary thing, but to discover that even though I'm alone behind this mic, it is a community. So it sounds like you have really, really embraced that and thrived with that.
Yeah, it is solitary. You do feel alone. At least I did in the beginning, but I didn't wait for perfection to hit. I just jumped right in. And then I learned as I went along through this community and learned a lot about podcasting, which really helped.
Yes. And Eric says that a lot, right? Iterations, just start, don't be perfect, and fix it for the next round. And so that's wonderful. So if you could go back and give yourself advice before you started podcasting, or any other new podcaster, what would you say?
That one right there. Don't wait to get started. Do it. If you're thinking about it, just jump in. There are some people that need to have perfection in their life, and that's okay. I waited for a while too, but when you're stalling, so jump in, because God can't steer a parked car. I mean, yes, he can do anything he wants, but
yes,
you get what I mean.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. We often say that it's easier to redirect a car in motion than to start one from park.
And then be yourself. Don't worry about what others are doing. Each one of us have an important message. Okay, so it's probably been said before by someone else, but you're the only one that can say it the way that your listener is going to accept it and be blessed by it. God made us all different. We're all those different people that can touch different hearts around the world or next door.
Yes. Yeah, that comparison game is easy to fall into, but when you think of it as the community, like we've been talking about, that shifts it quite a bit.
Yeah.
So if you think back, do you have any favorite episodes or more memorable moments in your Moments with Moni?
Yeah, there's a few in the Covenant series. I mean, you can go in there and listen to the whole Song of Solomon series. I did that so that people would understand how much Jesus really loves you. Mm-hmm. And then the Revelation series, this is what's coming, turn. But not from a fear-mongering point of view. Still, again, God loves you. And then the Covenant series, I did more of a storyteller with music and at times. And it helps us to understand the whole DNA dots throughout the Bible, to connect it, because I see so much of us dragging verses out of place and using it incorrectly. Not that I'm perfect, but advice, start at the beginning of one of those series. I also love the one, I think it's a Christmas one with my sister and my niece. All three different generations, different ages. We talk about religion and holidays and family, and we all come from different points of view, but in the end, we're still family and we're still friends. We need these discussions.
So you do a mix of solo and interview.
I do. I haven't done interviews in quite a while, but I do.
That's great. So at the end of the day, what is the most important thing that you have learned from or been impacted by from being a podcaster?
In my heart, it's always been Proverbs 4:23. Guard your heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. So that to me is a really important aspect of everything that I do in podcasting. Share what God lays on your heart, because there's a hurting world out there that needs to know the truth. There's so many lies out there that we can easily follow or be deceived by. Follow the truth. And Yeah, follow the truth. That's God. That's Jesus.
Yeah.
He's the truth, the way, and the life.
That's
the way, the truth,
excellent.
and the life.
Yes. And what did your family say when you said, "Hey, I want to do this podcast"? What was their reaction?
Oh, Mom, Moni, that's perfect. That's exactly you. You need to do that. I've done so many eclectic things throughout the years, but this one, they all agree. Yes, I needed to do some more. I used to be a great listener, still am, but now I'm using my voice. I used to use it for singing, but now I use it to share the gospel as well through this podcast. So they were very happy.
Phenomenal. And is it yours that a family member wrote the music for, or am I thinking of someone else?
Yeah, my husband and I and our sons actually all write and perform a lot of the music that I use on the podcast.
That is wonderful. Well, Moni, where can people connect with you? Where can they find you?
A best place is momentswithmoni.com. Everything is on the website.
Excellent.
Or I also have a Facebook group on Facebook.
Oh,
Moments
good.
with Moni. Yeah.
Good. So lots of places to find you. Before we finish, is there anything you would like to add or anything you want to share about something exciting that you're looking forward to in your next season here?
In this season, it's continuing with those orphans. I've just fallen in love with them. And if anybody else wants to connect with them, please let me know. And then also with CPA, we have grown tremendously just in these last few years. It's been wonderful. And the CPA Gold membership is well worth your time and your investment because it keeps us accountable. That to me, I think was the big thing. Accountability for me. And then also the encouragement that we receive there. And thank you. It's nice to meet you through there. I think I interviewed you once in the past too.
You did. You were the very first podcast that I was on as a guest. So that was my foray into that. So it's the community and the friendships and the relationships are invaluable. So Moni, I'm so glad that you could be part of this today. It was good to see your smiling face. I'm glad that you're on this side of COVID. And thanks so much for being here.
Well, thank you for helping out today and giving Eric a break.
That's right. I hope he's using it well. No. All right. Thanks, Moni.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Well, I want to remind you all that, part of today is we really do want to get on board and support compassion.com. Go to compassion.com/CPA and let's find some of these kids sponsors because we all know COVID has changed the face, like Mary was saying. And so don't forget to take the moment to go over there. But I am really excited right now to bring up John Matarazzo. Did I say it correctly?
Matarazzo.
Okay. I thought I should have asked for phonetics before.
I apologize. It's Italian. I get it all the time though.
Yeah. And see, I live in a heavily Polish area, so I tend to go for the harder sounds. Yeah. But John, you and I have not had the pleasure of meeting before, so I'm excited to meet you. But why don't you tell us a little bit about your show Along the Way and what it's about?
Yeah, so Along the Way is a podcast that really birthed out of a time of prayer and fasting. I went through a season of 21 days of prayer and fasting, and I felt like a week after that ended, God just downloaded this idea into my brain, into my heart. And a little bit of a background is I was a missionary for 8 years. Then I was a TV producer for the last 9 years for a Christian television station in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And so I had opportunities to be with a lot of different guests and things like that. But I never thought that what I had to say was that interesting. But I was encouraged by a lot of people that it actually was, but I didn't know how to connect. Okay, so some people say that I'm interesting to listen to, but should I actually record this? What should I do about that? And once God gave me the idea for the framework of Along the Way based around the Emmaus Road story of how the disciples were walking with Jesus, but had no clue that it was him until they sit down at the table, Jesus blesses the food and breaks the bread, and then poof, he's gone. And in Luke 24:32, the disciples turn to each other and say, weren't our hearts burning within us along the way as he was revealing the scriptures to us? And so the whole purpose of the podcast is to learn from those stories in other people's lives of where they look back now and realize that Jesus was walking with them. They just didn't see it in the moment, but with the intention that we're going to learn from those so that we don't miss those moments moving forward. So that's a nutshell of how the show came to be. So, yeah.
Oh, I love that. And that opens the door for, I mean, so many ways to convey that message, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
do you do solo episodes where you talk about certain things? Do you do interviews with people where they get to tell their stories? How do you
Yeah,
pull
so
this through?
so this is mainly interviews. There's a couple times I've done more solo stuff, but those are more to like make announcements or things like that, where actually just earlier this year, actually podcasting has helped changed my life drastically, where I ended up resigning from that job after almost 9 years in Pittsburgh. And I now work with the Charisma Podcast Network. I moved from Pittsburgh to Orlando. And so my job now is to help podcasters. And so I made an announcement about that and just some of the big things that are changing in my life. But most of the time it is just talking with people. And because I believe that everybody has a story, and that if you're going to listen with the ears of the Holy Spirit, then you can really learn along the way what those moments are in somebody else's life. And I just kind of want to be an example of that, and how we all can learn from somebody else, no matter who they are or, you know, what stage of life they're in. I believe that everybody has a story, no matter how big or small.
Yes. And sometimes it's easier to see it in someone else than it is in ourselves. And until we hear them tell theirs, and then we can go, oh yeah, I had that too, or I see it now. Oh, well, that's amazing. That's a big change, Pittsburgh to Orlando.
Yeah, definitely. I've been here for 5 months now, and I tell you, I just get to work with our podcasters. We've got about 200 podcasts on the network. They're from all over the world. And so I get to come alongside and say, hey, you forgot to put this in your show notes. And, you know, how can we help you? How can we, you know, how can I do this? So basically my whole job now is helping people grow their audience. And so it's fun to be able to do that for other people. I need to focus on my own a little bit more, but everything's changed since I moved here, but it's been great.
Yes, yes. I find it's so much easier to work on other people's stuff than my own stuff, because that's how I'm wired.
Yeah.
So tell me, so obviously podcasting has not only changed your life vocationally, but what have you heard stories from people about how listening to your podcast has changed their lives?
Oh my gosh. My favorite example of that is a man named Alpha. He reached out to me through Instagram. He had been listening to my podcast, and he told me a little bit about his story. This was actually a couple years ago. And somehow he came across my podcast. He's a actor with like a touring acting company that goes all over Europe. And I think he's originally from Nigeria or something like that. But he tours all over Europe acting. And so he reached out to me one day, and he said, you know, I bought 4 of the books that your guests have recommended, and they've really changed my life already. And so we just, you know, struck up a friendship there. We text each other periodically. And he recently reached back out to me and said, I was going through a rough time in my life, and your podcast has really helped me keep my faith in Jesus and to tend to grow. So I'm like, okay, if you ever need a reason to see, do I continue, or, you know, do I let it slide? That's a good reason. So that's just one of the listeners that's reached out to me. But I've made so many friends with the guests that I've been interviewing for years now. And Doug Stringer is one of my favorite episodes that I did, because that conversation really changed my life. And he's actually I had him come back on my program for episode 100, which I'll be releasing this Monday. And so we kind of talked a little bit more about, you know, how my life has been changed because of that. So it was kind of like looking back in my own life, but kind of still pulling some things out of him too. So yeah.
So your real life along the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Seeing all that.
Definitely.
So 100 episodes, which is an amazing milestone. So does that mean that you're approaching the 2-year mark?
So I've not been able to do, I've done a whole bunch of episodes that were like bonus episodes and things like that. So, you know, April 15th was when I started in 2019. So I'm like almost 2 2.5 years. But
Got it. Okay.
yeah, it's great whenever you see your stats and you see growth and you see people, from around the world, like tuning in, and I'm in 188 countries now, which is so cool. I was being a former missionary, like that's one of my favorite things. Like my voice is going to be able to go to places that my feet never can.
That's right.
So,
that's right.
yeah.
So, and that's, you said a couple things here that I think are really good reminders. I mean, it's fun to see the growth in the numbers, but when you think about who's on that listening end and you go, if it's just that one, and it can be hard because, you're on this side of the mic and you don't always know, but, that's exciting. And that's the beauty, right, of podcasting. It doesn't have to look any way. It can be once a week. It could be every other week. It could be, as you can do it. So there's a lot of freedom there, which makes it exciting as a former missionary for you to think about this medium for reaching the world globally. Where were you a missionary?
I was with Youth with a Mission. And so we were based in Pittsburgh. The local base did
Very
some outreach with us. And then but I ended up being part of their training staff. And so I've been to 15 different countries. So I spend most of my time training up other people and then taking them on everything from 2 weeks to 2 months on a mission trip to another country. So did a lot in South America. My Spanish, I can get by with, if I just meet somebody, I can get by pretty good. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's fabulous. My brother was with YWAM in Hawaii. He suffered for many, many years. So. Yeah. But what is one thing though, as you've kind of gone down this path, what has surprised you in the process?
What has surprised me is just how much I would enjoy it and how much it would just really change my life. I thought I was just trying to do something to be obedient to God. And I've been given a voice. I've been given, technical understanding and TV production background. I did a school for radio broadcasting. And so there's been things that in my path, but I never thought that I would be able to use them for myself. I thought that I would always just be able to use them to help other people. And so I'm still doing that, but now I get to do it for myself too. So.
Yes. Yeah. That to flip sides and be on the other side of the microphone or the camera, depending on how you do it. Are you part of CPA membership?
I've been a part of the Facebook group, and Eric and I have been friends for a while. So he invites me to do some other things periodically, and he's been on my podcast. I've been on his, and I guess just because podcasting is kind of now in my blood, he'll bring me in for different things. So
excellent.
It's been good.
Well, good. Well, then I'm not gonna ask you what CPA Gold has done for you, but I'm gonna say you should be part of it. So if you were giving advice now to somebody at the beginning of the process, what would you tell them?
I would ask them a few questions, because really we need to figure out some of these things of ourselves before we get started. The first one is, what is your why? Why are you doing this? If you're just saying, I just need to record myself and get it out there, then that's okay. But you have a bigger purpose. God's given you a voice for a reason. It's not just to entertain. Like, there's a message that we all have. And also, like, who are you? Like, don't try to be somebody that you're not. My the gentleman that is now my boss, he's been my life coach for the last couple of years, Dr. Steve Green. His podcast has millions of downloads. He's the guy that started the network that I work at now. But I spent some time with him, and he said, don't try to be the expert host. You need to be the fellow traveler and just take people along the journey with you. And when he said that to me, that really just shaped what I was thinking and what I was trying to do. And it just made everything all of a sudden make sense. Like, I can do this. Yeah. But I was forgetting who I was, and I was trying to be something that I wasn't. And that's where I was getting tripped up. So really understanding who you are is really important. And then another thing, what are your frequently asked questions? What do people come to you for advice for? What is the message that you most often give? And how do you make sure that that is something that always comes across? That needs to be a deliverable in the podcast. Anything that you come across with, like, anytime that somebody listens to my podcast, I hope that they now have a better understanding of where Jesus was walking in their life in the past, and they don't miss him in the future. That's my whole goal. And so trying to keep that simple and trying to keep that clear is really helpful. And I hope that people understand that and take away from that.
And so do you then take that and integrate that into your introduction of the guest, your wrap up, the questions you ask
Sure.
of your
So my podcast is about an hour long.
Okay.
I normally do I do an introduction, but what I like to do is I take a snippet, a teaser snippet from the main content of something that was really interesting that they said, and put that right up at the front and use that as a hook to bring people in, because I want to hear what they had to say, what else they had to say. But I try to make sure that I give some sort of a promise, or hey, you're gonna learn about how to be available and obedient, and how that can change your life by listening to this podcast, and kind of give that promise, and then make sure that you can deliver on that.
Yeah.
But I kind of always have a couple core questions that I always ask, and that's kind of the theme. And so if I can work my way around that and then work those into pretty much any interview now. So
Yeah, that's great. Yes, you have lots of practice on all aspects of it. So that's wonderful.
Yeah.
What is one episode you recommend people listen to, and where can they find you?
So my website is alongtheway.media. You can also find me at cpnshows.com and look for Along the Way there. But I've got a couple episodes. Doug Stringer is episode number 14. His episode really kind of was a mile marker for me, because that's when I realized that I can actually do this. Dan Wheeler is another really cool one, because that actually led to him asking me to produce his podcast. And so now I produce a podcast with him and his two friends, and that one's called Finish Strong. So that podcast actually led into other opportunities. And he actually told me later that he's been in television for 29, 30 years. He worked at QVC. He was one of their hosts. And so he's had interaction with great people. He's been interviewed, but he said that podcast that we did was one of the best interviews that he's ever been a part of.
Oh,
And
that's
so
exciting.
that always touches my heart, because I asked him some questions that he's never been asked before. And it really got him thinking in a way, and actually helped him to process some things in his life and bring healing. And probably the other one that I have to always say is Jaron Davis, because I got to record that. He's a gospel music artist in Nashville. We got to record that on the stage of his church while he's sitting at the grand piano, and as we're just talking, and he's going in and out of songs, and we'll just jump into the chorus, and it was really, really a fun one to do. And then it just kind of felt like a Hallmark movie, because the choir for that church was meeting as we were wrapping up, and then he and I went up, and he said, let me just show you this and introduce you to some of these people. They were literally rehearsing one of the songs that he had written, and they asked him for some help, and he just jumped in there. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This only happens in the movies, but it happened in real life in Nashville. So yeah.
What a great memory. Yeah. What a great note to end on too. So John, thanks for being with us today. And I appreciate it. It was fun to meet you, and I will look forward to checking out your podcast.
All right. Thank you very much, Jen. I appreciate that.
Yes. All right, guys. Just a quick reminder that we're promoting Compassion today. So compassion.com/CPA, go over there and find a child to sponsor. And in the meantime, I am excited to have Sherry Pilkington on as our next guest. Hi, Sherry.
Hey, Jennifer. How are you?
I am good. Sherry, I got to actually meet her in person in August at Podcast Movement, and that was so fun.
It really was.
Oh, it was a blast. So Sherry is, her podcast is Finding God in Our Pain. And she is mom to two grown sons, mother-in-law to two daughters in love, and Mimi to 5 precious grandbabies.
Yes.
But you also, unexpectedly and not by choice, are in the role of widow. And so you use your show to ponder hard things in life through the lens of God's heart. And I think it is amazing. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about when you started and why you started your podcast?
I started a year ago. Actually, my anniversary date was the 23rd. So it was last Thursday, I think it was.
Oh.
So I'm a year old.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you
That's
very much.
exciting.
I don't know if I'm is that an anniversary or a birthday? So I celebrated
I have
both.
no
I
idea.
don't, I
Yeah.
don't know.
2 cakes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. I like that thought. So I started the podcast based on my pain and suffering and finding myself in a place where I did not understand the good God I professed in this context of pain and suffering. So I really started digging in and asking him some genuine questions, some real questions, some tough questions that really go against some of my faith beliefs. You know, when you're coming at God with questions as if he is not who, sovereign and supreme. But he was always so kind, so gentle, so receiving of my pain and my deep questions. And he had beautiful things to say in the dark. And so when coupled with that, like him showing me who he was, plus having the stories of other women who were encouraging me along the way in my grief, it was instrumental in healing. I found release or relief for my grief and for my regrets. There's this process of grief, and in this process, hearing stories that other women, not only seeing them from a healed place, but that they did it. They made it. They took the next step, the next breath, and there is a better way coming. And so I felt like if my heart could be encouraged like that, and then possibly what I had to share and what I knew, because I had paid a high price to know what I knew about God in that context. And I thought, well, it's so precious to know you're not alone. And so that's what I wanted to share with other women, that you're not alone in this.
Mm-hmm. So how long have you been a widow, and how long after you lost your husband did you end up starting the podcast?
I lost my husband in February of 2018.
Okay.
And then the podcast started 1 year ago, so 2020 of September. And I kind of procrastinated with it for a little while because I wasn't quite sure it's what I wanted to do. I am no good at tech. Like right now, I look at you, you're cool with your little earbuds, but I got this big old clunky headset. So I'm behind the 8 ball in that regard. And so that has been one of the biggest challenges for me, but it's also been one of the ways that God shows up for me on a consistent basis.
That's great. So as you are doing this, are you getting a lot of feedback from women? I mean, you were encouraged by women to share your story and do this, but are you hearing from people that are listening to the podcast?
I am, not in great volume or anything like that. My head has really been, in the game of trying to learn how to podcast. Yeah. So I'm not looking at numbers, although I will look at my download numbers. And even then, I'm not sure if that's a good indicator. I really don't know of all the ways to gauge a podcast. But so that's what I look at to show me growth and to show me God's faithfulness. So I get a few people who text me or email and tell me, hey, this episode really spoke to my heart. I really connected with this. And that encourages me. So I always make sure I respond and say, thank you so much for taking the time to share this with me, because now I'm encouraged to keep going. But I will say one of my friends who works in a therapist business, she uses the podcast to listen to these authentic stories from women who are struggling with today's pain and concerns, and she feels like she gets this glimpse into a genuine story, a genuine heart posture of processing pain. And because we're all unique, I always say grief and suffering and trauma comes upon us and we all respond differently to it. So she uses it to get this glimpse into what women are suffering with and how they process it.
Oh, and that's brilliant, because I can't tell you how many, I'm a true crime junkie. And so I'll listen to it, and the officer will say, well, if I had just lost my spouse, I wouldn't have responded that way. Therefore, they must be guilty. Right. And I'm thinking, but I would have responded that way. So we do it all so differently that I think that's wise of your friend to say, let me get a pulse on all the ways that this comes through. That's wonderful. And does that encourage you to know that she's listening, or does that kind of weird you out that she's listening?
No, it encourages me, because I find great value in hearing other stories. To me, when we get a glimpse into someone's pain, that's sacred ground, because now you're being very vulnerable with something that you hold very close to your heart, but you're opening the door to potential ridicule or judgment, such as, oh, they're guilty, or they did this and they did that. So I find it to be sacred ground. I do.
Mm-hmm. And it's where redemption comes through, when we can let God use our pain, when we can see that he uses it. I get frustrated with the verse, God uses all things for good for those who love them, because it's so often applied as if he causes it so that he can do something. And I think it's the opposite. I think he takes that broken world and he redeems it. And when our trauma and our grief can lead to redemption and healing in our own lives, but in someone else's life, that is a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yeah, I do believe that when we share our story, we're taking part in our own redemption, because God's redeeming that. And I think the beauty of what God brings to the pain, the reality of pain and suffering in this life, is that he does give us a different option. Like when he, bore the cross, left death in the grave, he gives us a new way of processing life. He pierces the lies of this world and these beliefs that we make based on our experiences. But when we take these beliefs and we hold them up and take them captive to Christ to see what he has to say about them, then we see the work of the cross. We see the effectiveness of the blood. And I think that's what's so powerful about this particular topic, or even a Christian topic.
Yeah. And so yours is an interview format.
Yes.
Okay. And so what is one of the more memorable or powerful stories that you've heard shared on your podcast?
Wow, there's so many. I learned something from every single one of them. And I know that's maybe a cop-out answer, but it's true. I just recently, some of them are in the forefront of my mind because I just did them. Sarah Salazar, young woman who at 14, her mother gets a diagnosis of, I believe it was pulmonary fibrosis, which she's told will take her life eventually. And so her mother's a woman of faith, and Sarah at 14 joins her mom along with the Christian community, and everybody's praying for healing and believing. But at 19, Sarah lays her mother to rest. It did not happen as they believed God. So now, and for me, God didn't give my husband another breath. He took him. And so now I felt very vulnerable to the good God I professed. I felt like everything was up for grabs, my children, my grandchildren. And so now you start asking some tough questions. But I listened to Sarah's story, and what a precious spirit. She had a choice to make, right? God didn't show up for me. God left me hanging. Or God has something in this for me. God has something he wants to show me about who he is. And it's that sovereignty that when our questions, our pain collides with God's sovereignty, we have to stop and say, we don't have any authority here. We have no impact or input. We have no position to do that. And then we submit ourselves to God's sovereignty. And that's when healing begins. If you ask me, that's when healing begins, because I laid down my arguments at that point. And now I could hear what God had to say. Now I could see what he wanted to show me.
So this Sarah that you were just talking about, she was 14 when this diagnosis came, 19 when she buried her mom. How old is she now? How far removed?
Mid-20s.
Okay.
Yeah, she's mid-20s.
She's still fresh to it, but
yes,
enough removed that she's learned a lot.
Yeah, and has a lot to share.
Yeah. That's fantastic. So tell me how CPA, Christian Podcasters Association, has been instrumental in your podcasting journey.
It is a huge resource for me because I listen to, or I read the questions that other people ask, and either I'm like, I needed to know that, or that's even an option. I didn't know that's an option. I'm gonna check that out. I get an opportunity to ask my questions. I have found guests. I think this year, since I was new, I reached out on that platform, and I got like 95% of my guests from that environment, from that community. And what else? They the resources that they have. People are real quick to share their information, to share what they know. And so for me, I believe that CPA, and especially what I hear about the Gold community, it has everything that you need to start, produce, and maintain a podcast. That's what I think about it.
Yeah, very, very valuable resource. Yeah, Eric, the fact that he started it is a blessing. Not many people know this, but I've known Eric for 20 plus years. He worked with my husband back in seminary days. Wow. And so, brought food when our baby was born. Yeah. So when I reached out to him and said, hey, you have a podcast, can you help me? He's like, I can do one better. And the community, it's how you and I have met. It's just been invaluable. So yeah. So tell me, if you could go back to the beginning to yourself or to another new podcaster, what's the one piece of advice that you would give them?
I would say that be passionate or be very curious about your topic. I think that helps a whole lot to maintain, sustain, and also you don't have to do it alone. As Christians, we have God as our co-partner, and he has so much that he wants to show us about himself, about the process. He wants to show up in the process, and leaning into him takes the burden off of me or anyone else from having to get it right and get it perfect. This was such a huge learning curve for me that I was paralyzed a lot of times, but he had answers, he had solutions, he had strategies, and that's really what sustained my learning curve.
That's excellent. Yeah, because I think you can think it's a good idea, but when you get in the trenches and you got to keep it going, if you're not passionate or curious,
That's true.
it is going to fizzle pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So what did your boys think about this when you said you wanted to start a podcast?
My boys are pretty supportive. It's not like they listen because it's female geared language and questions and stuff. So they don't listen, but they were very supportive. They always are, though. They've always been like that. They're tenderhearted to their mama.
That's sweet. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, I am watching the time. I want to honor the 15-minute commitment.
Yes.
However, our next guest has not shown up yet, so we do have a little bit of time. So I want to know, what is one thing that has surprised you the most being a podcaster? What is one way that surprised you, or has it changed your perspective or your life?
For me, I was surprised when I initially started this. My niche down was grief, and I was told that it's too narrow. It's really going to wear itself out. It's going to run its course. But as I've searched the heart of God for what he has to say about grief, pain, suffering, trauma, I've discovered that there are many different types of grief. There is the grief of a loved one, of course, but there's also the grief of losing your peace or even your joy. What about a job, a house, finances, a physical ability, anything that we have expectations attached to, and we hold it near and dear to our heart? When that is taken from us, when those expectations aren't fulfilled, there's a grieving process that takes place. So what surprised me is that it really opened up and broadened my ability to continually talk about who is God in grief. And I did broaden it to that pain and suffering because I saw that he was so much bigger than just grief. And the word grief is associated with the loss of a loved one. So I got that opportunity to open it up a whole lot broader.
Yes, because it could be the loss of a dream. And I mean, it's so many things that if it's not tangible, if someone can't see that there was a physical loss here or something, it's a lot harder for people to understand or walk through that grief with you.
You're right. And COVID-19 separated us from a lot of things that we were normal routine to us. And also, too, when you're strapped with a title, unwanted title, like I'm widow, that's my title. And I'm a widow. But so now I had this identity crisis kick in because who am I with if I'm not a wife? And what does it mean to be a widow? And so this identity issue kicks in, and now you got to start talking to God about that too. So I think it just depends on how deep we identify with our titles as to how devastated or shaken our world will be when that title is removed.
We let them define us, or how much we let them shape us. And that's an interesting point to ponder. So, and that's a good point to end on. So,
okay, good.
Sherry, thank you so much for being here today. It was a pleasure, as always, to talk with you. And where can people find your podcast?
They can find the podcast on the home base, which is alifeofthrive.com. One word, alifeofthrive.com. And so there's a podcast page there, and you can find my episodes. But also, it's hosted on Spotify, so you can find it really anywhere. Not Spotify. It's hosted on Podbean, but you can find it on Spotify, Apple, whatnot, anywhere you listen to your podcast.
Wonderful. Well, thanks, Sherry. Have a good rest of your day.
Appreciate it. Take care. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Well, I am really looking forward to our next guest. Her name is Lori, and she is a PI, and her podcast is on true crime, which I know, Lori, we had the pleasure of meeting at Podcast Movement, and I got to tell you that I'm a true crime junkie, and so is Amber Cullum. So we're all like, woo! So I'd love to know how you started why you started your podcast, and how you integrate faith and crime.
Well, I started gosh, almost 2 years ago now. I was actually coming back from an investigation with a mentor, and she had a podcast that she used basically to drive tips to her cold cases. And we were talking about how helpful that had been and how many great stories PIs have and how helpful it could be to families who were still needing answers for a loved one's involvement in a crime, or perhaps they'd lost their life. And so she said, it'd be great if more PIs had a podcast. And I said, well, and I was just kind of joking. I said, they'd have to be a little bit different. We couldn't all do the same thing. I said, somebody could do like a book review on true crime cases because I'm a big book nerd. And she just smiled and said, well, Lori, that's your podcast. And so it was one of those ideas that once it gets in your head, it just keeps rumbling around and won't leave.
Yeah.
And so I talked about it with a friend of mine, and she said, well, there's a lot of noise in the true crime field. There's so much out there, so many podcasts. And she said, you'd want something that sets you apart. And being a PI helps. She said, but really the big thing about you that's different is your faith. That's such a huge part of who you are. If you could find a way to integrate your faith in it, you'd really have something different. And so I thought about that some more, and I thought, wow, those seem to be two really, really different types of topics. How could I integrate that? But what it's become is a way to encourage people that, these things that we read about or we watch on TV, they can touch our lives too. And when they do, how do we deal with that? And so we talk about things like redemption, forgiveness. I even had one about vigilantism. You had someone terrorizing entire community, and, he ended up being killed. And even with hundreds of witnesses, no one saw a thing. And was that the right thing to do? Do you sacrifice one for the good of the many? And so it really has led to a lot of very interesting discussions with people. And I have also started trying to make sure that every few episodes I put in a cold case, whether it's a cold case homicide, a missing person, because I also want fellow Christians to know that there are ways we can help. You don't have to be a PI like I am. You don't have to be a lawyer. You don't have to be a police officer. There are small things we can do. There are wonderful nonprofits that I highlight. And I'd really like to encourage people, get out of the audience and get into the action and make a difference in people's lives.
And so when you're encouraging somebody to make a difference in people's lives, you're not necessarily encouraging them to go out and do investigations, but you might be encouraging them to engage with the vulnerable and the people. Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly. Because in a lot of states, you go out and do PI work, you have to be licensed. And so I don't want people getting in trouble there. And for the most part, it's not dangerous work, but there are certainly situations you could unknowingly get yourself into. So no, I don't encourage people to do that, except if you're doing like online sleuthing. There are web sleuths. There are lots of different groups online that, they just try to connect the dots and they do it from their computer screen. And so things like that, people can certainly be involved with. Name Us. I don't know if people realize that there are literally tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of bodies that have been found that have never been identified. And so just combing through internet clues and trying to give those folks their name back, trying to connect their family so that they know what happened to their loved one. And those are just two examples. There are so many ways people can involve. In fact, I've got a project coming up next month, actually during November, we're still in September, where I want people to take a very simple step to give back. But you have to listen to the podcast or go to my website to find out what that is.
You're going to leave me hanging.
Yeah.
I've seen that genealogists have gotten involved too now with all the DNA stuff that they're able to help sort of circle around and narrow down to who people suspects are because of what we can do now with DNA and genealogy. So that's kind of interesting to see all of that. What I mean, you're talking about stories that many that have been solved, some that have not been solved. But what kind of feedback do you get? Have your cold case episodes actually moved the needle towards solving anything? Brought in new tips?
I haven't heard of anything getting solved yet. That is kind of my big goal. That'll be a wonderful day if that ever happens.
Yeah.
But what I have heard is the families of the people whose stories I feature reach out and they just say, thank you. We didn't want people to forget.
Yeah.
We want more people to hear the story because somebody knows something. And so just to be able to, take a platform that God has allowed me to have and let people share it with me so that they can find answers that maybe otherwise they wouldn't find.
Yeah.
That is such an honor. And the families are so wonderful. They really are.
Yes, just to say the name of their loved one and know they're not forgotten.
Yes.
That's powerful. So are you still doing PI work professionally in addition to this?
I do.
Okay.
It's if it's in your blood and it's something you really want to do, you always are going to make time to do it no matter what else you have going on. But the more that I did, the more that I realized I can only do so much.
Yeah.
And so that was, just something that God really put on my heart with the podcast is mobilizing people, encouraging people, equipping people, letting them know that they can make a difference too. And hopefully, more and more people will start kind of jumping on that bandwagon.
Yeah, that's powerful. Do you ever share cases you've worked on as stories on your podcast, or do you those are two separate worlds?
I have, but typically I speak about them in very broad strokes. Okay. I don't give a lot of details, certainly nothing identifiable, because a lot of times we might have some civil litigation going. Yeah. And so there's confidentiality issues. And I think people don't always realize the role that civil litigation can help with cold cases. I have several that I've worked on that are so heartbreaking that were originally called a suicide or sometimes an accidental death. And the family is just like, that doesn't make sense to us. It's not where they were at that point in their life. They weren't talking about that. They weren't exhibiting any signs. And even comments maybe they're hearing from other people. And so sometimes we can step in and we pursue a negligence suit or a wrongful death suit to where we can get the subpoena ability to get some records, to maybe get cell phone records, and even the ability to get people to sit down for depositions. And so we can get under oath, we can get some answers that hopefully will move the case.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I forget where I just heard this recently. I forget if it was on a television show or a drama, a fictional one, but it was that same idea where he said, now the next thing we're going to do is you're going to sue me so that we can get this moving forward. Cause he's like, I can't do anything else, but if you sue me, now we can. And so it was an interesting tactic. So that's amazing. What has surprised you the most as you've done your podcast?
I guess I really thought people would be interested in the stories themselves, but I've gotten so many people asking me questions about kind of behind the scenes of being a PI. And so I actually did an episode a few weeks ago where I had listeners send in questions, and just as honestly as I could and as openly as I could, just kind of let them know what the work is like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. It is interesting as you podcast, right? Where you think it's going to go and then what people actually want to hear. I think Mary Snyder has said this. She thought everyone would want to hear interviews, but they wanted to hear about what she could say about speaking. So that's interesting. Have you ever thought about teaching people how to become a PI?
I did get that question, and it really depends on where you're located. Different states have different licensing requirements. So I just tell people, Google the state you're in and what the requirements for being a PI are. And, that's your first step. And then finding work is always kind of the tough thing. I think the best way for me and the way I do things, I just approach attorneys and see where they're needing help, because I do own my own company and I work as a freelance. I do paralegal work as all, because that training is in my background too. So, just get out there, whatever you're passionate about, whether it's criminal defense, whether it's the kind of work I do with cold cases or cases that have maybe been closed by the police. Just find your niche. There's all kinds of wonderful ways that you can help people. There's insurance fraud, family law. Just what are you passionate about? And then find the attorneys that are doing that work and just talk to them and see what they would need.
So what is the most memorable case that you can tell us about that you've ever worked on?
Oh gosh. This one's kind of still ongoing, so I'll have to paint it again in pretty broad strokes. But a production company wanted to do something on a cold case, and they hired a group of us. And so we traveled to the location together and spent some time interviewing friendly witnesses, not so friendly witnesses, seeing locations. And I remember being struck in a way that I hadn't been before on other cases. As we're locating these different people to talk to, we're walking into a lot of just very middle-class neighborhoods. And I'm thinking, wow, you don't really know your neighbors.
Yeah.
You think you do. But that kind of gave me a little incentive to remember that you don't want to be paranoid, but you do kind of always want to be aware of your surroundings, aware of the people that are in your circle, and
right.
Just be wise.
Because how often does the statement start with, "He was such a nice man"?
I know, right? I always say that too. And then they'll say, all of the cats in the neighborhood were disappearing. But other than that, I think, okay, that's what we call a red flag.
That's right.
You got to pay attention to those.
That's right. Is it the coyote or the neighbor taking the cats out? Gotta be aware. Oh, that's great. Well, Lori, where can people find your podcast so they can listen to you?
The easiest place is just go to my website, theunlovelykruth.com. You can find links to all my social media. You can find resources that I've put out there. You can join my email list. You can find episodes, and you can find blog posts.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Lori, for being here today. It was fun to chat with you.
Yeah,
And
you too.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. Well, everyone, this has been so fun. That I was looking forward to that one just because I'm a true crime junkie. So that was a fun one for me to do. So I want to just remind us real quick that compassion.com/CPA is where you can go over, click there, look through the list of children that need sponsors and find one. Try to just find one. I dare you. You'll probably find two. Find several that will tug at your heartstrings. And I encourage you to sponsor a child. So I'm excited now to bring James Early up. Hello, James. I hope you are not surprised by coming up a little early. We had some shuffling here in the back of some slots. And
I just noticed that. So I told all my friends I'd be on at 4. So
well, we'll get you the replay. You can play it again. So
okay, good.
They will not miss you.
Okay, excellent.
So,
how are you doing, Jen?
I am doing good, James. It's good to see you. So you are a Bible teacher and speaker,
Yes.
and your podcast is The Bible Speaks to You. Tell us about it. Why did you start it? And what is your goal with it?
That's a great question. Thanks, Jen. I love to talk about my podcast. Back in 2008, I started doing Bible studies, weekly Bible studies at a nearby federal prison. And I put together these workshops on various topics, like all the women in the Bible or Jesus's healings, that sort of thing, how to pray. And as I repeated these workshops over and over, I realized I had something that was really helpful to people. everyone that participated at the prison thought this is great. And I started realizing, well, I should try to find a way to make this more available to a wider audience. And so I knew about podcasts, and I'd thought about it, and it took me a year or two to sort of finally, say, okay, I'm ready. And that's really what got me started, was wanting to just share the things I've learned from the Bible, some experiences with my listeners. So the thing I try to do with my podcast, and my tagline is getting back to the original Christianity of Jesus. I say this a lot. I mean, I love a good theological discussion, but at the end of the day, for me, it's more, what did Jesus actually tell us to do? How did he want us to think and act and pray and treat other people and, worship God, that sort of thing? And that's what I really try to focus on in the podcast, to help people get a better understanding and experience their relationship with God. And my latest kind of focus is really delving into and imbibing the mindset of Jesus. Paul says in 1 Corinthians 2:16, we have the mind of Christ. Well, that's pretty amazing when you think about it.
Yeah.
What does that mean? So I try to get into that a lot because I think the more we really learn how to think like Jesus did, the more we're going to act like him. We can't just start acting out like he did, because if our mindset's not right, we're just copying actions, and that's not in the heart. That's just, in the outward appearance. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with the podcast.
That's great. So what is the most interesting question that you've been asked when it comes to like cultural Christianity versus what does the Bible really say?
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I think the thing I deal with a lot with some of my listeners is they've been brought up in churches where they're just told they're a miserable sinner, even after they've come to believe in Christ, and even after they've been coming to church and, living the best way they know how to follow Jesus. And they're still told week after week they're sinners, and they're going to, every little thing they do is wrong. And I think that's really kind of abusive. And so my whole approach is to say, no, that's not really the way Jesus preached. I mean, if the Pharisees looked out on let's go to the Sermon on the Mount. Jesus is preaching the Sermon on the Mount, and pretend like there's some Pharisees there. Imagine how the Pharisees would have seen that crowd. Look at all these people. They're a bunch of sinners. They're not keeping the law the way we do. We're so much holier than they are. And Jesus looked at those same people and he said, wow, you're the salt of the earth. You're the light of the world. He knew people made mistakes. Yeah. He wasn't under any illusions of even what his own disciples would do. Judas betrayed him. Peter denied him 3 times. He wasn't unaware of that, but he still saw something precious and beautiful in people. I think what he saw all the way back to the original child of God, made in the image and likeness of God. And he saw through all those layers. So that's one of the things, to answer your question, I try to get people back to how God originally made them and how much he loves them. And his forgiveness is right there. You don't have to go through a million hoops to feel God's love, even if you just made a big mistake.
Right. Well, and what a good reminder for us on the other side, from the compassion side, is to remember to look at them with that same lens of, this is a person made in the image of God, and
right,
they
and
are loved.
When Jesus saw the crowds, he felt moved with compassion. And so, we all need to feel that, and we need to express that. So that's one of the things I try to bring out as often as I can.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful. So, do you get a lot of interaction and feedback from your listeners?
I do, not as much as I'd like to, but I have listeners in 117 countries. Not regular in that many countries, but that's how many people have listened. I've been live for about 2 years now. And sometimes I ask for feedback. Actually, every week I say, if you have any questions or comments, please email me. And a lot of times they'll tell me things like, wow, your podcast puts me to sleep. And I'm thinking, oh, great. But what they mean by that, then I say,
Yeah.
oh, really? And
Yeah.
they say, well, you have such a gentle, pleasing voice, and I can't go to sleep, and I'm wrestling and I'm tossing and turning, and I turn on your podcast and it puts me at peace, and then I can go to sleep. So I think I'll take that as a compliment.
That's right.
But one of the most fun things I did recently to celebrate my 100th episode, which I asked all my listeners if they could talk to anyone in the Bible other than Jesus, who would it be and what would they ask? And so I got them to either send in a recording, or I would record them over the phone or over my recording software. And so I put that all together, and I got a lot of people to participate, because I want this podcast to be about, it's not about just what I think the Bible says. It's what the Bible, that's why I call it The Bible Speaks to You. It doesn't say the Bible speaks to me.
Right.
It's the Bible speaks to each one of us in a way that we can hear, and it meets our needs where we are. And I just wanted to hear from everybody. So that's one way I get people to participate. But I do get emails from people with questions or concerns or challenges they're facing, and we'll pray together. One lady in Germany, bless her heart, she was in a really abusive relationship, and she wanted to know what she should do, and I didn't tell her what she should do, but I asked some questions and I made some suggestions and things to think about, and it was really helpful. And I wouldn't have known this person if I hadn't started the podcast. So I'm realizing, wow, I have a tiny little influence out in the world somewhere. And it's not me personally. I really feel it's the Holy Spirit working through me. And I know you feel the same way in your podcast. It's God can work through us in such amazing ways. And it's wonderful to get that kind of interaction and know what people are dealing with. I also ask, if you have any suggestions for what I should do a podcast episode about, or someone I should interview.
Yeah.
And they'll give me ideas. And sometimes I say, well, I can't talk about that. Other times it's a perfect thing and something I've been thinking about. So that's another way I try to get people to be involved.
That's great. So are you doing interview episodes now?
I do. Out of 103 episodes, I have done 4 or 5. So
okay, so you're getting your toes in the water.
Yeah, I'm mostly a solo show. Okay. But I have been reaching out to a few people because I think they have a really important message. Sometimes people have reached out to me. Yeah. And so, we find a way to make it work. So
yeah. Who's your dream guest?
Oh, gosh. Have you watched the Chosen show about Jesus?
Yeah.
I would love to interview Eric Avari. He's the guy that plays Nicodemus. I also actually met Dallas Jenkins, who's the producer, on a Clubhouse chat one time with Yvette Walker, and he was there, and I said, can I reach out to, he said, yeah. Anyway, I've got to figure out how to reach out to him, but he sounded very willing. So that's kind of my dream guest right now. Dream guest. And the other one I think might be Beth Allison. Oh, I've forgotten her last name. She wrote a book about biblical womanhood and how it's kind of gone overboard with treating women unfairly in the church.
Yes. I don't remember the title, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's called Making Biblical Woman. I have not reached out to her, but anyway, she has such an important message, and it's a very healing message. And that's what I'm all about, getting back to that healing message of Jesus. I don't need to fuss about theology anymore. All right, so we disagree. Well, let's get on with following Jesus.
Yeah. So what is, if you could go back to the beginning and tell yourself or another new podcaster some advice before getting going, what would you say?
Oh, gosh. I would say really think carefully about what you have to bring to the table of value, what it is you really want to focus on, whether you're going to do a solo show like I do or interview people. I think also it's a big commitment. I have put out every week. I put out a new episode every Tuesday morning. Well, one time it got out Tuesday night when I was first starting because I was still meeting. But there's a deadline, and of course you can set your deadlines however you want to. But it is a commitment, and so I would say really think about how you can share your experiences or how you can help other people share their experiences, because it's such an opportunity to bless people. There are people, whether there are a lot or a few, there are people that will listen to your show and it will change their lives. It will give them answers. It will point them in the right direction. It will make them think in a new way. And so maybe I would say, don't be afraid to step out in faith and, not be afraid to do that. The other thing I'd say is get involved in a group like Christian Podcasters Association. I'm in the Gold group, the Gold Mastermind group, and it is so wonderful to have a community of people that understand your challenges and can answer questions, and you can help answer their questions. And so if anybody's listening that they're not involved with the Gold membership under CPA, I would highly recommend that. It's been a big help to me in, keeping me going and giving me resources and meeting a lot of cool people. So
yeah, it has been a true blessing. I'm so grateful Eric started a CPA and then
he
brought
does
in the Gold. Yeah.
He does a great job.
So I have to tell you, the reason I started with interviews was because of the deadline. I knew if I told someone it would be published at a certain time, I would have to do it. But if it was just for me, I could move the deadline. So
yeah, there you go. That's right.
That's why I started with interviews. So that's great. Well, James, where can people find your podcast, find your website, anything like that?
Okay. The best place is at thebiblespeakstoyou.com, and you'll see the podcast tab. The best, and if you want to subscribe, there's a subscribe tab there as well. When you subscribe, you will get a little prayer guide called Praying with the Mindset of Jesus. So, and then go through that. You can look at the list of all the episodes. There are a lot of fun ones. Things like I know where I'm basically out of time. But the one where I interviewed all the people about their favorite Bible character was episode 100.
Okay.
So, and then another one that was good is episode 14. Would you let Jesus in your house if you hadn't cleaned up in weeks? And it's kind of a parable. So that's episode 14. So you can check that out.
Excellent. Well, James, thanks for being here. Thanks for flexing and going on early.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks. Well, enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you around Gold.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Well, this has been fun, but I am going to bring Eric back up. Oops. Sorry. We both clicked at the same time.
There you go. All right.
How was your break? Did you, have a good lunch?
It was much needed. Yes.
Good.
And it was great. Thanks for taking over and doing that. We learned this last year when we did, I did 8 hours. I was like, oh, that was too much. I shouldn't have done that. Even with a few breaks, it's just a lot. So I appreciate you taking a shift here, Jen. I really,
my
really
pleasure. It's
and
been a lot of fun.
Special thanks to James too, for pivoting there for just a little bit for us. I do appreciate that as well. But actually, this is going to work out really, really great. So now it's your turn, Jen. So I'm going to put you, and we just decided, by the way, in our Gold meetings that we used to do what we call hot seats, where somebody goes in the, gets to be discussed. And now we're going to call them spotlights. So I'm putting the spotlight on you, Jen. That's going to be good. You already told the story about how, when you started and you reached out to me, that was pretty great. I just thought, oh, well, this is what I do. This is where you go. But it's funny how that impact that had on you. Well, tell us about your show. So your show is This Mom Knows.
Yes.
And it's a place for moms to share their stories and experiences, even their favorite gadget maybe that they can't live without.
Yes,
I got to know about gadgets. What's your favorite?
I'm a gadget girl. And if it will make my systems, tools, gadgets, if it makes life easier, then I am all about it. And so if it is, like, one of my favorites for summer it's called that bug bite thing. And it's basically a suction that you get a mosquito bite, you put this thing on and you suction, and it sucks out the venom. And it just takes away the itch and it heals. So I left like two. I had two, and I did it on one and not the other, and it was a world of difference. So
you experimented with your bug
I
bites.
did.
Okay, good. Very good.
So yeah, so I love systems. I love tools. So this mom knows, because I'm kind of a connector. A lot of people would call me up and say, hey, Jen, I need to get glass cut. Where would you go? And I'd be like, well, over on Park Avenue, there's a place. Or it would be, if you were going to start a podcast, what would you do? Well, I get a lot of that. And, so I thought, well, let's do this with, as moms, we've got it all covered. We know what we're talking about. So let's do this, Mom Knows. And so I started broadly talking to moms about things they knew about, from depression to, an art skill that they had. And it was interesting, but I realized through CPA Gold particularly that I really needed to focus and niche down a little bit more. And so I'm kind of focusing down more into systems, and specifically systems that help mompreneurs integrate home and business so that they can do both well, because they can use their time focused on their priorities.
Okay.
So
you're really good at that. Like, I'm just going to say, and today wouldn't have happened as efficiently and well as it's happening with, if it weren't for you already. So helping me put in a system and making it all work. So again, thank you for that. But that's just my endorsement of, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Your systems are your thing, and it's really good. So, have you heard from your podcaster or from your listeners? Like, it's somebody go, hey, that was great, or that really helped me?
So I've heard a little bit. One of the things that, because I have a system, I'm recorded in advance, and I've said this is what I'm doing. But as I've pivoted, I'm kind of now playing catch up. So I kind of just got through all the episodes that were still more general mom. And now I'm really into more of the specific system ones. But I've had people in different groups. Recently I was brought into another group to talk about my guest process for my podcast, because this person who does podcast stuff herself, she's like, I haven't seen a cleaner system than yours, which is, it's humbling, it's encouraging. But it's like, okay, well, maybe I'm onto something if she does podcasts for people and I'm teaching her how to do a system. So
right.
Yeah. So I've had some side endorsements in that way.
Oh, that's very good. I love that. Okay. So you just started your show when? Like earlier this year, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give a new podcaster who's like looking to start next February or starting right now?
Yeah. So everyone says just do it. And that's true. But I would say make sure that you've got a plan in place. Know what you're doing first. So, and not know what you're doing perfect, but know the steps you've got to go through, from finding that right name to knowing how to get the host for your feed, to knowing how to make sure that you've edited and get it out consistently. But most importantly, I would say have a list of topics or guests so that you can go at least 20 weeks, because it'll snowball. But so just do it, but do it with a plan.
So true. So true. Look at that. Look what Amy said. Jen had more done before lunch than I probably do now. That's probably true. I love that. I agree with you. So when I started my show, I started with 13 episodes and I thought I was doing really good. As I launched with 3 to go out right away. And then I had 10 weeks. But right about week 7, I started to panic. Like, what am I going to do now? Right. And I had to start to reach out to people, and I had an interview. It's a long story, but totally get that. 20 weeks. That's a good idea, because you're looking at about half a year, right? Almost.
Yeah, depending on how frequently you go. So if you're every other week, you've got almost a year's worth of content there.
Yeah.
And,
it's great. I'd say don't let it stop you. If you can't, if that just seems overwhelming, don't let that stop you. But if you can do it, man, that will set you up in a way that you otherwise wouldn't have, and you'd be really grateful for that. Okay. So what's one thing that surprised you about podcasting in your niche?
What surprised me about podcasting was I switched to it from blogging because I knew I wanted to interact with people and have a little bit more of a community. And I thought I would find that in my guests. What surprised me was that I actually found it elsewhere in like Christian Podcasters Association and this online community. And so during COVID, when everyone was feeling isolated, I was more active than I was the year before. I had more things going on.
Wow.
And I've met people now in real life. I mean, Amber lives really close to where my in-laws are. So I've been able to see her in person a few times. And when I go somewhere, if I'm near a town, it's fun to go, hey, I'm going to be close by. Can we meet up in real life? And so that's what surprised me, was really the community that came with this, what seems to be a real solo kind of singular existence.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? And you were at Podcast Movement in Nashville as well. Like that's a whole community, right? Like there's so much. What I love about it is you can talk to people who, I'll have to tell you the story sometime of the lady I started talking to when I was there in Orlando. And she was like going on about some of her relationships and things that were not, let's just say, not Christian. Right. And then she goes, what do you do? I'm like, oh, my story is about the Christian spiritual journey. And that was interesting. Right. But we had podcasting in common. So it's a very fascinating way to do that. The whole community is like that. And I think maybe in a year or two, whenever the COVID's less, the Podcast Movement will be even cooler. But
yeah,
that community is really good. I love that. All right. So what episodes would you recommend someone start with your show on?
I think, and when I look back and see what people are listening to, I think the ones that have resonated have been the early solo ones that kind of laid out my story, from feeling very overwhelmed with life to a surprise adoption of 2 babies that absolutely turned our world upside down.
They're adorable, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay.
To then how that, sort of shifted me to a place of taking things off my plate, simplifying life, and listening more closely to what God had for me. And you leveraging systems, going back to, laundry is what was overwhelming me, and laundry is what saved me, because I stopped and I thought, how am I going to own that and not let it own me? And I just sort of systematically went through our life and did that. And now we have a very full life. It's very busy. And, there are times where I'm like, I should have less. But the other day, my husband said something about like, we don't have like a laundry day. I'm like, yes, we do. He's like, no, we don't have a day where that's what we do. You just have integrated it into our life. And so it just happens. And that's what I've done with meal planning. That's what I've done with podcasting and, homeschooling. It fits because there's a process and a system. So those solo episodes at the beginning kind of lay that journey out. And
I love that. Okay. So something you said is so good right there, right? Like, how do I make it work for me? Right. Instead of it working.
Yeah. Instead of me working for it.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes. Like that's a really astounding insight right there. Like that's because don't we all want to have a little more control of our lives? Like there's all these things we don't have control over.
Right.
But what about the things that we do that we just feel powerless to do, to have control over? Yeah.
And when we can, that's the thing. There's some good tools, and people will say, this is a great tool. It is a good tool, but you might have to tweak it to make it work for you well, or it might not be the right tool for you because of how your life functions. And so the power is not in the tool. The power is in the using of the tool. And that's what makes the system work. So
you should see all the apps on my phone that I thought were going to be amazing. Right.
Right.
All the apps. I'm like, oh no, I don't ever. I skip over like 99% of them, and there's 4 that I like to use.
Yes.
So that is definitely how it works. Love that. Okay. Well, so you're still kind of new at it, but you've been podcasting long enough to have a podcasting fail. Is there one that stands out to you that's like, you're like, oh, I'm going to laugh about this in a few years?
I haven't had anything too major yet. My biggest snafu was with poor Meg. She was my one of my first interviews.
She's backstage laughing, guys.
I know. and for whatever reason, the way that the audio recorded, I sounded like I was making a ransom demand. I had a very distorted voice. And so And it was one audio track. It wasn't two separate tracks. And so in order to get me closer to sounding like me, we had to speed it up a little bit, which then turned poor Meg into a little bit more of a chipmunk than she is. And so I remember I get this message, Jen, was there a problem with the audio? Yes, there was. And you were only episode 4, so we got that out of the way right away. So.
But how good is it that at least it's a friend and not somebody that you're like, oh,
exactly.
This is great. Right?
Because the next episode was Crystal Payne, Money Saving Mom, and I would have been mortified. So
there you go.
That was a big book name, author, all that. So
oh man. I love that. Well, see, that's good. So friends, it happens to all of us, even if you have a great system, right? It can happen.
Yes.
It's okay. And you just got to move on and keep going with it.
Yep.
I love it. Well, you've been very kind so far to talk about the Gold community, and I appreciate the way you discuss that with everybody. Is there something, and we talked about community a lot, but is there something that particularly with what we do on Tuesday nights that resonates with you?
Well, I think it's been just the encouragement that numbers matter, but numbers don't tell the full story. That, how you do it is just as important as what you do, is just as important as who's listening. And it's not the same across the board. And so I sit there and I look at the different people in the group and I'm like, oh, but they do this so well and they do that so well. And then I find out that, oh, they think I do something really well. And so it's really been that encouragement that it's not, you can have a process and a system, but it's not formulaic. It's not going to have the same exact look and feel for everybody. And so if it took me, it's taken me 6 months to get to 2,000 downloads, and I don't know if that's good or bad. And it doesn't matter because 2,000 times people have listened to me. And that's pretty amazing. Because my kids don't listen to me that many times.
Amen to that. 6 months ago, you wouldn't have, if you packed 2,000 people in a room, let's go that way. You'd be unbelievable. 6 months ago, you wouldn't have imagined having 2,000 people hear your voice, and it just keeps going. You're probably doing about right. That's about where I was too, I think. So just keep after it and you'll get there. It's funny. There's all these inflection points in the journey where you go all of a sudden, oh, wow, look at that. And then you grow and you keep going. Yeah. And I'm going to highlight what Amy said here. It's enough. That's right. It's enough. That's enough. That's what it is. And that's one thing I really love about what we do in CPA is, hey, look, here's what I believe. And this is where I was going to go with what you said. About how everybody brings something, right? And certain people do something really well and you do something really well. And there's a word for that. It's the body of Christ, right? That's how it works. This is how it's supposed to work. I don't know. I went to seminary to be a pastor, but I was never a pastor. So I don't know how it works in a local church. But what I know is that if we can do that in CPA and we can actually set it up so that all the right people are helping with their areas of expertise, we've got the body of Christ working on the internet, and I'm happy to facilitate that as much as we possibly can. So I love that. Jen, people can find you. It's thismomknows.com. Is that right?
Yes. Yep. Thismomknows.com/podcast will take you straight to all the episodes. So
awesome. Once again, thank you so much for taking a shift here and helping organize. Thank you very much, guys. If you can, in the comments, just give Jen a little bit of a shout out and say thank you to her.
Well, it's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
All right. Yes, guys. Hey, 4 hours and 15 minutes. We've been at this half the day. So we are still rolling strong, and we've got a whole nother 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. So we're going till 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. And we are hanging out. We are bringing you great podcasters. And again, before I bring up our next guest, I'm going to just throw this up here. We're partnering with Compassion. So if you don't have a child that you're sponsoring through Compassion and you want to do some good around the world for children in poverty, compassion.com/CPA. Mary Snyder will be back a little later to talk about, cover all the things that they're doing. But when you do that, when you support a child, it's $38 a month. They get all those benefits. And then also they're helping us out as well. So please do that. And if you would, just share this live stream. That helps get it in front of more people as well. We are on Facebook, all over, Twitter, and also, in fact, go to Twitter. Would you just go find me on Twitter, or go to the CPA page on Twitter and just tweet that out? Because there's nobody watching on Twitter. So let's go see if we can fix that. All right, I'm going to bring in our next guest is Meg. Hey, Meg.
Hi, Eric.
You've been so helpful in the comments there and everything. I really appreciate that today. And you, of course, are one of our moderators in CPA, and so much beloved, and also our coffee connoisseur. Can I call you that? You host our coffees.
Yes, and I'm from Seattle, so I mean, it fits.
From Seattle. That's totally appropriate. So that's fantastic. Meg, we're going to talk about you and your show, and then when we're done, I'm going to turn it over to you to take a little stint here in the hosting chair. So Meg, your show is Letters from Home, and I love all these things. You mentioned you're in Seattle, but you're also, I don't know if most people know this, but you're a mom of 8, which is amazing. I have half as many kids, and I still think it's an awful lot. And you're seeking to kind of affect our world with the gospel. I love how you put this one beautiful story at a time. So tell us about your show, about Letters from Home, and what you're trying to do with it.
Eric, it's so good to see you. And by the way, someone had just said they can tell you're went to seminary, Eric, because you have Kittle in your library behind you. So just thought I'd shout out the listener.
Kittle is the purple one, and almost nobody knows that unless you've been to seminary. It's a Greek dictionary. I interviewed Scott McKnight, who's a New Testament scholar, and he gave me a whole history of that, including Kittle's apparent affiliation with the Nazis. It's a long story. I don't know how I didn't research it, but I was like, oh, okay.
I thought you'd appreciate that.
People see it, but I just have them there because they look cool.
Well, so, I've been podcasting 3 years, and I started really not even knowing what a podcast was. And, when I listened to a podcast, and I just thought, oh, well, maybe there's Christian podcasts. And then I thought about starting my own podcast, and I thought about what inspires me, and what inspires me greatly is testimonies. If I hear how God has worked. I know, Eric, you've said like a lot, you referenced the dark night of the soul, and halfway there, it's that kind of stuff. Like, how do God's people go through something so hard and not only keep standing, but thrive, and God uses them in this incredible ministry? And so those are the people that inspire me in my lives. And so I've been working hard on getting those stories out to encourage other people. And it's such a great joy. I was editing yesterday and interviewed this very great young lady who's so bold and bright on Instagram. But then, when I was interviewing her, she was just weeping, and I've never cried so much. It was the first time she had shared her story. So I podcast to make a difference in other people's lives by capturing a little bit of their life for their family. My kids get to hear me capturing lives. They get to hear my heart as a believer, as a mama. And then I do bonus episodes where our kids actually, I'll say, hey, who wants to participate? Our kids are between, 15 and 31. And they'll say, oh, I will. And so I'll just tell them the question. They give me the answer, and it's a little piece of history for them too. So
yeah. Oh man, that's so special too. Someday I'll be really grateful that you have all those. That'll be really neat. All right. Well, so how has podcasting changed you?
How it has changed me. I've been a stay-at-home mom for 30 years. It has given me confidence. It has given me a little more clarity in my own personal why, as a believer, as a child of God in ministry. And it's opened so many incredible opportunities, for the gospel. People that wouldn't go into church family. I've got a lot of unsaved family are listening to my show. That kind of thing. I've gotten to speaking engagement, all kinds of things that the Lord has raised up by a mama stepping through that door, just knocking on that door and saying, Lord, would you use me for a podcast? And Eric, you got to be here with me and watch me grow too.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what? And I have seen that where, all of us are a little bit awkward behind a mic to start out. And now you like host rooms, and you're very confident. There's the clubhouse queen around here. So that's fantastic. And and you really have fun and you know yourself through that. And I actually think that knowing of yourself is one of the great gifts of podcasting. It makes me really, I just get excited when I see that happen. So that's great. So have you heard, like, so you mentioned that, you have people listening and your family listening. What have you heard from people about how the stories that you're sharing are changing them, your listeners?
Great question. Yeah. I think we don't always hear as many things as we would like to hear, like, oh, that was encouraging, or they say different parts. But I've had some of those really big moments where one lady that I barely know from church, she messaged me and told me, like 10 ways this episode encouraged her, and that she was using my episodes as part of her family's Sunday evening devotions. So she was playing little pieces of the story and having conversations with her family. And I thought, hallelujah, how cool is that?
Isn't that amazing? Like, would you have ever envisioned something like that?
No, I mean, just so encouraging. And this other lady, I did the DNA podcast show, a great, dear people, threesome. They do, a show together, and I interviewed all three. And one of the ladies messaged me after, and she said, for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm part of something great. And that was after she heard all three of them together, even though they've been podcasting for a year, but the fact that she saw her story as part of theirs. So yeah, we never know what God can do, by just stepping through those doors and trusting him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what God does. So, all right. I want to know, what is something that you've learned or something that surprised you as you've been hearing these testimonies?
What has surprised me, and I think even through quarantine, right? Everyone's out there. We've seen so much suffering and hard things in so many ways, but what surprises me is the deep joy people can have after going through something so hard. And I'm sure many of you too, like I see Amy's writing something, Amy, Moni, good to see you guys. But people, when we go through something so difficult, not a story we would pick for ourselves, and then we see God say, I'm going to take the shame out of that story, and I am going to use this story to show so many people that I am great. I am so good, and I can heal and I can encourage even through that story. That's what I always am surprised in a good way to see, God, you are so good.
Amen. Amen. I 100% agree. I have found as well, when I interview people, my faith grows as I hear the story of God's faithfulness to other people, right? Like, it just changes. In fact, I had an experience this week where I was like, sometimes struggling, and I had to go, no, I've heard enough times that it's okay, that God is actually there even when he doesn't feel like he is, right? So I know that, and I'm going to trust that, right? So, but that's because of my podcast. And so I know you have that kind of going with your show too. All right. What's your most embarrassing podcast fail?
I mean, I failed in all of the areas. So grace is a new meaning for us all, right? I think one thing that took me a while to figure out is, because I so want to honor the Lord and I so want to honor the person in their story, I would forget to interject. And then my husband said, Meg, you have to interject more. And then I'm like, oh, so then I started interjecting more. And so, but when you go back and listen, you're like, oh my goodness, there's 20 minutes of silence. Like, this is a podcast, So I think it's a little embarrassing, the learning experience of figuring out how much to edit out and how much to put in. I think at the very beginning, I edited out, like, there was just no space between them. Oh, there's too much space there. And then you're just like, wow, this sounds like a staccato, like a firing squad. Or like, it's a
learning editing.
Just learning. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a thing. There's a little bit of an art form to it. I'm sure our buddy Chris Darren can give us some tips on that. But yeah, absolutely. Well, I think you've come a long way, and I can see you definitely finding your voice, which I absolutely love. All right. You also, of course, are one of our gold members. Tell us what do you love about the gold community?
What I like about the gold community is, CPA itself is great. So people can ask a question in the main feed. And when you got time, you can go, search in the bar and find answers. What the CPA Gold community gives you is, I am at this impasse in editing. I am having this problem with motivation. And you can actually step in the circle and get input from everyone. And we have these meetings regularly. And sometimes you're just feeling blasé and you go in and you really, like I think a few weeks ago, I helped one of the guys get the title for his show. And he was so excited. And I got to be a blessing when I was feeling low in my day. So I get to give. And then also when I'm at a low point, I get to be in the middle and just receive encouragement. I've seen so many tears and encouragement and ideas gotten and new seasons created. Eric, it's, you're there. It's great. So
it is amazing. And you're an integral part of it. What I love about what you bring is always a heart. And sometimes I've called you the heartbeat of CPA because you keep us focused on a lot of the things. Like I can get focused on numbers and are we growing and all those things that it's important we need to focus on, but you always remind me that, hey, what we do here is bigger than that, right? It doesn't matter if people want to monetize. Like every podcaster wants to monetize and cover their costs, but what's most important is that we're sharing Jesus in some way, in our niche, in our different ways. And how many, amazing, just in 4.5 hours, we've seen so many ways that different niches that people are a part of. The gospel's going out, and that's what's important, and that's what we're doing, and that's why we're doing it. So I love your heart for that.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, so I'm actually about to just turn this over to you. So we'll give it. You're going to take it from here for the next little stint.
Yep.
Let me just say one more time, guys, if you would go out and share the feed. It's been kind of hard. I've been getting a lot of questions, by the way, from people who trying to figure out how to share. If you go to the Facebook page, the Christian Podcasters Association Facebook page, click share. And I think you might have to click something else, more options, and then you can get a link to share wherever you are. And I'll go check Twitter, see if anybody took me up on that request to go and share that. But also we're doing the compassion thing. If you want to sponsor a child, they're doing great work around the world. All right, that's it. Meg, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can run with it. Thanks for doing it.
All right, have a great break, Eric. Next, we have Michelle Will from Biz Chat Podcast. Michelle, hello. It's so great to meet you, and tell us about your show a bit. I'm so excited to have you here.
Well, thank you so much, Meg. It's great to be here. I've kind of been new to the whole Gold group, so I've been hiding in the shadows watching you guys. So thanks so much for welcoming me on today. Yes, we do Biz Chat by Faith Over Fear Biz Chicks. I host with an amazing group. I have Coach Noelle. She is a licensed therapist and has been doing that for over 15 years. Left that when she got the nudge to do entrepreneurship. And then I have the amazing Dr. Darlene Mayo, who is a neurosurgeon turned neuroscientist. And so together, the three of us tackle what we call the inner game of faith-based entrepreneurship, which we found if it's leading the game of entrepreneurship, your outer game will follow. And so each week we have topics that just stretch your mind, invite Holy Spirit to come in and reveal new things to us around what we have 6 pillars that we kind of talk about. And we have a roadmapper program that people can come into, a coaching program people can come into. So each week we bring on guests or we highlight these topics to really encourage faith-based entrepreneurs to not get in that lack of clarity, lack of confusion, doubt, all those things that can hit us as faith-based entrepreneurs and do things a little different, what we call that kingdom way.
That sounds great. Michelle, it's so fun to hear about your show and your team and what you're doing. What have been some of your big lessons that you've learned just podcasting in general?
Okay, so my biggest lesson that I've learned is that we have come, just as mamas, sometimes so empty to this podcast, like literally woken up and been like, I don't even know what we're going to do this week. We literally, there's been weeks where we just have been faithful to show up. And I cannot believe when we do that, when we come even empty-handed, that God just fills it up. And we look at each other after we get off these broadcasts and go, wow, what just happened? That God just comes and he gives us what we need when we need it. And as long as we give him our faithfulness, like, and show up, it just does some pretty dynamic things. So we always say the best self-help program is faith-based entrepreneurship. Like, you will learn more about your faith and what God can do if you just show up and let him lead and guide.
100%. So, Michelle, what would you say to someone who's just kind of starting out?
Oh, starting out. These are the people we love. Oh, starting out with podcasts.
Yeah, starting out with podcasting.
Yes, honestly, just do it. That is how I did it. I had a nudge from the Lord. I was not wanting to do it. I was screaming in the other direction. Please don't make me. I don't want to be in the spotlight. Anything but that. So it was over a few weeks of me just really negotiating with God and him saying, like, what if I give you the words? What if I put the words in your mouth? Would you do it then? And I had to give him my yes. And so I did. And that is when I asked a couple of my friends who we were all in a faith-based entrepreneurship like mastermind together. I was like, hey, would you guys want to do this with me? And so it was really just a step of faithfulness and obedience to knowing that God had the right answer. Like, I may not have wanted to do that, but I always say obedience is just coming into agreement that God's way is the best way. It doesn't have to be this like heaviness. It can just be an agreement. And so I just stepped into agreement. And so if you're feeling like God is leading you to step into a podcast, I promise you, he won't fail you.
Right. And, I just think if you know God wants it and it's time and you've been waiting, you step into it, then buckle up, right?
Yes!
Buckle up because it's going to be a ride,
Exactly. Put on the seatbelt because it is a ride.
What was your most difficult learning curve just in podcasting in general? Like, would you say?
Okay, so for me and us I have co-hosts, right? So it was what I'll call the ball toss. So we would, like you were saying earlier with Eric, like you'd just be so enthralled with what somebody's saying that you forget, like, you've got to respond now. So, I'd be talking and then I'd stop talking and Coach Noah would just be like, oh yeah, me. Yes. So we had this funny little like awkward, you go back to our early episodes, like, I'm not even ashamed. Like, we all have to find our sea legs and figure it out from the very beginning. Like, I love to go back to those episodes and just laugh about how we couldn't even like get our rhythm going. So those were probably some of the fun, just silly things. We didn't get worked up about it. Honestly, it's so funny. I was more nervous to come on here than I am to like, I host my show, right? I get everything ready. I have to get the hosts in and out and everything. And I have no fear anymore. Like, I don't have any, we do our show live. So we go on Fridays at 9:30 or actually 9:00 Central every Friday on Facebook on our Faith Over Fear Biz Chicks page. So we don't even have room for error. Like, we go live and then we upload it straight to Anchor FM. We've just hired an editor. Otherwise, we've just let it fly. Like, it's content over quality at the beginning. And we just wanted to be faithful with doing it and it wasn't really pretty. So I didn't even have a microphone to start with. We were
You're just making it work. Yeah.
Just making it work. Yep, that's it. So don't judge yourself and take yourself out of the game. That would be my advice. Don't take yourself out of the game because you can't do it. Like, perfectionism is probably the biggest enemy of this game.
100% perfectionism. I'll repeat that. Is one of the biggest enemies to just going forward, right? And you can start off with just a phone. You can start off with a phone and get a perfectly decent recording. I know there's some big podcasters with millions of listens. And I'm like, guys, step it up in your audio. I mean, I've learned over time and, my earlier ones, I mean, it gets better. But when you hear somebody who's got millions of downloads and it's like their audio is like, hello, then it makes you say, okay, you know what? I can go forward and be imperfect and it's totally okay.
You got it.
Yeah. Have you seen the Lord use your show to affect others? Do you have any like
Mm.
specific communications where someone's said how it's really made a difference in their business or their faith?
Yeah. So with our podcast, like I said, we have our program too behind the podcast. So we've been able to just use that podcast as like our mouthpiece about what God showed us with this whole Roadmapper program. So we do have a coaching program. We meet with them weekly. And so we've been able to see lives changed, businesses grow. We always say, like, if you're doing what you're meant to do, like, you're going to shine the light. And you're going to have that reach that somebody else is going to be able to do what they were meant to do. And I just see like these umbrellas of light bulbs shining all over a dark earth that has just been kind of long suppressed. And if you can get into your wheelhouse and your assignment and doing exactly what God wanted you to do, then you're going to inspire others to do the same. So what we've seen is sort of that networking where we light it up for others, and then they're able to see their way. You light the way for the next person. So it's just been inspiring. Like, I just wonder why I ever didn't want to give God my yes, because I love it. I love coaching people every week. We love seeing the changes in their lives. It's just, podcasting has been a way to get the word out that God handed us this. We're being faithful with it. We're walking these 5 pillars out, starting with mindset, then into identity, creating an identity statement, then learning what your resources are, just like the widow and Elijah and the widow talked about, what's in your hand is enough. You have what you need right now. Getting it all into alignment with our resident neurosurgeon, neuroscientist. She gets your brain right in alignment. And then we say, hey, you're not doing this in toil. You're capturing the grace available, the same grace that held Christ to the cross when he needed it. You've got everything you need right here in grace. And then we learn to launch and listen in our marketplace and get out there with this amazing offer that everybody who's been in your industry says, huh, why didn't I think of that? Because you're in alignment with everything. You've got your kingdom vision all set. So what we see now is this podcast can be sort of our speaker out to the world that we have this, and we want to share it. And we bring in speakers and topics every week all around our 6 pillars. And it's been inspiring. We learn. This is the greatest part, is I get to learn like while I'm doing this. So I benefit probably more than anybody.
Yeah. And I think probably there's a lot of people out there who maybe aren't in your niche or in your space. So what have you learned about your particular niche for podcasting? And, do you have like a nucleus of others that you're kind of fellow supporting one another, or do you have enough going on your plate with just your
Yeah, literally we're mamas. Like I said, we just show up each week and in survival mode. Noelle had the giveaway once. Sometimes we actually roll out of bed and are in the same pajamas that we do our podcast in. Keeping it real. We just we have found other people we've invited on our show where they reciprocate. It is a great community. Entrepreneurs, we really do want to support each other. Faith-based entrepreneurs, even if we're doing the exact same thing, we'll have you on your show. They'll have it is a great community we've found.
Don't you find that we're better together if we keep that vision? And I think Eric's really good about that, and Christian Podcasters Association. We're all in this together. We're here for one another. And if we don't view other podcasters or believers as competition, but we are in this together, going forward to encourage vision, it changes what you're doing. And I too have loved the community, just getting to know so many people really from the podcast community have been on my show because their stories are so beautiful. So I love, Michelle, that you have that support as well.
Yeah, the collaboration, not competition. Like there's no lack in the kingdom. We like to say there's no lack. So if we have that attitude that if somebody else has a slice, then we don't, that's not true. Like, there's enough to go around. There's enough marketing to go around. There's enough clients to go. Like, there's just no lack in the kingdom. So we support anyone who's got the same heart that we do. We just want to see God's people served and in their rightful assignment, serving him, enjoying their life because they're living out exactly what they were intended to with all the gifts and talents that they have.
100%. That's so good. What is your most downloaded episode? Like, do you know why it's your most downloaded, or you have no idea?
I don't. We don't really keep track of metrics too much. We really don't. We've really just decided, like, if God wants to promote us or give us marketing ideas, we go with it and we do it. So I don't even know. I do. Oh, wait, let's see. I think we interviewed Leif Hetland. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's the Liquid Love guy. And that was probably one of our most downloaded. We have rebroadcast that one. I just remembered that. So it was just really about how much God loves us. And it was just beautiful. So if you want to go back and listen, look up our Leif Hetland broadcast and just soak in God's love. It was beautiful.
That's great. Michelle, what's a thought that you want to leave with fellow podcasters out there who are listening? What can you say to the community of people who are going to be listening to what you have to share?
Gosh, that's a heavy one. To leave you with, I would just say, God's kingdom awaits. Like, just jump in, use whatever podcasts are out there to keep you moving forward in encouragement. And if you're called to be an encouragement to other people, step into that role, because somebody else needs it just as much as you found yourself needing the podcasts that you listen to that pick you up. So I guess that's what I can pull out of the air there.
That's great. Thank you so much, Michelle. And tell us where we can listen and see you. What's your group again?
So on Facebook, the page is Faith Over Fear Biz Chicks, and we go live there every Friday at 9 Central. And then, of course, you can catch us on Anchor FM /Biz Chat.
Great. Thanks so much, Michelle. Look forward to seeing you around.
All right. Sounds good. Good to meet you, Meg.
All right. You too. Let's see. No, I just need to figure out how the
to
technology part works. Okay. All right. It's been so great, right? Meeting new podcasters, just getting a little encouragement along the way as we're podcasting. And just a reminder that we are supporting Compassion ministry that Mary Snyder was talking about. It's so great to really help sponsor a child so they can have water and meet needs. And it's $38 a month, and a small portion of that goes to CPA as well to support. So that is at compassion.com /CPA. If you get a chance to go look at that link, I'll just add the link here real quick so you can see it. But yeah, if you get a chance to go support, it really changes people's lives when they don't have to worry about the basics. And it's easy to forget that here. I know where I live, it's easy to forget that. So let's see. All right. So now we are going to have our next person in, a good podcasting friend of mine, Paula Chamberlain.
Hey,
Paula,
Meg.
it is great to see you. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you today?
Good. Have you been popping in on the show here, getting to listen to everyone? And
Yeah, I've been in my seat pretty much the whole time. It's hard to break away.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Paula, tell us about your show. And I love your quote, and I'll read it if you don't cover it. But tell everyone about your show. Paula's got a unique show, so it's really important to figure out what your why is and who you're speaking to and all that. And Paula does a great job. Go ahead, Paula.
Well, my show is A Quilter's Life, and I get to interview the wonderful quilters behind the beautiful quilts. And behind me is one I'm working on right now. You see all the pins are in it. It needs quilted now. So that's the project I'm working on.
You're working on that one right now? That's
Yes.
really nice. How many quilts do you do a year?
Oh, I don't know. Just one to the next. So there's just so many. I've made probably 50 or more quilts by now. But this one's a larger one. Anyways, I'm used to asking a question and just letting other people talk. So this is hard for me to talk.
Yeah. Well, Paula, when I think about people who just start a quilt, like, quilters, I quilt too. And I'm a young one. I'm 54 and I'm one of the youngins in my quilt group. So, it's an older crowd. They don't have technology. And so for those out there who are listening, if you're intimidated with, because it can be a huge learning curve for technology and, if I get everything just perfect, like we were just talking about, is it going to be perfect before I get started? How did you get started, Paula? Because I know you were just using phones. You used a phone to tape our interview. I got to be on your show. So talk to people who just are starting out and feel overwhelmed with technology.
Yeah, I did use my phone. I found I used Tape-A-Call to do your interview. The Lord has provided I get to do a Rodecaster now, but I still do it through the phone because I want people to be able to pick up that phone and just talk to me. Like you said, a lot of quilters are older. I just got to interview that 91-year-old man that's still quilting, but he was able to just pick up a phone and talk with me.
That's so precious.
Earlier today, I think you just asked someone how the podcast that's had the most downloads. Well, I think my very first podcast continues to get downloads, and it's the one that has the most downloads now, because people find it, and all of a sudden someone I'll see on the analytics there'll be 20, 30 in one downloads in one town. I think, they went back and listened to a whole bunch of them. So yeah, and it's just growing.
Yeah, what you said, it's been said that every quilt has a story and that every quilter has a story to tell. And I've listened to several of your episodes. And one thing I like about what you do, Paula, is you ask really good questions. Like, what's your favorite sewing instrument? And how did you come up with your questions?
I don't know. Back before I started, Guthrie listened to John Lee Dumas, and we got to go on a podcast cruise with John Lee and Kate. And one of the things John Lee had said was to have your questions down. And one of his questions always was like a worst experience. So I took that one question, but I did think about, what do I want to know from the quilters?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know who they are. Where did they grow up? What was special to them? What kind of person are they? What do they do? And then we talk about quilting and find out what they like about quilting, the different tools, and their worst quilting experience. So.
Which is always fun because, there is always that, like, I think I shared with you, like I sewed a maternity outfit, and I sewed my sleeve together. So that's kind of hard to put on a shirt when you can't put your arm in it. So it's kind of like podcasting, right? So what's your biggest podcasting fail, Paula?
Well, like several people have mentioned, forgot to press record. And the worst part about it is this lady had instructed me in the quilting class I took. And so I got off that phone call and came into Guthrie and said, I just had the best episode yet. It's going to be the best one yet. And then I went to find it, and it wasn't there. And I guess I was a little silly maybe getting back to her, because we had ended on, with quilting, there's always mistakes, and you learn from the mistakes. So I said, I guess we just have to learn from this mistake. Can we do it over again? And she never got back with me, and I've tried, and I feel horrible, but I forgot to press record, and I never got that interview again.
That That's rough. Moni says, you make all your guests feel special, Paula. And then Amy, salt of the earth, human being, that Paula Chamberlain. And you know, Paula, I've gotten to see you over time. Like, you've gotten some pretty big guests, like the quilting cowboy. Like, I'm sorry, but that's my favorite episode. And I even bought his little favorite tool after that, from hearing that. But what could you give to somebody who may feel like, oh, I'm not good enough to get like a big guest, or, you know, I just feel like I watched the Lord kind of help you evolve that in a really organic way. But you've had some, like you did the quilting for the museum and the quilting cowboy. So what would you say to people trying to figure that out?
Well, I guess I'm really not about the big names. A friend gave me the quilting cowboy's name, so you know, I did him, and he was a lot of fun. He's really funny. But, you know, personally, I really like the unknown people. When people say, I'm not interesting, I don't have a story, that's the one I want to hear, because it's great to see what the Lord has done in their life, whether many people are Christians, not all of them are that are on my show, but those are the stories I want to hear.
Yeah. And you do a great job to think like, you know, like I don't even know the people. I think there was like what was it? The Mitford series. It was this really popular homey series that everyone, I feel like your podcast feels a little bit like that, where it's, you just come in, you get to hear about somebody's history and life and their quilts and their stuff. And if you're in the quilting world, it's just really nice.
Yeah.
It's a great thing. Go ahead.
One time we were talking about our outreach, and I, like you said, you felt like imposter somewhat with quilting, but that's why I feel like in podcasting, because so many good podcasts in our CPA group are reaching people. And here I'm just having one that let's just have some fun and not have to think a lot and not make a big decision. But even when I interviewed you, you were thankful for that, for a little bit of break.
Definitely. I definitely was. And I was so at ease that I ended up talking about my grandmother, which I'm so grateful that's my kids can hear me talking about my beloved grandmother on there somewhere. So that was super fun. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, and so many people are so nervous at the beginning. And I think out of my 100 episodes, 100 of them have come back and said, that was really fun. So just about everybody does. So that's.
And if you know quilters, I know Paula's looking, everyone knows a quilter, or there's somebody who, you know, has always got like the knitting needles. They probably quilt, you know, and you can pass it along to Paula. It's one kind of fun thing about sharing each other's shows as we get, you know, we can send each other guests. Or this week, you know, a couple people said, hey, Meg, could you send me a guest? You know, and then you can think, oh, I think this would be a good fit as we support one another's shows and listen to each other's show. We have nothing else to do, right? We're podcasting. Oh yeah, let's listen to podcasts too and support one another. And then, you know, we can give each other ideas as well. So Paula, I know you've been in CPA, the gold membership, for a bit. And what has it meant to you? What do you get out of the group?
Well, like you said, several of them have sent quilters my way, and I so appreciate that. It's really, really helpful. But also, I know we're praying for each other, and that means a lot. It means a lot to me to know you're praying for me, and I know when I hear things, I pray for all of you out there too.
Yeah, Eric said, you're a blessing to so many, Paula. You're doing important work in a very specific niche. It's great. And isn't that cool? Because we're all so different, and God's put us on a little piece of the harvest field, you know, and our podcast. If you think of all of the numbers of all of us total, like how many millions of homes and lives that God's using to affect. And I know that's why Eric started CPA, and why we're involved is because we just really want to see God use all of our shows to help and bless our hurting world and to strengthen God's people. So thank you so much, Paula. It's great having you in CPA. in the membership as well. Any final thought for somebody out there who's thinking, should I do a podcast on baseball cards or knitting needles, the science of knitting? I don't know. What would you say to somebody who's out there just on the fence about starting?
Well, when I went to conferences and, like I mentioned, the cruises with Guthrie, and he was podcasting. He'll be on here a little bit later. And so I was around the podcast community, and I knew of podcasts. But when I was looking for something I wanted to listen to, I wasn't finding it. So I thought I could do that. So if you're not finding what you're wanting to listen to, or the Lord lays something on your heart to share, you need to do that. It's good. It took a little while to get out there, but it's good. And CPA is a great help to do that.
All right. Thank you so much, Paula.
Thanks for having me.
Good day. Keep working on those, put those foxes together behind you.
They are.
All right. And we'll hear from Guthrie later. All right. Hey, just a quick reminder that today we're working along with Compassion with Mary Snyder has partnering with CPA here. So if you want to go to compassion.com/CPA, it'll tell you more about what it means to sponsor a child, to help provide water for a family. It's a really amazing ministry, and it's $38 a month, I believe, to sponsor, and a small portion of that goes to CPA. So I am excited to bring in our next guest. I see him smiling in the wings. Here he comes, Tim Winders, everyone from Seek, Go, Create. Hello, Tim.
Hello, Meg. How exciting. And this is going to sound weird. I thought I was going to be talking to Eric. I'm so excited to be talking to you. Nothing against Eric. Sorry about that, Eric.
Hey, you're on my shift, Tim. So
yay. And I do want to say, I was watching you and Paula, who I love Paula so much. And I'm sitting there just kind of watching it backstage, and she's got this beautiful quilt in the background, and you've got this mural and all behind you there. And I'm just sitting here in the passenger seat of my RV. So I apologize. I don't have the backdrop there. I guess I don't have the artistic flair that y'all do, but what a great conversation with Paula.
Tim, if anyone has the artistic flair, you do. I actually got my background ideas from you, but my nickname in the podcast world is Podcast Grammy. So this is my grandkids. This is our grandkid room where we, have my kids that painted this wall. So, and you've got your RV right there. So it's so legit. And you know what? I know that, most people in the world probably know who Tim Winders is and listen to Seek, Go, Create. But fill anyone in, Tim. You might have some new eyes and ears on your show.
Yeah, I love what Paula was talking about just a second ago, that she was listening to podcast, and what she found was that there were probably some things out there, but nothing that she would really want to listen to that kind of fed her and nourished her soul. And so, I actually was thinking about this earlier because there's some questions that you guys have that y'all were going to ask. And I was thinking, why do I do this podcast? And, my hobbies, this is going to sound odd. I don't quilt. I don't have a craft. I don't make stuff. My hobbies are leadership, business, and ministry. Those are my hobbies. And they also happen to be things that, I work in. I work in those industries and all also, and so I listened to podcasts, and I loved, some of the leadership things. I love some of the business things. Also listen to ministry, but not, I like preaching. I like ministers and all that, but I wanted to bring those together. And so that's what we did. It would not necessarily be niched in any of those one area, but I think the niche is people that have interest in all three of those: leadership, business, ministry, and they want to kind of mash all those together. And so I guess that really kind of defines who I am, which then it also spills into what the podcast does. And that is, we redefine success in leadership, business, and ministry.
I like that. I know It's a family affair. I love hearing how the family works together. You're super organized about all that. What work have you seen God do in your own life, Tim, through podcasting?
Ah, boy, that's a loaded question, Meg.
Or in your family? We can broaden it.
Yeah, maybe that might even be better. We've really always worked together. My wife and I, we're celebrating our 33rd anniversary tomorrow.
Wow.
And
amazing.
we're grandparents like you, which that's the best thing ever, isn't it?
Pretty
Isn't that
awesome.
the greatest? It is. I can't think of much more awesome. There might be, but it's got to be right up there in the top 1, 2, or 3. And so we've always been business people, always been entrepreneurs, always done a lot of stuff. And when we started, when I got saved and caught up with my wife, Glory, who already was, and we started having a passion for what we could do for the kingdom of God as best we can. Sometimes we made mistakes. Sometimes we did pretty good. We've just always worked together, and Glory and I have worked together for now beyond our married life. So beyond 33 years. And so when our children came along, and our children are grown now, they're 30 and 27, we just integrated them into all of our projects, our business. Probably sometimes they like that, and there are times that they probably didn't. And so as they've grown up, it's been a real blessing. Sometimes I know when parents, send their kids off, they kind of do it with they're going away, they're going to go do their own thing. Well, we've just always continued to stay connected and work together. So when Dad kind of rolls out of bed one morning and feels like the Lord said, "Hey, I think you should start sharing on a podcast," my first inclination is run it by my wife, Glory. I need some branding, somebody that can do some things, some help with some of the technical stuff. I talked to my son, JK, and I need help organizing. And she was already my assistant, so my daughter, Dulcie, steps in, and then her husband, who stepped in, he's helping with things we do on YouTube. And it was just, I don't want to say we didn't really try, but Meg, it was just kind of a natural for us. And so, but here's what I've learned. Your question, that was a long answer to what has Tim learned. I've learned how to be not the boss of all that, but maybe more the servant to all of that, or maybe more the steward to all of that, where I just kind of step back and I don't give instruction. I don't give direction. You'll find this fascinating. I just got off a phone call a little over an hour ago with my son, who is now coaching Glory and I in some things that we're doing on our social media channels. He's got 30,000 plus. He's at influencer status on Instagram. And both of us went to him and said, "Hey, listen, we want to pay you. We want you to coach us on what we should be doing with our social media channel." So I guess I've learned more humility, if that maybe, and just kind of put myself in the right position and recognize how awesome it is what God is doing with our team, my family, and all that this project is. And it's almost as if it's not about, this sounds weird, it's not about the product that we're putting out. It's about who we're becoming by putting that product out, if that makes sense.
100%. Someone just shared, soaking in all this wisdom in from those who have gone before, thankful, be the servant, be the steward.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Tim, thanks for sharing how the Lord's been using that in your family. How have you seen him use your show in the lives of others?
Wow. It's interesting. I'll give something that's a little bit different, because I know you've been asking probably this question of a few. I really perceive a lot of audiences with what I do, not just the audience that listens. And I love that. And I love them. I'm not discounting them at all, but I get so much value because I get to talk to people. And I know you do when you interview people. It's so enriching. And to use a term we use a lot in our household, it nourishes my soul just to have the deep conversations that we have, because I don't know that we would get to do that otherwise. And something that just happened over the weekend that was very interesting. I don't think about the nets that we start to spread with what we do. And, I interview someone that I think it released the beginning of 2021. I'm trying to think of my year here. Someone that had written a book, and then I released a podcast, and sometimes I get confused because I'm about 90 days ahead on recording, but a podcast released a few weeks ago about someone who helps publish books, and they're based out of India. And I get an email from the person I'd interviewed almost a year ago and said, hey, listen, they actually went through my assistant, said, could Tim introduce me to that guest? Because I would love for us to coordinate on some projects that we're doing in India. And so it's kind of this realm that I'm not even sure a lot of us recognize. And that is this fraternity of people that are guests of ours, you know? And so maybe that's a little bit of a different impact than we sometimes consider. But I love the fact that I've got former guests that are still listening, obviously, and they hear something, go, ooh, I would like to meet that. And Tim is our connection. I would like for Tim to connect. And of course I did. And if they could do anything cool, that's great. I think it's the way the kingdom of God works, that we really, if we try to control everything, then we're going to mess it up. And I mean, you know, we could do a certain amount to the extent someone wrote down the power of stewardship earlier. We're a steward over certain things, and we're a steward over our show and the people we talk to, our families, all those kind of cool things, but we don't control it. We don't know all the seeds that are going to come up. And so I think one of the byproducts are just all of these people that we've interacted with, including you and Eric and all the people that are, you know, watching and listening in. That's, you know, that's been a blessing to me.
100%. And Tim, I know you've been doing a lot of live interviews, and I've seen you do them on Facebook. And, you know, from how the Lord's used, and if anyone wants a good get, Tim's story is incredible. And his wife, Glory, had her on our show. She is an incredible guest, but I think you have such a global mindset, Tim. That's one thing I really appreciate about you and your guests. And you've had such a wide variety of guests. How can people kind of step out of the bubble of what they would just think in their circle of what they can do with their show?
You know, it's a great question, Meg, because at times I hear people like Paula that you just had on, who has one of the best niches I have ever seen. I mean, quilting. And I know that quilting is, I almost said it was like a cult. That's probably not a good word to use, but I mean, people that quilt love quilting. And I like quilts, you know, I use them, but she's got such a good niche. And I've just kind of come to embrace this, and maybe this will encourage people, and maybe we all need to hang out so we can help each other out. That's probably a good reason to be a part of organizations like CPA and other groups like that. I am always thinking general. I am thinking big. I am thinking what's happening around the world. My thought is with this industry, with that industry. I mean, I spend way too much thinking about what's going on with the global supply chain right now. I mean, I met with clients for the last 2 days in Atlanta. I flew back into Rapid City, and I've been meditating on, and I've been praying about it. I go, Lord, what's going on with the global supply chain? There's something odd happening. Is there anything, clues you could give me that I could help my clients and others? And so, and I know some people are going, well, that's kind of weird. But I do think that people have an assignment to think about that stuff. And I think, Meg, the thing to do is, I don't think everyone's wired to do that. And not everyone needs to be thinking about the global supply chain and all that's going on. And where are we going to get our Christmas gifts this year? Because they're sitting off the, you know, the port of LA. But I do think it's great to hang out with people that think differently than we do. That people that have either a strong niche that's so narrowed down, you know, like Paula has, like Mary Snyder has with speaking, and, you know, all of those things. And then maybe, hopefully, it blesses them to hang around someone like me who knows what I'm thinking about when I roll out of bed in the morning. I'm just wanting to think about big picture and even things scriptural, and the Lord, what are you doing at this season in this time with those of us? And maybe it's just hang out with people that stretch you. Maybe that's what it is.
That's good. Hang out with people that stretch you. So what would be a good episode for someone who hasn't got to listen to Seek, Go, Create? Where should they start?
Yeah, I would give them 2 episodes. There's an episode that we released. I'm trying to think when it was. It was our 100th episode I think it was back during the summer. We're about on 127-ish now. And we are tomorrow, it's like my anniversary and also Seek Go Create's anniversary. We celebrate 2 years that we have been in existence, and we've got 1 year on YouTube. And I think it would be valuable for someone to go back and find that 100th episode. And you could find it. It's pretty easy to find if you go find us on any of your podcast players and on seekgocreate.com. That's one where we kind of did some cool edit stuff, which, you know how fun editing things are. We don't usually do a lot of edit. It's usually just a conversation where there's minimal edit. But this show, JK, my son, my engineer, he outdid himself, and he took some great clips and put them together just to give a good overview of kind of what we do. And so I think that 100th episode is good. And then we've got one that's releasing, and it's a solo episode that releases this next Monday. So depending on when people are listening, I don't know if this is recorded or not, but it would be October 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, something like that. And it's just me on mic, and I just talk about our 2 years and some highlights for me. And I finally answer the question that I've been asking every guest. And that is, we are Seek, Go, Create. Which one of those words resonates or jumps out at you more than the other two, and why? And so we've gotten every guest to answer that question. And I finally answer the question for me on this episode that releases next week. So listen to those two, and then jump around. We got some great, phenomenal guests, depending on what your interest is: business, some ministry, leadership folks. Anyway, just have fun with it.
You know, I listened to that. It's a fantastic episode, Tim. So I'll have to listen to the follow-up. And I also really liked your series on leadership. And I won't forget the episode that says, how can you lead someone if you're not leading yourself? You know, which is easy to forget. You know, you just think about this stewardship and all out there, but that's a really good episode that made an impact on me when I listened. So that's really great. Yeah. So our next person, there's Megan. Megan's going to be coming up next. So Tim, any parting where can people find you, and any parting thought for podcasters who are listening out there? Any word of encouragement for them?
Yeah, people can find us at just Seek Go Create or seekgocreate.com. Anywhere you listen to podcasts, we're Seek Go Create, and go to seekgocreate.com. Love to connect with anybody. You could reach out to us there. Anyone that is interested in podcasts, I'm assuming if they're kind of listening in, they might have a faith aspect to them if they're listening into this channel. It's just cool to hang around people that are part of your, I hate to use the word tribe, but they're kind of leaning into the same things that you are. And I would recommend just connecting with the group. I know how much it's helped me. And so just get connected to some people. And just like we talked about earlier, some will stretch you, some you'll be comfortable with, some you'll just want to love on and hug, and some might even agitate you a little bit. All of that's good, by the way. All of that's good.
You know, and so what have you gotten out of, speaking of being in a group of people, the CPA Gold membership? It's so fun to see you there. What's something that you get out of the group? What brings you back week after week, Tim Winders?
Yeah, I just like connecting with people that are doing similar things. We get on and we can talk about some of the technical stuff, but these are all people that, for whatever reason, they believe that they're supposed to flip on the mic every week, every few weeks, whatever it is that they do, and record something, interview someone, share some teaching, and just put it out to the world. And, not everybody does that. I think there are a lot of people to do it, but not everybody does that. And if there's somebody listening in that's thinking about doing it, it's good to be around people that are also doing those things, and just, be around your people. I mean, not all of us are the same. Everybody's different. There's a lot of diversity there, but we're all leaning in the same direction. And I think there's a lot of power with hanging out with people that are leaning in that direction.
Absolutely. Tim, thank you so much. Have fun in your traveling home, and say hello to Glory. And I know we'll be seeing you around CPA in the comments. You are always asking really good questions in the feed. So good to see you, Tim. God bless you.
Thanks, Meg. Always good to talk to you. Blessings to you. Bye.
Bye. All right. We are going to have Megan Jackson from the Parenting Coach podcast coming up in just one moment. Just want to remind everyone that we're partnering with Compassion International, and Mary Snyder, that she has partnered with Eric here in CPA, and it's super exciting. So if you want to go hit compassion.com/CPA and check it out, see how you can bless another family, and maybe we can get a bunch more to sign up. And sometime soon we'll be opening up the gold membership for CPA for those who want a little extra encouragement and help. All right, Megan, I'm adding you in. Good to see you, Megan. Look, you got your little screen up and everything. The Parenting Coach podcast. How are you doing today, Megan?
I'm great. Thank you so much.
Good name, by the way. I mean, Megan, a little small takeover for a minute.
Yes.
So for those who haven't listened to your show yet, why would they want to listen? What can they hope to get out of your show, Megan?
My podcast is all about helping and supporting parents. So all those parenting questions that you have, we are answering those for you. So everything from meltdowns and tantrums to, what kind of dog should I get? How do I get my child to sleep? I've got a combination of guests and solo interview myself, just answering all your parenting questions.
How many episodes do you have so far?
Oh, goodness. I think I'm over 50, but I lost count somewhere along the way.
Nice. Well, the parenting niche is a big niche. There's a lot of parenting podcasts. What have you learned about your niche, and how do you feel like your shows can add a little something different?
What I've learned is that there are a lot of shows. And so in working with, the Christian Podcasters Association, I actually changed the name of my podcast from a suggestion that I got from one of the meetings. And then I really learned a lot about niching down. So the beginning first few episodes has been, a bit of getting my feet wet all over the place, but now I'm really trying to focus in on Christian families and focusing on gentle parenting, like peaceful parenting, as the style that I'm promoting.
So if you're having a podcast on peaceful parenting, you must have had a non-peaceful parenting aha moment that led you to this. So can you, I guess, share the inspiration behind, where you've come in your parenting and, and your title and all that?
Yeah, we were going through some hard times as a family. We've had some losses. We've had some stressful financial times. And it was in the low points of all that stress that parenting it was more like neglectful, like frustration. I was at the end of my rope, and had nothing else to give. And that's when I reached out and got some help from some parent coaches. And I took all the courses and I worked really hard and transformed our family. And it's when when you find some like great thing that you just can't wait to tell everyone about. And you're like, you need to hear this. It works. And I knew God put it on my heart that I was going to offer that same support to other families who are going through all those hard times and didn't have anywhere to turn.
100%. And I love hearing you say that. And I've heard, some of the more, big podcasters say, is it something that you feel so passionate about that you could talk about this for 4 hours a day? That's a good way to answer the question, should I start a podcast? That's one of the good questions to say. Could I not tire about this and talk about this because it's so gripped my heart? I've learned so much that I want to share. So I like that, Megan. So what would you say to somebody who's just kind of starting out or thinking, oh, do I have a message or should I start a podcast? What would you say to people out there who are on the fence?
If you're on the fence, I say just jump in and try, because you can always archive it and at least come back to it. Like, there's no harm in trying. But if you really want to make a good go of it, at least have a list of, 20 to 30 episode topics that you want to get out there and maybe a huge list of guests and ideas, because then you know if your idea is sustainable. If you've only got like 1 or 2 episodes, then that might be a nice guest blog post or a live. But if you have, like, you could go on and you're like, oh my goodness, I could schedule this for the next 2 years, then you know you're onto something.
I like that. And, one thing I've done too is I have lists, and I actually thought, oh, if I started another podcast, mine's, a storytelling podcast, I would do a parenting podcast, and I have just lists of different topics, or that one funny experience that led to a really good lesson, or that one hard day, or that scripture that transformed your evening prayer, or your morning, or like what Jen was sharing earlier. She has all these great systems, things that really are pivotal moments. And so, whatever niche it is, just thinking about all those things and keeping lists. I like that, to know that you have enough to sustain. So that's really good. So Megan, tell us about your learning curve for podcasting. So what's been some of your biggest fails or difficult moments where you're like, okay, what am I doing?
Yeah, well, my biggest fail would be on the technical side of things. Sometimes Zoom and microphones and laptops, they don't want to coordinate, especially when you finally get like a really famous person on and like nobody's mic's working. And then, so yeah, my biggest fail was that I sound like I'm shouting on my favorite episode with like a really famous person that I don't know if I'm going to get them back on again. And I sound terrible, but people still listen. So I tried to talk less and let the other person talk more. So yeah, just trying to find it as easy as you can. And to be honest, I actually do a lot of my episodes just on my phone. If I'm just recording myself. So I've just tried to make things as easy, simple as possible. And my other big learning curve was just reminding people about the Zoom call, or whatever platform you're recording. You got to remind your guests so that they remember to meet up with you, and coordinate time zones as well if you're going out of your time zone.
Time zones, that's a whole new thing we've all been hit in the face with these last couple of years. Oh wait, there's other time zones and other places in the world that I need to consider for scheduling things. So how has the Lord moved in your life, Megan, through podcasting? Like how has he changed you?
Oh, it's been huge. It's always a journey, and I'm really excited because when I first started, I was just going to do parenting. Like, I was going to be a parenting coach. That's my business. And then God moved it on my heart, and he said, I'm missing. Where am I in all of this? And I knew that that's what had been missing when I was doing my research, when I was transforming my family. And I kind of, pushed it aside for the sake of getting a larger audience and being afraid to niche down. And then he's really put it on my heart to put him at the center of everything that I do. So the podcast, my conferences, my business, everything I'm doing, he's right there along for the journey, and he's blessed it. He's bringing the most incredible people and new connections that I wouldn't have even imagined if I hadn't taken that leap of faith.
Have you seen like the Lord really move in a young mama's heart through just listening to the show? Have you gotten some good feedback?
I have. I've gotten some thank yous that they heard an episode and it really changed them. They wanted to hear more. Some of them had never even heard of, peaceful or gentle parenting. They just came across it somehow or saw it, on Instagram or something, and they started listening, and really God changed the way that they were parenting too.
That's super encouraging. So I know you're part of CPA and part of the membership. So what has encouraged you through the community, and what difference has it made for you?
Oh my goodness, just the support and the feedback. Like I said earlier, I had my podcast under a different name, and I was trying to decide what my niche was and who my audience was. And I just brought that to one of the sessions, and everyone poured their feedback in. Someone, as we were talking, was Googling to see what other names were out there. And they're like, hey, have you thought of renaming your podcast? I was like, oh my goodness, like the instant feedback and the encouragement that it was okay, and so much help. I really appreciated all that support.
That's great. Wow. And what was your before? What was your title before? And then what is
So yeah,
it?
you can still find me on
Yeah.
if you Google, it's Joyful Mud Puddles,
Yes.
which I love the name too. And I'm actually going to be starting it up again as a nature-based and stories and nature. So there might be a podcast with that down the road as well.
Do you think any of your kids will podcast?
I try to get them involved as much as I can in what I do. So we'll see. They're a bit shy of hearing their own voice. So
Yeah. Boy, isn't that something to get over? At first you're like, oh my goodness, I never want to hear my voice again. But I have grown to look at it like, we're just a mouthpiece for the Lord. And so it's like, I'm just stepped back. I'm out of it. And I'm just witnessing like God's working through this story. So for me, it doesn't bother me a bit because I just think of it's like it's not me because the Lord's using me to kind of help write a story, right?
I love that.
Yeah. So what has been your biggest fail for podcasting? So what's something you're just like, oh my goodness, that's so embarrassing?
I think for me, it is just not being clear on what I wanted. And I don't think it's bad necessarily, but I think it took a lot of effort. It was like an uphill climb because you go a certain way. And then if you change, you got to start like all over again and get all new listeners. And I think that not being clear on what I wanted when I started, or not sticking with it for a while and just being all over the place, really set me back a lot.
That is so true. Not being clear, at the beginning. And for those out there who've started a podcast and you're just listening in for the support and encouragement here, if you have that drive and that focus and that 100%, I know the Lord wants it, it's going to look different in a year. You're going to look at your episodes a year from now and think, ooh, I wasn't that good at interviewing, even though you felt like you're okay at the time, or you felt like you're asking good questions. And a year from now, right, Megan, we're asked better questions and we'll have better episodes. And it's so important to give ourselves grace to have, Eric's always saying, iterations, let it be. And it's going to just keep getting better. I've been podcasting 3 years and every year I just learn more and we grow as we stay put. So to have grace with ourselves like Megan did at the beginning when she didn't, quite know what she's doing. So Megan, where can people find you and say which episode they should start with?
If you're new to parenting, I would start with one on gentleness. I think it's just a couple episodes ago. It was like responding with gentleness and empathy. That was a great podcast to get started on gentle parenting. And you can find me at Gentle Parenting Coach on all social media and my website. And then the podcast is linked in there. So it's the Parenting Coach podcast and my website is Gentle Parenting Coach.
That's great. Thank you so much, Megan. Have a great day. It's so fun to get to visit with you, and I'm sure everyone's celebrating what a great show you have and how God's using you. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Talk to y'all soon.
All righty. Bye-bye. Hey, so just want to encourage everyone we've got a couple hours left, 2.5 hours left. Take a minute to go over on Twitter. I did this. So if you go on Twitter, Christian Podcasters Association is XPod Association. You had to, shorten the letters. And so if you go over there and just put that in the search bar and then just retweet it, it'll retweet the live there. Oh, I see Neil warming up. You guys can't see what I see. He's in the back warming up, doing some stretches. You'll see him soon. So go on Twitter and then go on Christian Podcasters Association Facebook page, not the group. We're in the group right now, but go to the page. And at the bottom, it says share. And then if you go into the 3 dots at the top, there's other options where you can share it to the story as well. So you can share it to the story. You can share it to your page. So for me, it's on my personal Facebook group. It's in my Facebook page, my podcast page, and my podcast story, and then in Twitter. So that'll help get more ears on listening ears and eyes on all of our show. So, and take a minute to go to Compassion Compassion International, compassion.com/CPA. We're partnering with Compassion International, who has such a great ministry just of supporting children and providing water and providing needs for families that could really use it. So, and you get to know exactly where your contribution goes. You get letters from the family. It's a really special ministry, and it's something great for families to be involved. So hopefully we'll get more signups as we go along today, and a small proceeds of that go to CPA as well. All right. Ready for our next guest, my brother from the West Coast, Neil Matthews. Ayo, good to see you, man. ¿Cómo estás?
Meg, I didn't know you were going to bring me in while I was dancing.
Oh, you did. You were dancing. You were prepping for that.
I didn't really know you were going to bring me in while I was dancing, though. That's embarrassing.
I find that hard to believe, Neil, that you have had 5 embarrassing moments of your entire life. I think you're one of those unembarrassable people. Am I right?
True. That is very true. Yes.
I have a son like that.
I was trying to think of the 5 most embarrassing moments I've had now that you got me stumped on that. So hopefully that's not a question we're gonna discuss, because I might be a little lost for words at this moment. But anyway, it's good to see you, Meg. How are you?
I am doing well, Neil. Doing well. And you know what? We're in the same time zone, Neil. We're in
It's so good that we're in the same time zone,
Northwest,
right?
Oregon, Washington. For all the other people, whatever. Everything's in Texas. All you podcasters who are listening, you're like in Texas. You know what? Well, we're not.
We're
Right,
not.
Neil? We're not.
We're not in Texas. No.
Yeah. Neil is in the house, says Moni.
Thank you.
And
Yes,
someone
Moni,
else.
Good to see you too.
Mark Judy launched a Christian podcast this month. Way to
Nice.
go.
Yes. Go.
Good news. So,
Yeah, great news.
Neil,
Yes,
other
ma'am.
people's shoes.
Yes.
Yes. Tell new people out there. There are people out there who are like, who is Neil? He sure seems like a character. Wow, I bet he has a very exciting podcast. What is it about? Why should I listen?
It's a great question. So I think why people should listen is if you want that different perspective on life, right? If you want that kind of different mindset, different shift, we've all heard it said, when you walk a mile in someone else's shoes, you kind of know how they feel. Well, I've taken that and kind of switched it up a little bit to the point of saying, when you walk in other people's shoes, you really do get a different perspective on life. And to me, that's what I'm all about, is that different perspective on life that I think is desperately missing in our world, in our community, in our cities, in our towns. And to me, that is the essence, if you will, of what Other People's Shoes is all about.
Neil, you do such a great job of that. And
Oh, thank you, Meg.
one thing you do really well is you have seasons for your show. Can you
Yes, I do.
give podcasters who are listening out there, like who are just thinking, they
Yeah.
just have episodes going on? What are some, how do you get inspiration for seasons?
Oh, yeah.
And, picking the amount and just what's your vision for that?
Well, so I'm a TV guy. Like, I started out when I was in high school. I actually interned for a local TV station here I call it the Rogue Valley. It's where I live. And I was doing sports broadcasting. That was what I thought God wanted me to do, ultimately, was work for ESPN. And clearly that has not happened, because I'm not working currently in Bristol,
Their
Connecticut.
loss.
Their loss, correct. Perhaps other people's gain. And so for me, I've always thought from a show standpoint of episodes. And from an episode standpoint, I wanted it to be seasons, because I'm one of those people, I get bored easily. Maybe others are like me. And so I want to have the newness. I think we all get excited about new stuff, whether we want to think it or not. We like that new pair of shoes. We like that new dress. We like that new pair of pants. We like that new whatever it may be. Not saying we're chasing that, but we do like new stuff, right? And so for me, seasons made it easier to have that newness, but it also gave me an idea that I could switch the show at any moment and kind of reset and say, okay, where are we at now? And so currently I'm on season number 9, and I go for about a period of time. So I'll go for about 4 months, and then I switch seasons. And so I'm almost wrapped up with season number 9 as far as production. It won't end until the end of the year, till December. But production-wise, I am all done I think I have one more interview and I'm done with this season, and then I'm turning my focus to season 10, which I'm really excited about when that's going to happen. So getting some feedback on season 10 already. So, and I would just, if I can add one more thing, Meg, I would just add that as a piece of advice for a podcaster is listen, get ahead, stay ahead. That is my mantra that I have truly adopted. Get ahead, stay ahead. It is not fun scrambling if your show comes out on Wednesdays like mine does. Scrambling Tuesday night, who I'm going to get. Like, it's too late. It's probably not going to happen. So that would be my piece of advice as well.
I like that. Get ahead, stay ahead. Oh, and Paula said I can't recognize Neil without a ball cap. That seems important to put up there. So, Neil,
sorry, I got the blue polo on though today.
You do, Neil.
you know?
Everybody loves Neil. You can tell he's all of our loving brother. We love Neil. Neil, one of your one thing I'll add that also I think you do really well in regarding seasons. If you pick a season, like you have one of the most creative seasons I've ever heard of, is what happened when, what happened on this date.
Yeah.
And that is such a fantastic series of yours because if we take each individual person, how many actual dates do we remember that are momentous in our lives?
Right.
And that's a very powerful series. So there are a lot of things that you can do with seasons and walking in other people's shoes, right?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah. That's a little inside joke with Amy and I, but that's fun. Sorry, Amy. They're not going to London, I promise. I don't have any pull on that, but maybe. But no, I think you're absolutely right. Just going back to that, I know you were kind of wrapping up the last you had talking about iteration and talking about kind of, always creating. And so for me, part of the great thing about podcasting that I would tell people is you're the boss, right? I'm the boss of my own, I'm trying to explain it to older people now what a podcast is. I'm like, it's like an online radio show. I'm in charge of that. I'm the CEO. I'm the, the host, the producer, the bottle washer, the editor, the everything, right? And so if I want to switch gears, I have that authority and that power to do it. Eric, exactly. You are the boss. You're the boss. And so I think people fail to remember that because they think, I have to get like permission. No. You're in charge. If I want to have a bright pink background, which is not my color scheme, I can have a bright pink background. If I want to have, now I know that we're all, for the most part, Christians in this organization, but if I want to have somebody, like we've had somebody come on that's Mormon to talk about Mormonism, to talk about the differences between Mormonism and Christianity, guess what? I can do that. I don't have to ask permission from anybody. Except maybe God. But outside of that, I don't have to ask permission or get permission. I am truly the boss. And so I do love doing seasons. I hope you're not going to ask me what my favorite season is or what my favorite episode is.
I am not.
I really hope you're not going to do that. Okay,
I'm not gonna do it, but what I'm going to ask you, Neil, is what shoes have you stepped into through podcasting have changed your perspective to the core or affected your family? I know you have a lovely wife and daughter, and I know the stories spill over in my home from people I interview. So how about you?
Boy, that's hard too. There have been so many amazing shows. I actually just pulled up my list just in case you asked me show related questions so I could pull it up quick. So 144 episodes, you figure that's one person per show typically. So that's a lot of shoes to be in. But I think one recently that has really spoke to me and really kind of shifted me was the most recent episode we have, to be honest with you. And her name's Megan, and she was also on Amber Collins' show, Grace Enough. But Megan suffers from OCD, and I had never even in my wildest dreams thought about OCD. I've heard people say, I have OCD or I have this, but I never put much like thought into what that battle really is like. And to me, Megan's story changed me because it shifted my focus so much that I really stopped to think, wow, like that's a real thing. Like it's not a made up thing. Like it's a real thing. And that one was good for me. But as far as like the most downloaded show, I have a show that I did in my very first season that's called Emptiness that has been downloaded over 10,000 times.
Wow.
I went back and listened to that show recently because it's in my first season. I was still newer, still kind of getting my groove and finding my way. And I listened back to it and I find so many mistakes that I made or things I could have said better. But in that, people have resonated with that show for whatever reason. So those two, I would say, a really old and a really recent, that people could really go and listen to and really get maybe that perspective shift that I was talking about earlier.
That's great, Neil.
Yeah.
And I mean, one of my top 10 episodes, and I have listened to hundreds, if not maybe I've listened to thousands of podcasts or episodes. I've listened to a lot.
Right.
One of my very favorite ones is when you interviewed your father.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh man, it was so gripping. I listened to it twice. Right after I listened to it once, I listened to it again.
That's
it
awesome.
was
Thank
so
you,
good.
man.
And sometimes I think with Tim too, like his 100th episode, he had family in there. And when we do those personal episodes, sometimes those really draw attention in addition to the others, right? So like, how has God changed you podcasting, Neil? And like, what has he done in just your personal life through it? Or what have you learned about yourself?
Well, I think I've learned to become a better listener for me. It's really hard sometimes because I want to jump in. I want to save. I want to rescue. I want to encourage. I'm an encourager by nature. That's my number one spiritual gift, according to our church's assessments that we do, right? So my nature is to come in and encourage. When I hear a painful situation, immediately is to come in and encourage, right? To give a word of encouragement. But I think I've learned to let people sit in their pain, to let people have that space to really walk me back through my pain. I have a guest coming up this next month in November. I know it's only September, but October's tomorrow. So anyway, but she's going to be coming up in November. And I've been asking people this season, specifically at the end when I'm recording, like, hey, how can I get better? What's something you hear that I could get better at? I'm always trying to get better, asking for feedback right away from a guest, right? And she said to me, boy, I had heard people say that you ask really hard questions, but I didn't know until I was in that moment. And so I think that would be the two things, is learning to listen really well and really learning to ask the question that I think a listener wants to hear. And I think that can only happen if I'm truly listening to them actively and not just, I think it's called a pseudo listener, listening and then requiring a response right away, but really truly listening to listen intently.
And I would say, in addition to that, one thing I learned from you that I picked up for my own podcasting style is go in for the second obvious question. Like someone's saying, well, I really felt this way about that, when my mom died, but how did you feel about that? And I noticed that when I listened to your show, you asked that, but for some reason people are in that headspace and they go deeper. And I think that's something, in light of what you're sharing about listening. And I know for me, it's such a learning experience because you're listening in the moment. And I know when you and I did our interview, I watched you lean in. You were lean into the mic, like almost like the mic was here. It was just like we were just kind of like right in there having the conversation, right? But when we're taping, as podcasters, we have that we're listening in the moment. But I always find when I'm editing, like I could be a better listener. I guess I was missing some spots. I thought they were feeling like this in the moment when I was looking at them. I thought I was reading them. So yes, it's always important to listen and just to know we've got more to learn in that department, right?
Yeah, we're coming up on 150 episodes, which
it's amazing.
It's hard for me to even fathom 150. But I have a special guest coming up for that. That'll happen November 10th. And I can't wait. There's some fanfare that will come with that. I'm just really excited about the opportunity that I got to sit with this gentleman. But in that, I asked him afterwards the same question, like, hey, he's famous, somewhat famous. And I said, hey, you've been interviewed by everybody from the time you were in high school now forward. I said, what do you think I could do to get better? And he said to me, and I'll never forget this as long as I live, I have it on a recording, which I don't normally record. When I'm done, right? But I had a feeling he was going to say something. So I just hit record it anyway. I didn't want to leave the moment, maybe. And he said, Neil, your style reminds me a lot of Dan Patrick, who's a sportscaster who has a show called Dan Patrick Show. And he's famous. He's been on ESPN and he has his own show now, and it's huge. But in that, this guest said to me, your style is very much like Dan Patrick. It's so easygoing. It's really personal. You care. You truly listen. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so amazing. Like, the adoration was great. And I'm like, I got to like slow down. My head's going to get, the size of Texas, speaking of Texas again. But in that, it was so humbling to hear as a host, to know that I've created an environment. I've crafted a space that this guy felt so comfortable. He could compare me to somebody who's been doing it longer than I've been alive. And to me, that was like the greatest compliment. So anyway, just small story on that.
That's encouraging. One Facebook user said, I become a better listener. Nice, Neil. We tend to think podcasting is about talking, right? It's, it's about listening. And Merritt, love that idea of asking for feedback from guests. Well,
it can get dangerous. It can get dangerous. I've gotten some negative. I mean, again, every rose has a thorn, right? So it can get dangerous. You gotta realize in that moment, they might not give you full, honest transparency, but I'm just a pusher. I just say, hey, how do you?
Neil's
really
a pusher.
feel?
You heard that
I'm
from
a
him.
pusher.
Okay.
All right.
I think that means something that's not cool.
I don't
that you
know.
can go to jail for. Okay.
I probably.
Neil, so tell everyone real quick where they can
Yes.
find you, because we have Brian waiting in the wings and he's all
Yeah.
excited.
Yeah.
Good to hear from Brian. So
Good to hear
where
from
can
Brian
people
either.
find you, Neil?
Yeah, super easy. opspodcast.com. One place, all the socials are there. If you want to follow us on social, that's great too. You don't have to. OPS Podcast Show under Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So
All right.
there you go.
Thank you, Neil. You're a blessing. I'm so happy
Absolutely.
that I got
Thanks
to
for
see
doing
you
this,
today.
Meg. Thanks for doing this. Thanks,
Yes.
Eric. Thanks for everybody that
Eric,
was on today.
Jen
Appreciate it,
organized it
everyone.
all right.
Jen, you're
Bye,
amazing.
Neil.
Take care.
All right, it's been so much fun. We got more time to go here, and just quick before we bring Brian on, take a second to go over to compassion.com to just follow this link and read about families who are just waiting to be blessed by you and by us through CPA. We're connecting with Mary from Compassion International today, our own Mary Snyder, and Eric from CPA, and a little bit of the proceeds will go to CPA, and we just want to support families and children. So if you get a chance to go over there and find room in your heart and budget to support, that would be great. All right. Very patiently waiting in the wings. And Brian, I have to say, I'm gonna take a stab at your last name, because it's a name that I don't know. It rattles in my head. Like after I'm on CPA, I'm like, Brian Ensminger. Ensminger? Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Ensminger.
You did great.
Okay. Because you do such a good job of engaging in all the comments. You're always helping fellow podcasters out. And I'm just like, how do you say his name? How do you say it?
I can just go by Brian too. That's easy enough.
It's good to finally meet you, Brian, from Top Tier Audio. Tell us about what you're up to and what you're doing in the podcasting space.
Yeah, so I've got a couple things going on. One is I do actually still co-host a show, and that's the Podcast Editors Mastermind. It's a show
Nice.
that's focused on the business side of podcast editing, not just like how do I do the cuts and the ums and all that stuff, but like team building, finding clients. For me, being I work full time, and then I also edit shows. So like I'm going along on the journey with other people. So that's the show that I co-host. Then I also edit podcasts at toptieraudio.com. And so that's what I've got going on.
That's great. Wow. So your podcast sounds like it would be super helpful. What would be a good episode you would want people out there to start with, and why? Like what could we get from your show?
So I would recommend, especially for people that are new to the show, episode number 3, because that's the story of how the 4 of us that started the show each found our first client. And when I talk to podcast editors, you almost always get one of 2 questions: either how can I find my first client, or how can I find my next client? And so we don't necessarily have the answer, but we shared the story of how we found ours, hoping that might help other people. And that's by far the most popular episode as well.
That's great. It sounds like you're making a living in the podcasting space?
I'm making a partial living. I still work full time, and then I'm growing a small production business. I've got a couple people that do some work for me now, and I'm in the process of continuing to expand. It's always this juggling thing, right, between volunteering and working on the business and having family. So it's been a ride.
Everyone, yes, the juggling emoji, that is all of our lives as podcasters, family, ministry, all of the things. Well, pretty soon in CPA, we're going to be doing a summit on monetization, which is going to be super awesome. But do you have any tips for people out there thinking, how do you monetize your show? Do you have a quick thought or two for any aspiring podcasters or new podcasters out there?
Yeah. I mean, I've got a couple, right? And it all depends on your show itself. So if you don't have a show yet, what I would recommend is starting with the end in mind, that whole Stephen Covey thing. And you go, okay, if I want a show that's going to generate revenue, ask yourself, how does this fit in? Like, how do I think revenue is going to come from this? Do I have a business that this could promote? Do I want to develop products and services? Because ultimately, for most people, the podcast itself will not generate revenue. What it does is generate interest and build an audience that either you can sell your thing to or other people's thing to. And even advertising is that, right? You think, oh, I've got this show, I'm going to monetize my show. Really, you're not. You're monetizing your audience. You're selling your audience to somebody else for their attention. So that's what I would do, is go, okay, how do you want to do that? And then really there are some fairly simple strategies that can play into that. For example, if you want to sell your own thing, is it something that you could interview potential clients and make that part of your sales conversation, so you can start building a funnel of people that want to be on a show and talk about what their business does or something like that. And when you're done, you've got the possibility to say, hey, had a great time talking. Don't know if you're in the market for what we do, but if you are, do you mind if we have a conversation? You've already kind of warmed them up. They know you're not one of those creepy people calling with a robocall, right? So all of that. So that's like one or two of the things that I might recommend is, start with the end in mind. And then if you can, make your guests part of it. I'm not that creepy thing where you're selling access to your show, but just like, as you develop relationships, use that to build your network and find people that might be a great fit.
Totally. That's so good. Thank you, Brian. You can tell that comes from years of experience. So I'm going to ask you, since you're an audio, top tier audio, a couple of things. What has been your give us a good audio podcast fail for you?
Oh man.
And also just a couple of tips just to help us poor people who struggle with all the technology and audio.
Yeah. So the fail isn't so much a tech fail, but it's so embarrassing. So
we can't.
This is the best, right? So I started my first show back in 2016. It was the Engaging Missions show. And much like Neil was just talking about, after I got into it, a few episodes, every time I got done, I would ask people, what could I do better? What could I do better? And I was always trying to improve. And about, 2 or so years into the show, I interviewed Aaron Babiar, who was with Support Raising Solutions. We talked about raising support and all the things that missionaries care about for that kind of thing. And I lost the interview. It was gone. And it was a Skype recording. I used Skype call recorder from Ecamm, which was available at the time. And I also made a backup using something else. I don't remember what I did. But in the end, when it came time to edit his episode, I couldn't find the backup, the original was gone. And I ended up having to message him back and go like, this isn't one of those things where I'm just pretending I lost your interview because it was no good. You had great stuff, but it's gone. And I'm so embarrassed to tell you this. So that's probably my tech fail. In terms of tips, I guess I would say, don't make it any more complex than you need to until there's something that a simpler setup can't do. For example, I'm using an XLR microphone. I know that you are as well, which means there's some kind of interface and you've got some stuff running into the computer. If you don't need that, go with a USB microphone that just plugs directly into the computer, because it's simpler. And then find the right tool for the job. I mean, when I started out, they had some right tools for the job, but a lot of what I did was trying to piece together things that weren't designed to do stuff in order to make them do what I wanted to do. So now there are lots of other things. There's the Rodecaster Pro, there's the PodTrack P4, P8. Like there are all kinds of tools built specifically for podcasters to do the podcasting thing. So if you can do that, don't try and save $8 to like, if there's a significant cost difference, okay, I get it. But like, don't try and save a couple bucks and make your life miserable because you're constantly having to rewire something or route software. So like, don't do that unless you have to. That's my tip.
Keep it simple is what I'm hearing. Just
Yes.
keep it simple. And if you can upgrade, do it, but don't stress over that.
Yeah.
So Brian, how has the Lord moved in your life through podcasting? And what are some of your big lessons, like you've learned about yourself or God?
Oh man. Where do I start? Probably the most meaningful lesson and the one that I continue to struggle to learn is the end of myself. Because I like to think that I have a lot of capability and capacity. And so I tend to commit myself beyond what I can reasonably do. And then there's that constant thing of me going back to God and going, hey, I've got this thing. Can you help me? He's like, well, did you ask me if you were supposed to do that? I'm like, no. So I think that's one of the things. And then the other thing is just the intrinsic value of, I'm going to say this generically, people. I'm an introvert and I have a tendency sometimes to be a little bit negative and like not be open. And by forcing myself into situations where I have to be open because I'm like the one that booked the interview, I've got like that's really helped me to start to see the intrinsic value of people, not the value of the things that we agree on or disagree on or like all that stuff, but really just every time I'm across the screen with somebody, that's somebody that God's created in their image. And as best I can, I need to find the good in them and make a connection there and do whatever I can to encourage them and to bring life into their life. That sounded ridiculous, but that, and that's again, an ongoing challenge, something I struggle to walk out every time, but it's something I'm working on.
That's great. And, and it takes all kinds of us, right? If you're more introverted or some of us are more out there and finding the Lord in each person. And I like that, bringing life to life. Like, we want to encourage each other to be better. I want to appreciate someone as a child of God who I'm interviewing and giving ourselves grace to grow as well. So, what's been a blessing to you as far as being part of the CPA community?
It's going to be a common theme. It's the people. I've gone through a few of the trainings, and those are good. They're great, but the real value is the people. It's always the people. As much as I'd like to pretend it's the other stuff, it's not. It's you and it's Eric and it's all the other. It's everybody.
100%, Brian. And I feel like people are out there like, oh my goodness, I finally get to meet Brian, and hear about what you're doing, because you really have helped so many people with your knowledge and your kindness, just interacting. And you've helped me with questions. When I see somebody else with a question, I pitch in, and that is one of the beauties of the community. So do you have any where can people find you, and what's a final thought you have for podcasters and new listeners out there?
Yeah. So for me, I would recommend people go to toptieraudio.com. That's the website where I've got the business. If somebody's interested in checking out the Podcast Editors Mastermind, that's at podcasteditorsmastermind.com. Also super creative. We just like totally rocked it with a long URL. And a parting thought. Know why you're doing it and continue to go back to that why that you're doing it. Because I know that the times when I've felt overwhelmed or I've started to struggle or thought about giving up, it's that when I go back to why am I doing this, like the people that I'm impacting, I can't stop, right? Because it matters.
100%. Know why you're podcasting and continue going back to that. And I think for me, that's one of the biggest, when it's like, what do you say to somebody who's aspiring to podcast? I'm not one who's going to say, just do it. There's too many things in life to just do. But if you 100% know that you have that conviction from the Lord that God wants me to do this, then you have something to go back to, that vision, that 100% persuasion. But I love that you said that, Brian. That's so good. Yeah. So Eric is going to hop back in soon. It says his device is not connected. So, there he is. Now he's popping in. So Brian, thank you so much. God bless you and your podcasting, and we will see you in the thread.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay,
Brian.
Bye.
Brian's one of our resident tech gurus, so as you could tell, right? He's definitely that. Meg, how would you think? 2 hours on the mic? How was it?
It was a blast. I mean, I love God's people. I love CPA. I love podcasting. So pretty much a win.
Love it. Thank you. Well, hey, friends, if you're out there watching, I know you're out there watching, would you just show Meg a little bit of love for hosting the last couple of hours? Really appreciate that. Tell her thank you. Say something nice about her. Meg, you did great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
All right.
we'll connect later.
We all love you, Eric. You're
All
a
right.
blessing.
Thank
See
you.
you later.
You did great. So friends, we've done 6 hours. Okay. We've done 6 hours. And we are still not done with our International Podcast Day celebration. So, we're getting lots of good comments for Meg. I love that. So, but we have next, we're going to keep on trucking. We have Guthrie Chamberlain. Guthrie Wisdom Trek is your podcast, which I love it. It's got that kind of Star Trek feel,
Yep.
but which is what you were going for. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, Eric. I
Tell us about
appreciate
your
the
show.
invite. Well, Wisdom Trek, been going on 6 years now, about 5.5 years. We published our 1748th episode this morning.
Whoa!
Started out the first year. I did 7 days a week, and then I backed off after that, and doing 5 days a week since the first year. But they're short. It's a short form, non-interview podcast. It's a solo podcast. And the format I have is I take a inspirational quote and tie in scripture with that and some of my own personal wisdom that I've gained over the years. And just a short snippet in the morning, more of something that you can listen to on your way to work or listen to as your day begins. It just gives you a little bit of inspiration for the day, and tying it back to scripture on every podcast.
Man, I love that. Okay, you get the award for probably most podcast episodes of anybody on the broadcast today. That's pretty great. What's something you've learned as you've been podcasting? Because I mean, doing that's a lot of study and a lot of trying to be inspirational. I'm sure that it's just changed you in some way.
Well, I've been really focused on gaining wisdom throughout my entire life. And that's really what birthed the podcast, is just to be able to share the wisdom that I've gained over the years. And there's a lot of people with knowledge, a lot of people with understanding, but a lot of times they don't tie wisdom into that. And since my adulthood, since college, I've read the chapter in the book of Proverbs that corresponds to the month of the day, or day of the month. And so I've gone through Proverbs probably for 40 years now. Every day I've gone through it, each chapter a day, and it allows me just to continually there you come. You popped out there for a minute, Eric. So
I hit a button and my whole screen went, oh.
Okay. So that's really where the Wisdom Trek stemmed from. One, I am a Star Trek fan, so I love Star Trek, and so I played off Star Trek and named it Wisdom Trek. And one of the taglines at the beginning of each show is to grow where few have chosen to grow before, and just tying that wisdom piece into the short form podcast that I do.
Wow. Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, just imagine that we get that that whole picture in Proverbs of pursuing wisdom, right? And you've actually taken that seriously and done that in your life, but then put it into a kind of a podcast form. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I do that, and not every day do I gained something big out of my reading in Proverbs, but just the principles that have been ingrained in my life. I know that God uses those just to make every decision I make every day ties back into that.
Well, that takes it to that whole level of kind of ingraining. I interviewed somebody this week about how your brain works, right? And so you create these neural pathways, and just reading that over and over again creates that for you. And so you're going to naturally think that way. But that's built over time. Man, that's amazing. I really respect that. Okay. Well, tell me a story about like a time when, you found that your show was really changing the lives of your listeners, or somebody reach out to you.
I don't get a lot of feedback, quite honestly, but I do get occasional feedback where people will say, that really ministered to me today. And they just how appreciative they are of just that snippet of wisdom to help them out. And so I get those emails occasionally. I do get people online, the various social media outlets saying that, it's just what they needed to hear for that day. So I do know it's impacting lives. It may not be a huge audience. I've had a lot of downloads over the almost 6 years I've done it, but I really don't gauge it in that, because I gauge it and allow the Lord to minister in whoever's heart needs it that particular day. And that's my focus is making sure that I minister. What I'm saying is true and biblical, but also practical for everyday life, not just something that might be far off, but what can I use that to live today?
Yeah, man. So if you've been podcasting for 6 years, you've got a ton of experience. What's a piece of advice that you would give to a new podcaster?
I would say really be focused on what your intent of the podcast is. What is your purpose and why are you doing it? And then to realize that not every day you're going to see results, but just be disciplined, get up, do it again this week or today, however often you produce a podcast, and realize it's going to take focus and dedication like everything worthwhile in life. So just continue on and realize that perseverance. And if you minister to one person that day, that's worth it in God's economy, is to ministering to a single individual.
That's right. That upside down kingdom, right? Sometimes it's nice to have numbers. It's great to draw a crowd, but it doesn't always, that's not always the thing God's calling us to, right? Sometimes He just calls us to be faithful to little things. And so I think it's actually amazing. It's what I love about you, saying these 1,700 downloads or 1,700 episodes is that's just shows so much faithfulness, right? So much faithfulness to just show up over and over again. It's going to be a different person every day. But that God's going to use it, and you can put it out there and trust Him with the result.
That's exactly right.
Which is amazing, man. I love that. Okay. What would you say? Maybe it would be the same thing, but what would you say to somebody who's been podcasting for a while and they've decided, hey, I'm not going to give this up. This is where I'm going. What would you tell them to focus on?
I would just focus on back to the original purpose of why they're doing the podcast and keep it in focus. So often we get distracted with everyday life. We get distracted with most social media posts that really aren't doing us any good to get involved with those. We really just need to focus on building God's kingdom. We're kingdom builders here, and that has to keep that in the primary focus of your ministry, whether your podcast is Christian based in nature or something like Paula has, where it's very niched on quilting, is to minister to those people that you're ministering to through your podcast.
Yeah, which is one reason we talk so much about messaging when we talk about building your podcast, because getting that message right, knowing where you want to go, can really make the difference in whether or not you can even sustain your show, right?
Yeah, correct.
If you don't get it right, you're not going to connect with the right audience. It's going to be discouraging. When you do get it right, you will connect with the right people, and you will start to see those kinds of action, people taking action, downloading your things or whatever you're asking them to do, right?
Correct.
I love that. Okay. So, your show's a little different. So I've been asking people where people should start, but what are some episodes of yours that you look back on and go, I really love that one? And then where would you want people to go?
I would think that if they started back with day 0 and listened to all 1700 some, that would be where they should go.
You'd like that? Okay.
Yeah. Really anywhere they could start in any episode. So I do have over the 6 years, I've had some thematic episodes where they followed a particular theme, either a day of the week. For a while, I did Freedom Friday, and I spoke about the freedom that we have in Christ, and that was always on Friday. So I had thematic at times. So there are some of those mixed in with it, but anywhere, just like a devotional book you pick up, you don't necessarily need to start somewhere, but wherever the Lord leads you. And then they're short, they're quick to easy to listen to. So you could listen to, a lot of them in an hour, opposed to sitting through a single episode.
Yeah. Right. That's what I meant. Like, it's a little different. So it's more of a devotional kind of thing. So you could listen to a bunch.
Yeah.
And kind of be encouraged, or like you said, go out on a run or whatever. People do that apparently. I only run if I'm getting chased by a bear, but that's
driving to work, driving to the store. If you just need something 5 or 10 minutes, it's a good one to do that with and the purpose is to gain just a bit of wisdom for today. How can I apply that nugget of wisdom? And many of my episodes, I call them, a nugget of wisdom. Yeah. And that's what we're just a morsel to help you apply biblical principles on everyday subjects.
Yeah. What I love about that too is, okay, so when I hear nuggets, I think of two things. I think of chicken nuggets. That's just me. And then also I think I've got kids. And then I also think of gold nuggets, right? Mm-hmm. Like, and that's how valuable, like even a small piece of gold can be quite valuable. Right. So
and this past year when I've switched to basically just using a inspirational quote and then building on that, one of the verses I use at the introduction of everyone is that wisdom is more valuable than gold and understanding than silver. And you think of that gold nugget. Well, gold nugget's worth maybe thousands of dollars, but that piece of wisdom may be worth an eternity of blessings in your life. It could be so much more valuable than the gold.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. The other thing I hear you saying that you've kind of alluded to it a couple times that I really like, and I'd love for our fellow podcasters to pick up, is the idea of, it sounds like you've pivoted a few times, right? Like
yes. Over the years I have. Yeah.
You've adjusted or kind of changed your format or whatever. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, there's a couple of reasons why I've adjusted. One is if they're thematic, you'd run out of a particular theme to follow. Another is, as my schedule has gone along, it has, outside of podcasting, seems to get even busier almost every year. So I've shortened the podcast episodes down to right now where I'm doing about a 4 to 5 minute podcast every day, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. And it allows me to be very routine and scheduled with it. I write it in the evening, I record it the following morning, edit it that morning, and then it's published for the next day. So it's very structured and fits my schedule very well. But I have pivoted. So don't hesitate to pivot both on a subject matter or the format that you might have on your podcast. There's one thing I never worry about is failing. If I fail, I get back up and continue on. So there's no failure except quitting, unless the Lord tells you to quit.
Right. Well, right. Exactly. If God says, hey, okay, move on, something else, then that's fine. But what a great thing to say. Absolutely. There is no failure except for quitting. Just keep going, especially if you feel like it's something God's called you to do.
Exactly.
Oh, that's so fantastic. I love it. Okay. Well, let's, I had fun getting to see you out at Podcast Movement in Nashville.
Yes,
and
I did too.
So great. And you were nice enough to jump in some of those pictures with us. So that's good. People can find you at wisdom-trek.com. Is that what
wisdom-trek.com is the website. It's where all the episodes are, or any podcast player out there. I am published to it.
Yeah, perfect. Just search for Wisdom Trek. Guthrie, thanks a lot for being here, brother.
Thank you, Eric. I sure appreciate the invite and being part of Podcast Day.
You bet. Yeah, you and Paula are great. I love you both. So thanks a lot.
That. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Can you imagine 1700 episodes? That is just absolutely astounding. And yes, I can't imagine one day, right? One day. Okay, guys, we're going to bring out our next guest. But before we do, I want to just remind you, we're supporting Compassion today. So podcasts reach around the world, and so does Compassion. They serve children with things like medical needs and education and nutrition and water. And you can help support them with $38 a month. Go check that out. Link out compassion.com/CPA. Share, if you'd share this video with your feed, it would help us get the word out about that. And again, every time somebody uses that link, then they also return some of that back to us, which helps keep Christian Podcasters Association All right, there we go. Sorry, my mouse. I keep hitting it in the wrong way, and that's not good. Okay, let's go. So let's bring in our next guest. We've got Merritt Onson. Merritt, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Apparently not good with a mouse right now, but that's okay. It's all right. It's been a long day. So great to see you. I'm so excited that you're going to be part of this today. So I love in your description, you're a speaker and a dream coach. Like, how do you get the title dream coach? What did you have to do? That's
Yeah, I mean, there's an application process, and you just, no, you just put it after your name.
you just decide. That's good. It's good. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Well, anyway, for passionate and creative Christian women, I love that you empower them. Your show is the Devoted Dreamers podcast, which I still think is one of the coolest names I've ever heard. I think it's super cool.
That's so kind.
And so you help Christian women with their dreams, fears, and how God has transformed their faith. So tell us all about that and kind of where you are and what you're doing.
Yeah, sure. Well, I don't have 1,700 episodes, but
I know, right?
I was like, oh my gosh, I think I would be dead, maybe. But
It's an awful lot, but I love
an
I
awful
love the
lot.
perseverance. Like, it's amazing, and that's just
Yeah.
when I think
Yeah.
of Guthrie, that's what I think of is that he's just
Yeah.
steady and true. But
That is
tell us about your
awesome.
show.
Yeah. So Devoted Dreamers, it's a little over 5 years old. I just really love to talk with Christian women about what God's put on their heart to do with their lives. And I think I started doing this because I had something on my heart and I wanted to know how people like got it out of the idea phase, like how do you
Right.
get past like all the roadblocks to actually implement. And so I started interviewing women and realizing, gosh, we all really struggle with a lot of the same things. And the answer is the same too. The answer is our faith in Christ and just our dependence and surrender of our will and our desires of how it's going to play out to Him. So it's really fun. This is one of the most fun things I've ever done is podcasting.
Oh yeah, right. Because you get to connect with so many people, which is really good. So tell me what your like for you, like what are those things that you've noticed that people get hung up on that you get to help them kind of
Yeah.
work through?
Well, everybody has some sort of fear, I mean, maybe not everybody, but like 99% of us have
Yeah.
some sort of fear, whether that's of failure or of success, or, when you're in the really early stages, like even just saying it out loud is terrifying, like whatever the thing is that you're feeling so passionate about. But I've realized like in my own heart and mind, like even like despite the fear, it's the thing I can't put down. I think about it when I go to bed at night. I think about it when I wake up in the middle of the night, when I'm trying to go back to sleep. Like it's like, well, God, what else would you have me do related to this? And so I think that the commonality of we're all human and we all struggle and nobody has it figured out has been just really helpful for me and my listeners.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? Did you grow up like I did, thinking that everybody, like adults, knew what they were doing, right?
Oh,
And
100%. Yeah.
yeah, right,
It's like, I still, I'm
right.
a couple
I'm still waiting.
decades into this.
When is
but
that point? When do I get that? Because I think I missed the bus.
I missed
or
that class.
something. Yeah, where did that
How
happen?
to have it all together. Yeah.
Right, indeed. Okay, well, I love that. So, you help women figure that out. So, tell me, you said podcasting is your favorite thing to do. Like, how has it changed your life?
Oh my gosh. Well, I think probably one of the biggest things is just like it's grown my confidence in my voice. Kind of a funny story. I was 2 years into podcasting, and the only solo episodes I had done were like, welcome to season 2, like 5 minutes of a welcome. And I did one episode that was like, this is what I've learned in 2 years of podcasting, because whoever was going to be my guest that week couldn't make it. So I was like, oh, I guess I gotta throw something together. And my pastor right around that time was like, why do you have a podcast, but you don't do solo episodes? Like, this is your show. You should say what you think. And that I met that with a lot of fear. And like, what, really? And it was a great challenge to me to kind of find my own voice and grow that confidence. And in 2019, I did a solo episode every month, and I don't think I've stopped. So,
wow. Yeah, that is amazing. I love your point about finding your voice, because isn't that what it is? Okay. And I'm just going to make a little point here that I make sometimes about the church. I love the institutional church. Don't get me wrong. But there just isn't space for everybody to have a voice there, right? Like most of the time. And so I see podcasting as a discipleship tool, actually, because as you find your voice, you tell me if this is true for you. As you find your voice, you become and you find yourself, right? You become a better follower of Jesus.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, and doing this in such a public way, like someone's actually going to listen to it and have an opinion, it also kind of causes you to lean more into him, because I can't do this on my own. I will totally mess it up. So and it doesn't matter so much when that's the audience I care about to the Lord.
Yeah. So tell me a story about how your show is kind of changing your listeners' lives. Like, what are you hearing from people, and how does that go?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of podcasters maybe have the common experience of you don't hear a lot from listeners because it's not a two-way tool, which was one of my biggest frustrations at the beginning, but I couldn't fix that technology. But I just kind of feels randomly connected with a listener about a year and a half ago, and she said that she had been listening to my podcast late in the evening when she was like cleaning up the kids' playroom. And there was something that I said in that episode that sparked something in her. And she reached out to me for help in starting her own podcast. And she ended up going through my podcast course. And now she has her own show. And it's like, we're friends now. This like person who was seemingly random, who listened over and over and over again to episodes and then heard this one thing and was like, oh, this is what God's telling me to do, is start this podcast about intentional friendship. And it's been so fun to kind of walk with her through that, to have it not be an anonymous experience the whole way through. Like, oh, I actually talked to somebody who's listened and it's impacted her. And she made a decision to do something that felt bigger than herself. And, that's probably the most notable, but I do get those like out of the blue emails where like, I've been binging your show and it's, you've totally helped me change my mind on this one thing I was wrestling with. And those are sweet gifts.
Right.
They don't happen every day, but they're really precious.
Indeed. Okay, friends. So if you have a favorite podcast and you're watching this, email them. Just let them know. Go to their website, hit the contact button. And if you're a podcaster, you don't have a contact button, that's part of your problem. But go put a contact button on your website right now. And if you have a favorite podcast, go tell them what a great job they're doing and how it's serving you, because it is a little bit tough to do that. But I love that you had a listener reach out and you actually were able to help her then create her podcast.
And we're friends.
And you're friends. Yeah.
We're friends now.
Isn't that amazing? Tell me about, because I know you teach podcasting as well. What advice would you give to new podcasters?
Well, I'm an Enneagram 1, so I'm going to say don't underestimate the amount of time it's going to take. So I love I'm not sure who just said this, but one of your most recent guests said to remember your why. So that's really, really important to know why you're doing it, because somewhere at 1 o'clock in the morning, you're going to be working on uploading an episode for tomorrow. You're going to be like, why am I still awake at this hour? It takes a lot of time. And so I would just say, if you're going to go into this endeavor, or you're already in it, you probably know if you're a podcaster already, just be really realistic with yourself about what's possible, because the last thing we need is for you to burn out and give up 2 months in. And so if that is like, hey, I can only do 1 episode a month, or I can only do 1 every other week, I mean, that's okay, right? Just tell your audience that that's what you have capacity for. Or like do shorter ones, or, whatever it is, like this is your thing. And so you define how much time it's going to take, and it will always take like 4 times longer.
That's just good project planning right there. Add 4 times,
Mhm.
maybe 5, and then just let it go. I'm so bad at that. I've got to get better at doing that. That's a good idea. You just diagnosed my whole fall here, I think. Actually, good job.
How many 1 in the morning nights have you had?
Oh, too many.
Too many.
Too many. And then it's a long, it's bad.
Mhm. It's
What
bad.
would you say to like a seasoned podcaster who's in too deep, right? In too deep to quit now, but a little bit like, I don't know, where am I going? What am I doing?
I mean, I think that's really normal, right? That you do something for a long time and then you're like, do I have an exit strategy? What do I do this until I die? And I do think it goes back to that, like, why are you doing it? What's, who's it for? Who's benefiting? I mean, I had 1 year where I did like a audience survey, and I think I offered something small, like an Amazon gift card, as an incentive. But getting that kind of feedback from people, like, oh yeah, people are really listening, and oh, this kind of thing has been really impactful for them. I love what a couple of the guys have said of just asking their guests, like, hey, how, what feedback would you give me? And just kind of find a way to keep it fresh, so that, I mean, I'm in season 9, episode 215, and I'm like, okay, should I be doing anything differently for season 10? And maybe yes, and be open to it. And I think, like, for me here, thinking about the end of the year, I think for the first time ever, I'm going to pause at Thanksgiving and not come back till January, and just give myself permission to rest and let fresh ideas come and play around with what could be possible in January, and be okay with wherever God might take me in that, and not always be so like, it has to go this way.
I love that. And because you had a great post in the Facebook group a little while ago, and I've referred to it on multiple occasions. I should probably just pin it because it was so great. But you said that you had taken a break, and then you came back, and like, guess what? There's still an audience there because they were subscribed and they found your show, and they got the notification, and they wanted to listen. Which I think, so the conventional podcasting advice is, hey, you publish every week, keep publishing, and just do that. But you don't have to do that, right? You can, it's your show. You can do it
You're in
however
charge.
you want. Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. And it's freeing for some of us who have always been like told what to do and followed instructions. It's like, oh, I actually get to decide what's good for me and my audience. And I think if you just communicate to them, people are like, okay, no big deal.
Right. I've often said, like, most of the time, at least I'm sure this is the case for my show, most people aren't waiting with bated breath, right? They're not.
No.
Your podcast is something they fit into their lives, not something that is their life, right? And so they're not waiting on it. And that's okay. That's okay. Okay. Well, have you had any? I've been asking everybody about the embarrassing podcasting fails. You got one? What do you got for us?
It's embarrassing and recent. So if that makes anyone feel better, I have lost an episode. Everybody's lost an episode, but we just moved into a new house in June, and I had it fixed in my mind that my new recording space was going to be terrible for acoustics. There's 3 windows and 5 doors. And thankfully there's carpet, but there's high ceilings. And I was like, I am sure it's going to be terrible. And so I like kind of held back. I recorded a bunch of stuff in advance, but I held back from like actually starting to record again in this new space. And then when I did, it was terrible. So I tried out all these different things, and I was, I don't really have a budget for acoustic things all over the walls. So I finally got on a call. I have an editor, and I got on a call with him, like a Zoom call, and we shared screen and whatever. And he's like, Merritt, you don't have your mic set up right. Like
Oh,
I didn't,
no.
I did not have it selected. So it was recording through
Oh.
some tiny little microphone in my laptop. So incredibly embarrassing. I think I did like 4 interviews that way.
Oh no.
But we
Oh,
worked it out.
that's oh
Yeah.
well, it can happen.
Mhm.
It's okay. All right. Well, thank you for sharing that. I did an
Everyone
interview.
fails.
I know I did an interview one time that way, and I was talking into my mic and everything, and then I heard the episode. I was like, "Why do I sound so bad?" And I realized I
Is
hadn't
this
told
thing on?
Zoom to use the right one. I
Yeah.
get it. I
Mhm.
get it. That happens.
Terrible.
All right, Merritt. People can find you where? Your website is merrittansa.com.
MerrittAnsa.com, 2 R's, 2 T's. And I have a Facebook group for any women out there that are
Yeah.
interested in connecting with a community of other dreamers. And yeah, those are the places.
All right. I love it. Thanks, Merritt. Really appreciate you being here.
Yeah. Thanks for
sharing.
having me. I appreciate the invitation.
You bet.
All right.
All right. Oh, that's such a great story. Definitely happens to all of us, doesn't it? It can. Which is one reason we're sharing those. Friends, want to just remind you, compassion.com/CPA. Again, share this out if you would to your feeds. Do it again multiple times. It's okay. If it's in your feed multiple times, it helps out. And this is where you can sponsor a child. So if you are out there listening, watching, and haven't sponsored a child, would like to do that, we'd love to have you do that as well. Make a difference in the world and help support the cause of Christian podcasting. Okay, so our next guests, yes, we have 2 guests. It's the Hollandses, Connell. I don't know why I said that wrong. Connell and Rhonda. How are you guys?
Good, Eric.
Hi, how
Happy
are
to be
you?
here.
It's been a long day. But I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
We're
Good.
well.
Good to see you. Good to see you. So great to have you guys on. Have you guys been having fun? Have you seen get to see a little bit of the broadcast today?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have. You're
we've
doing a
been
great
watching.
job.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, and all the podcasters are doing a great job too.
Yeah,
And it's
we're
a great
having
cause.
I'm not gonna lie, your co-host Meg was my favorite, but you came in a close second.
I do what I can. Everybody's doing a great job. Well, I love it. So you guys have the Me to We Talk podcast, right?
Yes, sir.
And so tell us a little bit about that. You guys have a lot going on, including you just had a baby this year, and so you guys are like just rocking and rolling. But go ahead, tell us about that.
Yeah. Well, first of all, with the Me to We Talk podcast, we are all about helping marriages, engagements.
Yes.
We're all about helping them move from me to we. And we always say we work on them one couple at a time. Because, we want people to get there. I think we always talk about, when someone begins a relationship, we don't always talk about, everything in between. It's either the beginning or the ending of a relationship, nothing in between. So we talk about those transitions.
Right. And also how to stay there too, because it's hard. Once you get into it, like sometimes, Eric, this generation, people don't want to work for it. So just as quickly as you get in, you try to get out if it's not what you want it to be right away. And that's not what marriage is. Marriage is one long conversation, and it's gonna be rough. Let's just be honest, plain and simple.
It's gonna be
but
rough.
it's worth it. It's so worth it.
I was waiting for that part.
Oh dear. I think okay, we're good. As long as no fights break out, we'll be fine.
No, not today.
I love what you said. Marriage is one long conversation. Like that is so good, and it's such a good frame for how to approach a relationship. I think that's that really will help. Okay, so as you're doing your podcast and you're creating content for others, and you guys are writing and doing some things like that, what have you learned about your subject as you've been podcasting?
So much. I feel like it's become therapy. We even said this once before. Like it's almost become therapy where we are working through things and while our listeners are working through them. So we bring real life information, to the podcast. We have a lot of we have students because we teach premarital classes and coaching, what we do in ministry. So we do that all the time. And then now we bring it to a podcast and we're bringing a voice to it. And we really tackle some really difficult subjects or things that, aren't always commonly discussed in the 4 walls of a church. So yeah, we're learning. We're learning.
It's therapeutic for me because I can honestly, it's almost like taking a census of the people, and I found out how wrong I really am on some occasions where I put my viewpoint out there and I realized maybe that wasn't the right way to go. It's not so much I get the instant feedback, but when I do get some type of feedback, I realize, okay, maybe I should have approached that differently. So it's
wait. Are we talking about from listeners? Or are we talking about from Rhonda? Like how are we?
Oh, you know Rhonda all day, but you know,
I tell him my opinion on the podcast, and then I tell him after the podcast. But no, so many of our listeners, they'll send us in a message like, "Nope, this was a Rhonda day, or this was a Connell day." It's so hilarious, you know how they're very honest about it. And I go, yep, see, that's what I'll do. So
there you go. That's good. Well, do you have a specific thing that you guys have learned as you were creating your content?
Specific thing. Transparency is key. Be honest. People see through the BS, if I can use those two letters.
You can't say that.
Can I not? I'm sorry.
You can say it. It's okay. We're all adults here.
But no, people see your truth, and if you can give them your truth, you're better off for it. Because like if I come on here and start lying to you about it, I got to keep up that lie versus me just telling you who I am and what I'm about. And you can love me, hate me, or indifferent. Because the good thing about it is, obviously, you had mentioned earlier, you're not going to appeal to everybody, but the few people that you do touch, like they'll become loyal if they see that you're truthful and honest.
Yeah, and not.
Let's see. I don't know if this is my internet. Well.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Sorry, guys. I don't know if that's my internet or not, but
I don't know either. I paid my bill. Why are they doing this to?
Right. Sorry, my kids are all home now, so it's hard to tell. It could be me.
It's okay.
Anyway, okay. So sorry, I didn't hear any of that. So tell me that. Start over. Start at the beginning.
Okay. So in regards to, I think it was what we've learned when we're preparing for the podcast. What we've learned is, one, we have to be transparent.
Yes.
Like Connell said, we have to make sure that, we're just being our true selves. I think people see through that anyway. And honestly, it's too much work trying to do that. So we would rather just be ourselves because God made us this way. So faults and all. And then we're also really big about letting everybody know, like we do the research, like we're going in there, we're studying our word. And I feel like a lot of what's happened is we thought we understood the word, but when you go back and read it multiple different times, God reveals something different in that season. And in a sense, it's helped us and we're able to help them as well. And I think that's been the big thing for us.
I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Give us a specific example of a time when the content you're creating really changed something for one of your listeners that maybe you heard about.
I would say it was the gaslighting episode. We did episodes. It was a total of 3 of them. It was a 3-part episode. And we were talking about what gaslighting looks like in marriage. And we had so many ladies and as well as men that reached out and didn't understand or did not know prior to that episode that, typically someone who's gaslighting you or who's a narcissist in any possible way in a marriage, they aren't looking for someone who is weak. They're actually looking for someone who is strong.
Right.
Because they want to feel better. It's more of an esteem thing. And so they tend to kind of knock your head off in order to make themselves feel taller. And we had so many people say, I did not know that. I didn't. That makes sense what I'm going through and what I went through in my previous marriage. And so that was profound for us. I think we learned so much from that too. And not talking about the pretty aspects of marriage, but talking about it full circle, you know?
I mean, just to co-sign what Rhonda was just saying there too, Eric, it's very humbling when someone comes to you and lets you know, like, because you put this content out there, they realize, like, because we don't see things Like when you look in the mirror, if you stand too close, you can't see too much on the sides of you. So once you take a step back and actually kind of see what you're looking at, like you can get the whole picture. And so putting that episode out in particular, people were able to step back from their own situation and get the whole picture about what was really going on in their lives.
Yeah.
And so that was actually very, very profound, and it was humbling.
Yeah. And I would say the only other one is when we were doing the COVID episodes, when we were talking about that, and we had an episode on I love you, but I don't like you right now. And we were talking about how do you operate in this small space? Because we were all learning together, and we were like, I know
We've been stuck in this house together for way too long.
do all the time.
Leave me
And
alone.
and so everyone was like, I thought it was just me. We had so many about that. That was a good one.
And then actually on top of that one, we had our kids do one in reference to COVID too, and how it was affecting their lives. And that was literally one of our biggest listens, literally over 500 listens.
Yes, yeah, it was
crazy.
that was a really big one.
I love that you have your kids involved in your podcast, and you guys sometimes record them and share that, which is super cool. You alluded to this earlier, but it's kind of a unique challenge to podcast together as you're married. I've seen, okay, here's the thing. I've seen lots of podcasting partnerships just either not work out or just, whatever. So different visions. You guys obviously have the same vision, but like, how do you do that in a way that kind of honors each other and kind of keeps it all going where you want it to go?
Oh, Eric, we don't have a choice. I mean, come on. We just celebrated 13 years. Like if this don't work, I'll just cut it off. This marriage got to keep going. But
I'm sorry, Eric.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is prioritize the marriage, not the podcast. How about that?
The podcast is the extension of the marriage. It gives me a bigger voice because my wife likes to talk, Eric. Women have more words than men, so I got to get my voice out there somehow.
You're being see.
But
there you go.
Actually, truth be told,
we're gonna get in trouble.
It's such a passion project for the both of us that we kind of like lean on each other, where throughout the day we'll be texting each other like, ooh, title.
Yeah.
And we'll just like, we've got so many texts on our phone about different titles we want to kind of touch on and broach.
Yeah.
But really we just kind of like bounce off each other, like what people are feeling. And then also, I mean, truth be told, we listen to the listeners too. Like whatever they put out there, we'll kind of throw that out there and see how it sticks. And if it's relevant for the time that we're in, the space that we're in, we'll go with that too. But no, it's been easy. I mean, like I said, it's on some level, it is a little form of therapy.
It is.
Because like nowadays, I'm not gonna say nowadays, but in some instances in marriage, couples don't talk like they should. And this really just gives us an opportunity to download into each other, even if it's just that one day we're recording, but we get everything out and we just able to just kind of talk as friends, because we started out as friends. So that's basically it's just two friends talking who just happen to be married, who just happen to sleep in the same bed, and yada yada yada.
He still makes me laugh. That's a good thing. And if I can add on this, I think we play on each other's strengths. Like my husband has a really good ear, so his editing is like, to me, I'm very proud of him when it comes to editing. And that's like, I think we play into each other's strengths. He knows that I will go out and research and find, the right people to have on the show that we feel, will really push or can bring something new that we don't know. And so we both play off of one another, and then we get excited, when we bring it back to each other. I'm like, guess what I found? Guess who I booked? And then he'll tell me, oh, let me show you this new editing trick I figured out. And it just plays to both of our strengths, and so that we both are bringing something equally to the podcast. So
I love that. And I love also, you guys are part of the CPA Gold community. We've been talking about it all day, but you're treasured members. We love it when you come and share and add so much. What has that been? How has Gold helped you on the journey?
I would have to say just Gold is just like,
I love it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, we love it. It's actually more family than anything.
Yeah.
I love the fact that like when we're feeling some type of way about the podcast, like people can pour into you and let you know, hey, you're looking at it the wrong way. Yeah. Like for instance, when we first became members of Gold, we were so focused on the numbers that we didn't see anything else. Like what we felt like, what were we doing wrong?
Yeah.
But in essence, once we got on Gold and people start telling us, it's not so much what you're doing wrong, it's what you're doing right. And everything else will kind of come when it's supposed to. Like, because we're working on our own time and not God's time.
Yes.
And like really just having those ears to bounce things off of, and just having that community of people that kind of hold us up and keep us, elevated.
And you've been an extreme mentor to us
all day.
Eric.
All day.
We love you so much. We hold you up there. It's a high pedestal, but I'm gonna be honest, we're protecting it. We're never gonna let anybody knock you off of it.
Oh, well, that's good because I don't think it's going to be that hard. But
I call him E-Money. You might E-Money. Because every Eric, I promise you, I call you E-Money because every time I come to you with a problem, it's money. You put me on the straight and narrow, or you put somebody in front of me that can help me through it. You my E-Money.
Yeah, well, and that he means that with terms of endearment.
I love it. I love it. I love you guys. So this comment from Moni is so right on. So much fun, right? You guys are having a great time. People can find you. Got the wrong tab open here. Where are you guys? MeetWeTalk.com, right? MeetWeTalk.com.
You can find us at MeetWeTalk.com. And if they're looking for things just specific to marriage and training, they can go to MeetWeLove.com. So they can do either or.
Yes. Perfect. I love it. All right. Kanell and Rhonda, thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate you just sharing your show with us. Thanks a lot. And yourselves.
Thank
and
you.
Your smiles. It's been great.
We love you.
Oh man, that is super fun. All right. Guys, this is one of the things that I just absolutely love about podcasting is the ability and the opportunity to get together and just enjoy other people. I just think it's fantastic. They're still grinning backstage. I love it. All right. Hey, next up is Mary Snyder. Welcome back, Mary.
Hey, it's so good to be back. It's been it's been a fun day. Sorry, my mic was way over there.
Go ahead. I didn't warn you at all, so go ahead.
No, it was like, be ready, like you on, boom.
Yeah.
It's been a fun day. I've been watching I'm just gonna be honest, on and off, but I love the Hollands. They are so stinking fun. I was in CPA Gold. I'm still in CPA Gold, but I've missed some meetings, y'all. I'm just being honest. Okay.
Well, you're busy. You're like touring. You're out and about. Like you're busy. So yeah, it's okay. We get it.
Busy. Well, Eric, I have to tell you, we're going to talk about compassion. But I am coming up on my 1-year anniversary of podcasting.
That's awesome.
And I'm still here. Now I'm going to tell y'all why I'm still here. And then we're going to talk about compassion, but I'm still here because of CPA and specifically CPA Gold. The reason I say that, and I say that in full authority, is I had 2 other podcasts and I did not have a network. They were not good podcasts, y'all. And they weren't, Eric. They weren't. They were bad.
Well, I'm remembering. I remember you described one of them. I try to remember how you did it, but you were like, "Yeah, that's just not. We're just going to move on."
I did a travel podcast with my best friend because we love to travel. We've done Route 66. We did a train ride. We've done all kind of fun things. You know what we don't like to do? Talk about it. We don't talk about it. We just don't do it. So I would be a much better travel vlogger. I don't even think that's a thing anymore.
I don't know.
Well, remember it was video blogs. It was vlogging back in the day. But so I am here specifically to talk to y'all about compassion. So we've been talking about compassion today, and our goal is we want to get kids sponsored because I know what you do with your influence. And I would love for you to be able to tell your audience, hey, this matters to me, and I want you to come alongside me too. I would love to see us support not just compassion. I mean, obviously, y'all, this is the heartbeat of what we do at Compassion. It's 1-to-1 sponsorship, 1 child, 1 adult, or I used to get kids for my kids. I would sponsor a child from my children. And for all you moms who are listening and dads who are listening to me, we live in a tough world, but we have no clue what it means to have hardship. And I say that in full authority because I've seen it. If you go to bed tonight with a roof over your head and with electricity, you are among the 1% in the world. And that's shocking. But poverty is real, and it is the one thing that we think of poverty as a lack of food or a lack of water. Poverty is a lack of hope. And what Compassion does is they walk in through the local church, through the pastors, through the leadership in the community. Because I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of people think, oh, that's just another do-good organization. We've been around for 70 years. We were the very first sponsorship, one-to-one sponsorship organization in the country, and possibly in the world, but in the country. And because one man saw a need and said, I can make a difference. And he brought that need back to his community and he said, we can make a difference. So it went from I can do it to we can do it. So what I want to say is I can do it and I do it. My money's where my mouth is. We sponsored 5 Compassion children. And I don't say that to brag or to be prideful. My kids are grown. And this is a part of what we do in ministry. We tithe to our local church. We sponsor Kids with Compassion. We give to several different organizations, but it's $38 a month. And it is through the local church and the local community. Compassion is not the great American United States citizen hope. We work through the people in the community because we want them, those children, to see their people bringing hope. And you know what? Every child is invited. The church, the pastor figures out the most needy, and they all get the gospel. It's not a requirement. I was in a church in the Dominican Republic, and it was a really rough area. And we were asking the leadership there, like, are we okay? I mean, this is sketchy, y'all. And I didn't have any pepper spray, nothing. I mean, they don't let you travel with that internationally. I'm just going to tell y'all. Probably not domestically either. I'm just saying.
No.
But I asked him, I was like, are we okay? He goes, yes, it was a high gang area, a lot of gang violence. And he said, because most of the children here their parents are involved in the gangs. Either the dads or the moms are married to the dads or in relationship. They protect the church, which is scary, but beautiful, because look how Jesus is using those children, because they're getting the gospel. Entire families have come to know Jesus through Compassion. This is what the Lord meant when he said the hands and feet. Well, I believe it was Paul that said hands and feet of Jesus.
Yeah. You know what I love about that is I've often wondered. So my question as a kid and when I went off to study scripture was why don't I see the same things happening in the world as I do in scripture? Like read about Cornelius. He comes to faith and his whole household comes to faith, right?
Yes.
Well, it may not happen in the individualistic West, right? But it happens in other places, right? It happens where whole families, because someone shares Christ with them through something like Compassion, then that whole families, their whole lives change, and that's amazing.
It is, because you make a point. We are an individualist society here. That is not. They live in more corporate society.
Mm-hmm.
It's for the greater good, or for all the people. If you think about it as U.S. citizens, as Americans, and I use the word American because there's a lot of Americans. So the United States of America. To know that somebody had to come in and help my child out, I don't know how I feel about that, because my pride would get all up in that, to ask for help. But I've been there when these moms found out their children were sponsored, and I've watched them just absolutely go to pieces, because what they realize in that moment is my child's going to get out. My child's not going to live on less than $1 a day. My child is going to get out. One of our former Compassion, I hate to use the word children. We're all former children. I just need y'all to know that.
Fair.
former compassion child. She was in a compassion program. She is now a geophysicist and works in, I want to say it's in the South, but her name is Cecilia, and she is from, I believe, Uganda. But she is from one of our African countries. But she is a geophysicist because somebody picked up a packet, or somebody like you listening to the sound of my voice and looking at me in the eyeballs right now. And somebody said, you know what, I'm going to go to compassion.com/CPA. And I'm going to say, you know what, I can give up a coffee a week. I can give up a coffee a week. It's $38 a month. It is not. It is what we can do to make the gospel alive and active in another country. Colin Hollins, thank you so much. He just said amen. I just feel like I love it. Amen. I mean,
giving you an amen. That's
listen,
good.
I'm a Southern Baptist. I love me a good amen. And I'm more of a charismatic Southern Baptist, so I do a little shouting, a little preaching. Yes, I do. Okay. I know I'm using up all of our time, but I want to encourage y'all, because I know a lot of people are listening now, or they may go back and listen, and I know they're going to be finding out where I'm at and they want to hear what I got to say. But I want y'all to really consider this. This is not only for this, because there is a portion that helps support CPA, but I want you to think about this. What if you shared this with your audience? What if every one of you podcasters said, you know what, I'm just going to share this on my next episode. I'm going to put a link in my show notes, and we're going to do that as a team. I would love for y'all to do that. Now, I want to talk about gold, because listen, if you're not signed up, did you open it up yet?
It's not open right now, which I realize all day as everybody's talking about it, I'm going, oh, that was a mistake. We should definitely.
Yeah, huge. We got to talk about your
I didn't plan to talk about it. Everybody but here's what happens. When we do things like this, friends, if you're watching in the CPA group, what happens is the people that I give first crack at getting these spots are the CPA Gold members, because
That's right.
They are, you guys, they're the inner circle and the inner, like, okay, we are together. We're sort of that family. You've heard lots of people describe it that way. So you guys, we celebrate us and we collaborate together. And then when we have an opportunity to open it up, there were a few extra spots. I made those asks, but that's the way that works. So that's one of the benefits of being in.
It is a benefit of being in, but if he opens it up and he gives you a spot, and I'm kind of like the misfit road child of the CPA, because I'm just going to be honest with y'all. I walked in going, how are we going to monetize this thing? And I did. And listen, for all of you who are listening to me, and that is on your heart, and you've heard other people, and you're just like, well, apparently, I always felt like maybe I wasn't as righteous as everybody in CPA, because I was always talking about monetization. And you are just as righteous as everybody else. It's just, we're wired differently. But I want to tell you something, because of the help of this group right here, within 6 months of starting my podcast, I was up and running and I was earning money.
Wow.
So y'all, CPA Gold is definitely something that it's worth. You're going to invest in your podcast after you sponsor that child. And it's worth your investment.
Absolutely. I totally agree. So Mary, I love that. So friends, I'm going to just give one more call to you to just go out to compassion.com/CPA. And again, I've been asking all day, but share this video and just help people to see it. So that would be helpful. Comment and let them see it, because you do good not only for the cause of Christian podcasting, but also for a child. So, which is fantastic. Right. Okay. Right. But Mary, I do want to mention just real quick in the last minute that we have your podcast, Take the Stage, and your show and all that you're doing. You just rolled out a course, and you've really embraced this online business world, and you're going for it.
It's so much fun. And in fact, at some point, if Eric, if you want me to ever come back in and talk about that at CPA, I would love to, because let me tell you something, this is a wide open space. So you as a podcaster, I work with speakers and Take the Stage, And it is just a great opportunity. God has wired me for this. God has called me to serve and minister to speakers. And I do it through a podcast, through a free Facebook group, and through a course. So it's a triple edged sword. I don't even know if a sword can have three edges. I don't think so. I think then it becomes some sort of other tool.
Right.
But who's after me? Who's coming up next?
We've got Jerry Dugan coming up.
Oh,
so
I love
he's-
Jerry. I'm gonna hang around for that. Hey,
I do
listen.
too.
And how long you've been podcasting for 7 hours, y'all? I know you took a break in the middle. Jen helped you out in the middle. I saw that. Well, I'm going to go stick around because I love Jerry and I think
Awesome.
he's a great human being. All right.
Thanks for being here, Mary. Thanks for
Thanks.
supporting us and
Bye.
telling us all about compassion. I just love that. I love what they're doing, and I would love to support them as well. Okay, so we are going to add Jerry. Hey, Jerry. Jerry's show is Beyond the Rut, and he is probably one of our funnest members of CPA, right? As you can see,
the comic relief
from the little dance. So, Jerry, it's great. I wish we were in the same city because after this, I could use some Chinese buffet, but
Oh, man.
that's all right. I guess we're gonna have to skip that for later. That's an inside joke, guys. We got to do some Chinese buffet after Podcast Movement a couple years ago. How are you, brother?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Fantastic. We are still rolling 7 hours strong.
I know.
So your podcast is Beyond the Rut. Tell us what you're trying to do there and who you're trying to serve.
All right. Well, Beyond the Rut is trying to encourage, inspire, equip Christian men in their 30s and 40s, married with children, who just have it deep down inside to pursue a dream. And we want to help them do that, achieve that without compromising their faith, their family, or their health. That's what we're doing.
I love that. So yeah, it's as clear a message as I've heard. Like, it's so good. You know exactly who you're trying to help. Okay. So how long have you been podcasting? 6 years?
6 years with Beyond the Rut. And then I had a previous show for about 2 years prior to that. So 8 years altogether.
I love it, man. So I always think of you as the old guard. Like, you've been doing it for a long time, right? It's pretty amazing. I love that. So what's the most important thing you've learned from your podcast?
Oh man. Couple of things, but I think the number one thing is kind of like, I think Nike kind of nailed it. Just do it. I've seen folks just milling about wanting to start a show, get their voice out there, make a difference. And then a year later, they're still thinking about it, milling about it. And our show had kind of the same thing. We argued. There was a team of 3 of us, and we argued for about 9 months before we did a soft launch. And so,
Which you kind of did sort of deceptively, right? You
Yes,
were like,
I
we're
did.
going to
I know.
soft launch.
I still am waiting for the forgiveness to come back.
I love that story.
Thank you. Totally a Cortez thing, because there was no intention of ever pulling back once we launched that ship. So, or launched the mission, if you
Yeah.
will. So, yeah, 8
Yeah.
years.
Okay. Well, what have you learned from that?
The biggest thing, other than just do it, go out there. A good friend of mine says this, that growth does not happen in the comfort zone, and that's the biggest thing I've learned here. Learning a new way to record, edit, publish, marketing, reaching out to that guest whom I know will be a great fit for the audience, but maybe imposter syndrome starting to kick in. I'm thinking, I don't think I'm big enough to talk to that guy. And then when I do, it's like, well, that guy was awesome. And I've learned from that. And so there's that, just getting out of that comfort zone. And from that, growth has been happening for me.
Yeah, I love that. Okay. I'm really interested. I was going to ask how podcasting has changed your life. How has it changed who you are?
Gosh, it all began with the yacht and no, I'm kidding. There is no yacht, everybody. That'd be
Okay. Yeah. But guys, we got to hear that, right? I mean, Jerry's been podcasting 8 years, and he didn't get that $100 million contract from Spotify.
I mean, it wasn't until just now when I heard Mary say you can monetize this thing. What? I'm just kidding. Oh man, sorry. Squirrel moments. It's past 3 o'clock. What was the question?
Question: how's it changed you? How's podcasting changed you?
Me? Oh man, I've heard multiple people say this. I've definitely become a better listener. I've gotten better at asking questions and being comfortable with silence while the other person thinks about his or her answer. And from there, I think listening for not just what's being said, but also what's not being said, and having the courage to ask more questions to dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, that's so good. Tell me about a time when you were like, oh, something's not being said here. There's something that's under the surface, and you went for it.
Oh man, I'm trying to think of a specific instance. I don't remember the exact person, but I remember this person was an expert in his field, and oh man, I'm gonna have to go back. But anyway, it was just like a hunch. Like this person was staying very technical the whole time, and I thought that's great, but I kind of don't care right now. And that was going on inside my own heart. Like this guy has great,
Yeah.
solid information, but I kind of don't care. But I'm curious, what inspired this guy to pursue this line of work or this business in the first place? So I asked, so what was it in your own life that inspired you to go this route? And this person opened up about growing up in poverty, about going on multiple nights as a child, not eating, and just being picked on as a kid. And I was just like, okay, wow. And so this is the inspiration to go out and get it done. And I think that was just one of those aha moments for me in terms of just ask why. Why are you doing this? Why did you want to start a business? And the answers that have been coming back just from me being curious has just blown my mind. And it's almost every episode where that surprises me.
Well, I love what you did there, because you, in a way, were checking in with yourself, right? Like you were going, okay, I'm bored. That's not good, because your listener's going to be bored if you're bored, right? You're like, okay, I want. So there's something more here. There's something more interesting. How do I dig down to get it? And with just one question, all of a sudden you open up those avenues of things that are actually really human and really interesting. It's funny how we all want to be different, but we also all want to not be alone. Right.
Yeah.
we all want to be unique, but we all want to know that that this is, that when we have common experiences, it's not just us.
Yeah, that
And
struggle
so,
since high school, right? You want to be
yeah,
you want to be unique, but man, you got to fit in.
right. But I still want to have the cool jeans, right?
Yeah.
So that's that's the deal. My kids won't even wear jeans now, which I feel like either I failed as an American father or just the world has changed so much.
Oh
It's
man, I
okay,
knew I
but
was getting old when I was critiquing my kids for buying jeans that not only had like some wear and tear in them, but had like straight up patches missing. I'm like,
right.
you bought that on purpose? And I'm like, oh my gosh, how old am I? I just became my dad. What happened there?
Right, because I think we had torn jeans at one point, like back in the
Yeah.
day. I think that was a thing. Anyway, okay, well, I think at this point when we start talking about the jeans, this is the appropriate comments. Very good. So you've been podcasting a really long time. What advice would you give to a new podcaster? You said start, but like
Yes.
what would you say, like it is like a thing to be most mindful of?
Yeah. I would say the big three is number one, who is it you want to help? Number two, how do you want to help that person? And number three is, how long do you want to help that person? And I think those three alone give you the parameters that you need to go out there and create a show. I mean, a lot of folks get out there and I want to start a podcast. Why? Well, I just want to reach people. Well, how do you want to reach them? And if you just go out there with a general idea and you don't really have a passion for it, whether it's for the craft or for an audience, you're not going to have that drive to go past 1 or 2 episodes, which is probably what you see a lot of on Anchor. A lot of podcasters pod fade within 7 episodes. I think it's less now, right? Thanks to the pandemic.
I don't know. It could be, because
Yeah.
it was really interesting that when the pandemic started happening, so the number of podcasts like almost doubled. There
Yeah.
were so many.
I had so many friends asking me how to start one, and
Yeah.
I was like, go for it.
But to this day, I can't remember I haven't seen like a precise number, and I'm not a numbers guy, so I won't remember the exact number. But the last number I heard was something like 300,000 to 400,000 podcasts that are actually active.
Out of
Right.
like
So
2.6 million.
yeah.
in the
So
registry. Yeah.
when I talk about, is it still the right time to get into podcasting? Yeah, it is, because it's so your competition is still so small comparatively to the rest of the internet, it's a good place to be. Take some work. Okay, but that was really good. So you got to know who your audience is. You got to know who you want to serve. And I love how, because I don't hear that a lot. So how you got to know how you want to serve them. Like what do you mean? How does that work out in the podcast? How would you think about that?
So who you want to serve, how you want to serve them, that specific one, like with our show, we are thinking about that Christian man who's married, has children, has probably what looks like a good job of some kind or a good business. Yet deep down inside, that person knows that there's something else out there that he should be pursuing, and he's not pursuing it. So we want to help that person realize you're called to go pursue that thing, and at the same time, not lose your faith, not give up your family in the process, and not work yourself to death to the point where you have anxiety, you have doubts that you just feel like throwing the towel in on life. So that is what we want to do to help. When I say we, I mean there again used to be 3 of us on the show, and out of habit I still say we. But that's the thing we want to do for folks, is inspire them to just say, you know what, Jerry's right, I'm gonna go start a business now, or Jerry's right, I'm gonna go write that book about my life and help this group of people change their lives. And that's
Yeah. So in your case, your how is you're inspiring them to take that
Mhm.
action and thinking about, and they know they should do.
Yeah.
And that will actually, that's what will get them beyond the rut, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Take that action. I love that. Okay, so friends, you could probably apply that to your podcast as well. Whether you've not starting, you want to start, or you haven't started yet, or you've been podcasting for a while. How? Just ask yourself the question: how? What was the third thing?
How long you're willing to do this, and
long you wanna do
like what's your commitment level to do this? Do you want a podcast that lasts for years? Do you want it just to be a limited series? Are you looking to springboard this into something else?
Yeah.
So knowing what your entry strategy is, and I think I heard Mary say, "What's your exit strategy?" Like,
Yeah.
maybe it was the folks before, but yeah,
I know last year I asked myself the question, how long am I going to do halfway there? Right. So, which is my show. And I, for the answer just kind of came to me at 10 years. So this year was 5 years in June. So halfway there is halfway there.
That's awesome.
And, but knowing that, right, is helpful, right? Then I know, okay, I'm going to keep going for 10 years. That'll be 520 episodes of people of walking with Christ. And that's what I'm going to offer the world. So, that's really good. I love that, Jerry. Okay. What's your most embarrassing podcasting fail?
Oh man. The big one, like it finally happened after 6 years or almost 6 years in podcasting. I forgot to hit record once, and I had no backup on top of that. And so I didn't just forget to hit record once in this interview. I forgot to hit record twice in this interview, and I had to go back to this guy. You may know him, and I had to ask if we could reschedule and do this again. And so thank you for saying yes. That episode was a really good one.
If you're not picking up on that, friends, it was me. It was me. I don't know. I still think you might be lying to me. You might be like, no, I forgot. It was terrible. It was terrible. Yeah, that does happen to everybody. I love that. All right. Well, so where should somebody start with your show with Beyond the Rut? Like when you go, okay, what are the episodes? What should we do? Like if that is something that that is good or that is kind of resonating with them, what would you tell them?
So they've listened to an episode, they want to take a next step, or they come to my website. Like, where do I even start to listen?
Which episode should they start with?
Oh man. Gosh. Well, each episode is centered around one of the 5 F's. So your faith, your family, fitness, finances, or your outlook on future possibility. And I would say in the search bar, search for what you're looking for, because after 6 years, we've probably touched on it in some way, shape, or form. And those results are going to come out. One of my favorite ones would probably be with Lee Cockrell, who used to run Walt Disney World, because my wife and I are big Walt Disney World fans, and we got hooked up by Jody Mayberry to talk to Lee Cockrell. It was like talking with a grandfather who just dropped it. Like the interview itself is really good. What you'll never hear is the conversation after we stopped recording because it went up like another notch. I'm like, how do I get this back on? Why did I take everything apart? This is awesome. And he just spoke with us until his wife said it was time to go to bed. So he gave us like an extra half hour just pouring into myself and Brandon. And we still talk about it to this day. Like, this is awesome.
Wow.
So,
all right. That's a great one to start with. And you are a proud member also of CPA Gold of,
Yes, I
of
am.
the community. What's that meant to you?
It's given me focus. It's given me a group to rally around. So, one of my team members retired this year from the show, and it left me by myself. And CPA Gold has helped me think about where do I go next? How do I focus? And it gives me a place where I can also pour in and synergize with a group of like-minded podcasters.
Yeah, I watched you just go, okay, now what? And kind of go after it with a gusto. We could even say go after Beyond the Rut, right? Like just zoom out
Gotta
of
live
the
up to the
gate
show's name.
100%. And I thought that was great. And it was great the community could be there to support you. Fantastic. All right. Well, Jerry, thanks for being here. Your website is beyondtherut.com, I believe. Is that right?
That's correct.
Fantastic. Yep, there it is. So beyondtherut.com, friends, you can go find Jerry, or if you got your podcast app open, go subscribe right now. Thanks for being here, Jerry.
My pleasure. Thanks, Eric.
Have a good one. All right, friends, we are getting there. We have some great podcasters coming up for you, though. So let's go to our next guest. He is, I love his this whole idea, Christian Nerds Unite, not untie. That's a different t-shirt. That's a different meme. Ricky, how are you?
I am doing fantastic, my friend. How are you?
Fantastic. You sound great. You got that new microphone.
Thank you. Yes.
That sounds good. Man.
I am enjoying the new mic. I really am.
Well, you sound good on it. I love it, brother. All right, Christian Nerds Unite podcast. You're bringing all the ideas together. So tell me about that. Tell me what you're working on with that show.
Sure. Our big thing. Well, I say our. I mean, it's kind of me. It is
it's the royal we.
The royal we, yes. I do have some friends that definitely chip in from time to time, but the real goal was to create a podcast and kind of a network of social media platforms where Christians could feel comfortable in their faith and at the same time share some of their nerdy fandoms with each other. Because what I've run into over the years is a lot of the Christian spaces get a little antsy when we start talking about really, really nerdy things.
Wait, why?
It just happens. If you get a group of Christians in a room, they're going to disagree about something.
True.
But the other side of that was that when we tried to bring our faith into groups that were explicitly nerdy, we would also get kind of bashed down at the same time. So my goal was to kind of create a space that was both. We're definitely, and kind of my deal is we definitely take our faith seriously, but we don't take ourselves too seriously.
Yeah, I love that. And so you can dive into those kinds of things like comics, books, movies, technology.
Absolutely. Pop culture is a big part of what we do. I do a lot of reviews of some of the movies and TV shows that are out there. And one of the things I've been doing lately is kind of the I watched it so you don't have to kind of review. Because there's a lot of stuff out there that, people are like, maybe I should check this out, but I'm not quite sure. So I'll watch it and go, hey, here's what you need to know about it.
Yeah.
And you need to make a decision. Maybe I watched it so you don't have to.
Right. Yeah. In case there's something that they don't want to watch. I love that idea. I love that you do. This is kind of my whole philosophy around content creation and cultural participation is embracing like what's out there, and embracing like, so whether it's, okay, we may have standards, but like rather than being separate, we're still separate in Christ, right? You know what I'm saying? So this is why we fight, right? But rather than just
exactly.
like, hey, we can't do anything, to go, hey, let's watch Star Wars together. Let's watch, let's discuss how
Yes.
this is really a Christian motif if we just think about it a little bit and share it.
Yeah, some of the great stories of my generation, are that good versus evil kind of story.
Yeah.
And there are lots of other things that we can pull out of that pop culture that maybe weren't intended by the writers, but can really have a hardcore Christian value behind them, even though the writers didn't think about it that way. Actually, one of the things I just this past week, I reviewed the Star Wars Visions, which is a new Disney Plus show.
Oh.
And you're looking at me like, what is Star Wars
I
Visions?
haven't even heard of it. All right. So tell me about that.
The really quick part is that Star Wars Visions is a bunch of anime companies from Japan that took Star Wars and made 9 shorts. That's the long and the short of it. And almost every one of them, there's two themes that seem to kind of float out there a lot. One was that there is hope. And the second one is a story trope called found family, where where somebody has either lost their family, they're orphaned, or they're they've kind of lost their way, but they find a whole new family. And one of the things I shared on that particular episode was talking about, even when we don't have a strong family bond with maybe our blood relatives anymore, if we have found community with a group of Christians, we may have a stronger family bond than we ever had before. And I think that's the kind of stuff we can take from pop culture and utilize.
Absolutely. Totally agree. And it goes beyond just evangelization, right? Like
Absolutely.
that's kind of
Absolutely.
how it's how we understand. I think if we would just think deeply about the fact that, look, okay, we believe in the veracity of Scripture, right? But also,
Absolutely.
The culture is creating a mythology, right? It's creating a thing, and it's telling a big story. And the story that God is weaving is also part of that. And we just need to pay attention and take a look at that sometimes.
And we as nerds, I'm a nerd, so we as nerds, we need to be involved. And here's my reasoning why. I heard this a long time ago on a different podcast. And he said something about we needed to be at the table. And why do we need to be at the table? Well, at some point, an unbeliever is going to have big questions that they are trying to answer in their lives. And if we as Christian believers aren't there at the table to share what the real truth is, what answers are they going to get? They're just going to get the answers that the world tries to provide.
Right. That's right.
So
If you're not there to offer a Christian perspective, then nobody hears a Christian perspective, right?
Exactly. So I always say, Christian nerds, we need to be at the table. We need to be at the gaming table. We need to be at in the theater seats. We need to be, watching the shows with our friends. And when those big questions pop up, when the opportunity arrives, we have the opportunity to share Christ.
Yeah. Amen. All right. So what's some advice you give to a new podcaster?
The big thing, you mentioned my lovely mic and my lovely voice in my silky mic. Here's the one thing I always tell everybody: start wherever you are.
Mm-hmm.
Start with what you have.
Amen.
If that means all you have is a cell phone, it's got a microphone on it, it's got a camera on it, start with what you have. You don't have to have the fancy mic and the interface and the camera setup and the StreamYard that we're using to get everything out there. You don't have to have all that to get started, but you have start with what you have. That's the big thing that I always tell everybody.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The other thing I think most people don't know is you can get a really good mic for $100, right? That will
Absolutely.
last
Absolutely.
you and that you
I
could grow with?
I started this podcast on a mic that cost me about $150 about 10 years ago. And I had used that mic for voice work
Mhm.
well, for 10 years, literally. I did everything with that mic. It was built like a tank. It really was a great little mic, and it definitely served its time well. It will be well loved, and it will remain in my arsenal for many years.
Right, right. It's in there. That's
It's
very good.
definitely.
What surprised you about your niche? About what surprises you about serving Christians and nerds?
What has surprised me the most is that I had a picture of what a Christian nerd was, and it's even more broad than I thought it was.
It's
You
more
know,
diverse.
it's more diverse than I thought it was, and I'm always coming across something new that somebody is deeply into that I had not really considered before. I kind of have this picture of what it means, and when I put it out there into the world, I find out there's that Christian Nerds Unite means so much more to so many other people, and so it's a little broader than I ever expected it to be. But I absolutely love my nerds. I love my audience; they're great.
You know what I love? I'm imagining this, right? So like are there cliques of Christian nerds? Like there's the what do you call them? What do
Yes.
they call them? Well, maybe niche is kind of the word we all use, but like there's like people who are into this one thing, and then there's people who are into this other thing, and
Yes.
we're all judging each other about like, how could
Oh
you be
my
so nerd?
goodness. So someone in our CPA group, our one time told me you should post something controversial on your Facebook page to get some interaction. And I said, I have 10,000 nerds on my Facebook group. Everything I say is controversial. Nerds will fight about anything. And yes, all different fandoms, and definitely I try to make sure everybody gets along as well as they can. But the Star Trek nerds are gonna clash with the Star Wars nerds, and the Marvel Comics nerds are going to clash with the DC Comics nerds. It's going to happen. And but at the same time, and the other thing is, nerds are super snarky. So
Yeah.
it takes a little bit of a thick skin to hang out with this group of people.
That's fantastic. I love it. Okay, this is why in CPA we don't allow theological discussions, by the way, for the record. We don't do that.
Speaking of, because of that, I actually was trying to downplay the theological discussions in the group. So I actually started a whole new Facebook group specifically called Theology for Christian Nerds. And I push everybody to that group to have their theological discussions so they can go at it all they want.
Yeah, right. Go ahead and discuss over there. Beat each other up. This is your boxing ring. I love that.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, so what episodes should somebody listen to? Like, which ones are you really super proud of? Christian Nerds Unite.
Well, I will say early on, I did like kind of I think it might be my first episode. It is kind of the who Christian Nerds Unite is. And it's probably not the best sounding, but it does give you a good picture of what I was going for, what we were trying to start out with. More recently, and this, you may get some haterade for this, but
Okay.
I am into role-playing games.
Uh-huh.
And I have a lot of friends who are into role-playing games, and that run Christian groups specifically designed around role-playing games. And so I did 5 episodes specifically about role-playing games and why Christians can and should be involved. And that's kind of where that
Yeah.
part of being at the table came up. And I invited 4 different people to come be guests. One runs the worship service at the largest gaming convention in the country, and another, there is a worship
No idea.
service at a gaming convention. You'd be surprised. Most nerdy conventions, if it goes over a Sunday, will have some sort of worship service in them if you look hard enough for it. Another was actually the guy who runs the games that I play. And then We had a couple others that one that runs a Christian organization that teaches churches how to use tabletop gaming, whether it's board games or role-playing games, how to get those use those in your church as a form of outreach. And that's his ministry, is teaching churches how to do it and how to be effective at it. So it was a great set of podcasts, and it was just this past summer, so it wasn't very long ago.
Yeah.
Definitely worth listening to.
People can find that where? ChristianNerdsUnite.com?
Yes, ChristianNerdsUnite.com. You can find all of our social links, our links to our YouTube channel, and to the podcast.
I love
And
it.
we're listed wherever you find your podcasts. And now, if you're on mobile, you can actually click the podcast on Facebook.
Yay,
which
that's
is
great.
A new feature.
This has been the big topic of discussion for everybody. I just got it for CPA, but not for my own podcast. So that's how it goes. But
I don't
yeah.
understand. I still don't understand how they're dealing it out. I work for another company that does a smaller Facebook page, and but their site got it before I did. So I don't know. I have no
It's okay.
explanation.
Nobody understands Facebook. They've become like the federal government at this point. We just throw our hands up and go whatever. But Ricky, thanks so much for being here, brother. Friends, you can find Ricky at Christian Nerds Unite. That was great. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it.
All right, my friends, we are coming up on our last half an hour of broadcasting today. I guess broadcasting, live streaming, whatever we're going to call it. And I'm really excited to introduce to you our next one. But before I do, our next podcaster, I want to remind you, compassion.com/CPA. We've been talking about it all day. Sponsored child, and help support the cause over here. In fact, our next guest, so this is, we're going to go around the world and talk to Rodney Olson of Bleeding Daylight. Rodney, welcome to the broadcast here.
Well, good evening to you, or good morning for people in my part of the world.
Right.
It's 7:30 in the morning for me here in Perth, Western Australia.
I know I make the joke every time, how is tomorrow? But it just cracks me up. I love it. I know it's lame, but I love it. So I'm glad that you're here. And so you also officially make our broadcast, our live stream international, which is fantastic. So that's really, really good. Thanks for being here. You know what I love about your show, which I don't know, I don't think I've told you yet, but I reviewed for the next forthcoming issue of Podcast Magazine, but which will be really great. I'll share that with you in the next day or two. But is your title Bleeding Daylight? So it's a little bit edgy, a little bit interesting, or a lot bit interesting, I'd say. And it comes from a really cool source. So tell us about that.
Yeah, and this is the connection that we have, is that
Yeah.
you're a Bruce Cockburn fan too.
Yeah.
So many people would know, if they're sort of getting up to our age, of Bruce Cockburn, Canadian singer-songwriter. And he had a song back off his 1984 album called Lovers in a Dangerous Time. And there's a couple of lines in there that just stick with me. It says, "Nothing worth having comes without some kind of fight. Got to kick at the darkness until it bleeds daylight." And that really speaks to me. Because so often in the Christian world, we have these cliches about God opening doors and closing doors, and we just seem to sail through life, walking in through open doors and shutting doors. And sometimes God will do that. But there are some times that God calls on us to kick at the door. And that's what we need to do. And we need to kick at the darkness until it bleeds daylight. There's a lot of darkness in this world. And I love the fact that you're pushing Compassion today, because actually that's my day job.
I know.
Being part of two things that I love, podcasting, but also Compassion, kicking at the darkness till it bleeds daylight. There's a lot of darkness around this world, and through Compassion and through podcasting, in both those areas, I get to kick at that darkness and see the daylight start to bleed through. And that is the light of the world. The scripture says that, you know, there is a light and the darkness cannot put it out, and will not put it out. And that's where I want to be. So I guess that's a long answer to why it's bleeding daylight.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is cool. Did I tell you that I got to see Bruce Cockburn a couple years ago now on
You're
his
just going to
last
make
tour?
me jealous.
I am. It was so good. He was so good. And if you don't know him, guys, you should go look it up. But it's a great song. And a lot of his greatest hits are great. But okay, so yeah, I love that idea, and I love the idea that you're using your podcast to kind of kick at the darkness. There's like a just that idea is a little bit I hope you don't hate this, but it's a little bit violent, right? It's like, hey, we're gonna keep going, like we're gonna not go. It's relentless. We're just gonna keep going until we see that that what God is doing in the world is gonna show up. Tell me how you do that, because I love your selection of guests. I was looking at that, and you have such a diverse group of people in various ways that they are bringing light, to the world. I think that's super cool.
Yeah, so what I'm looking for in a guest is someone who maybe has had a really bad start to life, and yet God has turned that around. It's like this was life, then Jesus. And so there's a lot of those sorts of interviews, but there's also people that are just that they might have had a great life, but they work in a space where they are shedding light to other people. And so they're the sorts of people that I want to talk to, and they're the people that I get to chat to. So sometimes it might be an author who's written a book that I reckon is going to help other people to kick at the darkness until it bleeds daylight. And so I'll talk to them. Other times it will be that person who has struggled against the odds, that life has been really tough for them. They've seen a lot of darkness, and they've been able to come through when they've met Jesus.
Yeah, I love that. And like you said earlier, he is the light, right? He is the one. So how has this changed? I know you're a radio guy, right? You were in radio for years. How has podcasting changed you?
Yeah, I guess the reason that I started podcasting is that I worked in radio on and off for about 25 years, working in Christian radio. And then I started about 8 years ago working for Compassion, because Compassion actually took me to Haiti to see their work. And I saw that in Haiti and Dominican Republic. And so I decided I want to be a part of that. And so about 5 years after they took me to see their work, I joined Compassion. So I've been working for Compassion for about 8 years, but I still have that radio itch. People have said, do you miss radio? And I say, what I do miss is conversations with interesting people. And so that has been what I wanted to do. And how has it changed me? I guess it's given me routine. We know that consistency is key. And so I make sure that I'm consistent with getting episodes out. And I guess that's been the change, but also being able to hear various people's stories. That cannot help but change us. To hear the sort of life experience that some people have had, if that doesn't brush off on us in some way, then we don't have a heart. And so you enter into other people's stories. And I guess that's the change for me, that I'm becoming more and more compassionate as I talk to more and more people and understand more and more of their story.
Isn't that interesting how when understanding, I call it proximity, right? When we have that proximity, like it was a trip to Haiti that made you go, oh, okay, I really love what's happening here, right? Like when we get close and we allow what other people are doing to impact us, then we understand, right? And I think who's the best example of that, right? Like we're right back to Jesus, aren't we? Of God coming near.
Absolutely. And that's what I love, being able to hear those stories. And I also find that, maybe it's just that I'm getting old, but even watching television and hearing difficult stories that people are telling, just bring that emotion forward. And I think that that's where we should be, in that I've been focused over the last couple of years on this commandment that we're given in Scripture to throw everything we have at loving God, our heart, our soul, everything we have, and then to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. And that's pretty much a sort of a distilling of the 10 commandments, in that the commandments are about how do we interact with God and how do we interact with others. And so when we're talking about that command that Jesus says, this is the greatest command, throw everything you have at loving God, then love your neighbor as you love yourself. We need to enter into our neighbor's story, and we need to pour out the love that God has poured into us. And I think as we become more Christ-like, as we walk toward that, we can't help but feel when someone else tells us their story.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so what's one thing that's really surprised you about podcasting?
Surprised me. I guess the opportunity to hear back from people has been great, and to know that some of the episodes that you think, oh, well, that's going to fill the space, I don't know how it'll go, tend to be the ones that get the reaction from people, where people say, hey, look, that really touched me. And even people that I know, and I know some of their story, and they get in touch and they say, that particular episode touched me, and it wouldn't be the one that I was expecting to have done that. And so it just is a great reminder that we don't know what people need. And so we just need to be there, to be the hands and feet of Jesus for people in whatever way Jesus tells us to, not in the way we suspect we should be.
100% right. So I love that. I was telling somebody today or yesterday, I've had that experience too, where there were episodes I thought, okay, it's fine. It wasn't my favorite, probably. Nothing really grabbed me. And yet I put it out there and I get so much feedback on it. And I hear from other people, somebody at church is going, hey, Eric, that episode this week was great. And I really loved this. Wow. To your point, I'm like, okay, it moved somebody else. God used it. I always pray before my episodes, hey, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to show up and publish and all that kind of thing, and let God do the rest. Right. Cause otherwise, I just don't always know, just like you said. Man, I love that. All right. So what are your favorite episodes of your show? Which ones should we tell people to go listen to?
Look, that's like asking someone to choose their favorite child.
Which one stands out to you as like a great representation of what you do?
I guess there are 60 episodes full-length episodes that are out there. I guess the place I would send people first is right back to the start. There's a 3-minute trailer which really explains this is what it's going to be about. Then drop in on the very first full-length episode, which is with Richmond Wandera. Richmond is a man who was a former sponsored child with compassion. He has an amazing story, and that's where I would start. Richmond is a guy who was living really well. His father was a lawyer until his father was murdered. Then they had to move into the slums. He's in Uganda, and they had to scavenge for food. And so he starts to scavenge for food until someone says, you know what? The local church is partnering with Compassion and they can help you. And so Mum went there, got Richmond enrolled and registered with Compassion. He went through, they realized that there was enormous potential that never would have been realized had it not been for Compassion in the local church. He did really well in his studies, went on to university, became a pastor of the church that actually was the Compassion Project, went to the US, did some study, went back, recognized, you know what? I have more theological knowledge than most of the people here around me. I need to share that knowledge. This is not just for me. He did that. He started a pastor's discipleship network where he is mentoring around 5,000 pastors. And you start doing the math on that, and you start to realize he's touching hundreds and thousands of lives because each of those pastors are representing a local church. And so it's having an effect that's spreading out. Now, this is the thing that chokes me up every time. He was sponsored by a 15-year-old girl who had no idea of how she was going to pay for the sponsorship. So she took on a babysitting job. And now hundreds of thousands of lives are being touched because this 15-year-old girl accepted the challenge that Jesus threw at her to kick at the darkness until it bleeds daylight. And my goodness, because of that 15-year-old girl, it is bleeding daylight everywhere. And so listen to that story about Richmond, the very first episode. But there's lots of them. There's Jerry Dugan, who you spoke to a while ago, Marcus Watson, who was on earlier today. There's so many great episodes of people telling their story of kicking at the darkness till it bleeds daylight.
I love it. I love it. This is what I keep talking about, friends, the power of podcasting. We're talking about the way that God is working around the world, right? Because we get to share those stories. And what you don't know is how many people hear that story, right? And then are inspired either to sponsor their own child or to take an action, to start their own show, whatever it is, right? That's going to then have another ripple effect because you were obedient to the thing that God asked you to do and start this podcast, right? I just think I love that. I think it's all this big, it's all these ripples that go out, and that's the way the kingdom of God works. If we just have eyes to see, just take a look and see it. All right, Ryan, I've been asking everybody all day, what's your most embarrassing podcasting fail? What have you messed up?
Yeah. I guess mine is similar to some that I've already heard today, and that is I tried to use a different microphone one day and found it worked perfectly through this interface, but then when I came to record, my guest couldn't hear me. And so I thought, okay, I'll switch to my normal microphone, which I did. We recorded the interview, but it wasn't until later that I realized that it didn't actually take. And what happened was it actually used the microphone within the computer. So it sounds like I'm in a tunnel recording that particular episode, which is such a shame because it was a great episode. It was with Chris Starron. And so I sound like I'm in a bucket, but he sounds great. So it was worth releasing the episode anyway.
I listened to that one because I'm a huge fan of Chris Starron, so that's great. All right, Rodney, thanks so much for joining us from tomorrow morning. I love it. I think what you're doing with your show is fantastic, and it's been very moving speaking to you the last 15 minutes. Thanks so much for being here. Friends, go check out Bleeding Daylight. Is it bleedingdaylight.com?
.net. Bleedingdaylight.net will get you there. bleedingdaylight.net. Love it. And maybe someday I'll come to your neck of the woods. We'll bring Bruce Coburn and have him play for us a little bit. Fantastic. Thanks, Eric. And thanks for what you do through CPA. It's such a blessing to so many people. Really appreciate your time.
It's my pleasure. Thanks, brother. All right. Well, friends, we're back around the world. Hey, so we are just about to wrap up. We have one more podcaster, and we're just almost done. It's been an epic journey. I mean, think about all the things that we've been talking about, right? I mean, you've got so many different people talking about leadership, people talking about parenting, people talking about shoes, right? All these things, stories, spiritual stories. We could go through the whole list, all these facets of life, and every single one of us is taking the gospel and just putting it into a little slice of life. I just love that. And I love our next guest. She is so great when it comes to her heart. She's a mom and a podcaster. She has a heart for young women seeking real love that they can only find in Jesus. Our next guest is Janelle Wood. Janelle, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, Eric?
You look surprised to pop up there. You're like, oh, this is happening. Okay.
I know. Well, I was just writing down Rodney's website because it was so cool. I loved his interview.
It's so good. Yeah, he's really, really good. So definitely check him out. But you do a great job yourself. Finding Something Real is your show, and you do something really unique. So I love that. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, every month I have a different co-host, and that co-host is my ideal listener. It's a young woman who's not sure or questioning faith, or maybe she's just a Christian who has some struggles, and maybe she's not a believer and she's wondering, like, what is this Christianity thing? So
yeah,
I love it.
Which is such a unique take on, and I love that you use podcasting as that kind of medium. It's such a good way to have some conversations and then dig into a real meaningful talk. So tell us kind of how you got to that point with your show.
Oh man, that's a long story.
Well, you got to give us a short version.
Yeah, I'll give you the short version.
13 minutes.
Yeah. So I started doing it just on my own. And then the girls that I was trying to reach, I actually wasn't able to reach them because they weren't really listening. But then I discovered that if I brought them along as a co-host, that they would participate in some way. And then I realized, well, what if I actually listened to them? Instead of just having them come and hear the gospel, what if I actually heard their story? So the first episode every month is just my co-host and I having a conversation where she shares her story of faith or not faith, and then her questions regarding Christianity. And I love that. One of my favorite quotes, as you know, is by David Augsburger. And he says, being heard is so close to being loved that to the average person, it's basically indistinguishable. And I just think that's so true. So I really, really enjoyed this format.
Okay, so much there. First of all, the first time I heard you say that quote, like I got shivers down my spine, like, because that's just so true, right? Being heard is so close to being loved. Wow, that's amazing. And I love your journey because you go from, well, I'm gonna talk about something that these my target audience will hopefully listen to I'm gonna listen to them and I'm gonna involve them and I'm gonna provide this thing where they get to ask the questions and they get to do the talking. And you're just there to listen. And that's such a sacred and holy art that is just not common in our world. So I think you're doing something really special with that. All right, so how has it changed you? How's it changed your life?
Oh, I hope that I've become a better listener.
Sure.
I think, listening is a prerequisite to understanding, right? And so I feel like I have a deeper understanding of especially young women who are struggling with faith or who are like skeptical. I hear a lot of the same arguments or objections to Christianity. And so it's just given me a deeper appreciation for the love of Christ and the realness that he alone brings. Every month it starts out with just her and me having a conversation. And then together we go on a journey where we bring Christian guests on to share with her and answer some questions that maybe she had. And so my faith gets renewed and refreshed as we have these conversations.
Yeah, which is kind of an amazing side benefit, right? It's like you get to go, oh,
it's
all
like a
right, that's
devotion.
encouraging. Yeah, it's encouraging to you as you share with others. I love that. Okay. What's some advice that you would give to somebody starting a show today?
I just think of somebody like me who felt very insecure and very stuck with perfectionism, and frankly, it's not about you. If you have been given a message to share with the world that God has given you, I think of the parable of the talents and the guy who buried his talent because he misunderstood his master. I'm like, oh, Lord, help me to see you and get over myself and just put it out there. Because perfectionism so often is about pride, And so anyway, that's the encouragement I give myself to keep doing the thing that I feel God's called me to do. And I would encourage others with the same.
Yeah, 100%. If you're just hung up on being perfect, which let me tell you, it took me 2 years to start my show, so I can relate to that. There's a reason. Then you're not going to do it. But if you just get going and get started, I think that's you're gonna improve, and the message that you want to share is going to get out there. Okay, so what's something that surprised you about kind of doing your show the way you do it, and kind of your whole niche?
I think, I don't know how much I love it, I guess. I would
that's
say.
interesting.
I feel like in the beginning, I always wanted to be a writer. That's always been my passion. And I tried blogging, but I was such a perfectionist. I would hold on to everything forever because you don't have to put it out into the world,
Yeah.
It became less about me when I invited other people in. And I love having these conversations with young women. I could do it without, podcasting. It's just really, and sometimes I guess I do, but I really, really love it. And, because we talk about it in CPA Gold, but like, if I could get rid of all the admin stuff and all the other things and just focus on the ministry portion, I would love to do it. Yeah, forever.
Maybe we need to start like a nonprofit so people can donate for admin help for podcasters. What do you think?
Oh man, that'd be so good.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm here for that. For sure. Yeah. It's interesting that you love it so much. I find that so often with podcasting. There's something that happens when, we can call it finding your voice or finding, I think we find kind of who we are through it, but it reveals something about who we are, right? As we do it. And I think that's just, it's one of the side benefits nobody ever talks about. So really good. Okay. Where should people start with your show? Like, where would you say if it was like, hey, go to your website and dig in, where would you tell them to start?
Yeah. Well, findingsomethingreal.com. And I love the episodes with Doc Mar from April. Those are probably some of my favorites. Doc Mar's from the Netherlands. She's agnostic, and she had a genuine curiosity about Christianity and Jesus. And she actually really wanted to know. So I loved those conversations. I loved the guests that we had on. I love all of them. I agree with Rodney.
I know.
Like, how do you pick? But if I had to choose, like, what is the crux of what I do? Those conversations would probably be like my heart's cry.
Yeah, so it's a good representation of what your show is about, and that's what I'm looking for. Not really. I mean, you have to pick your favorite child. It's okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
It's really unfair.
It is, but there's always stories that stand out, right? Or there's episodes that kind of stand out, and that's what I want people to hear about, what they should go look at. So scroll back to April, get out your podcast app, guys, and check that out. So do you have any embarrassing podcasting fails?
Oh my goodness. I had an epic one. When I know. Okay, so you know that movie from Disney from 1960, Swiss Family Robinson? It's a classic. Okay. Did you know that the entire thing was redubbed because the sound wasn't good on the island?
No.
Oh yeah, it was completely redubbed. Movie trivia fact. One of my very first episodes with a very special guest, I finally reached out to somebody I was dying to have on the podcast. She came on. It was this amazing experience. She even said something about like, I haven't had this emotional.
Oh, wow.
The entire audio, my audio, had like this clicking sound. And there was all these tech like words for it. I'm not techie. I don't know. It just was unsalvageable. But the whole content was amazing. So I redubbed my entire thing. It was over an hour long, I'm pretty sure.
You went through and reset everything?
Yeah, I did. And I ended up telling her, I'm like, I had to do this. I don't know if she realized the extent to which I did that, like the acting that was involved. But that really happened. Yeah. I've never had anyone notice, and I won't tell you which one it is, but that happened. And it's one of my favorite episodes, even though I had to transcribe the whole thing and then,
Oh, wow. I love that you shared it though. That's so great because Moni's just aghast. She can't believe. She's like, what? Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work, but so amazing. I mean, if you can do it, like that's amazing. But wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, guys, we're not all perfect. That's good.
No,
That's
no.
okay.
No perfection here.
To get in there.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. So you mentioned CPA Gold earlier. You've been a gold member for a while, and I really appreciate that. How's everybody talks about the community. I love that. But tell me what you're getting, like why you think it's amazing.
Yeah, I think
And that's sort of self-serving. Let me say that.
it's
earlier.
okay. I understand what you mean, Eric.
Okay.
I understand. The first year that I was doing podcasting, I was kind of in this black hole of I'm all by myself and there's no one around me, And then I found CPA and I started like looking and realizing, wow, this is an amazing resource. And these people are genuine and they actually care about each other. And it seems like a really great community. And I don't know, I just took that leap of like, man, I really would like to have support. I'd like to ask these hard questions that I can Google, but it's not personal and it's not specific to what I'm going through. And what I found in CPA Gold is real relationships, people who listen, who encourage and build each other up. And it's the body of Christ, and kind of like a church form, because that's what we're doing. We're gathering together and we're encouraging one another. But yeah.
Which is really good. And we do support each other with our shows too, don't we? Like we get out there and we'll share and we'll, be on guests on people's show, and it's always helpful. And occasionally I know you've asked like, hey, do you know anybody like this? Right. And I'm looking for a guest like this, and
It's so helpful.
Speaks about that. And then we network. And that's one of those really beautiful things about having a community like that. So I love it. All right, Janelle, I love what you're doing with your show. I think it is super powerful and very, very important. So I'm glad that you're doing it. FindingSomethingReal.com is where people can find you. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Anything you want to leave us with?
I was going to share one quote because one of the questions you sent me beforehand was something about like, what's one thing that you've heard listeners take away?
Yeah.
And I actually picked something from one of my co-hosts, and it was the one in April that I shared.
Okay.
But she's agnostic, and something that she took away, she said, as humans, we're all sinners at the very core. Like, we're not going to change that. But the fact that there's a God out there who would love us even on our worst days, that's amazing. And I just think, man, like that's the gift that we get to have as podcasters. We get to share the love of God with the world that's living in darkness. We get to shine light in the darkness like Rodney was sharing. It's so true. So
love it.
It's so important.
So powerful. And
Thank
I
you.
couldn't agree more. Thanks for being here, Janelle. I appreciate you sharing a little bit of time with us.
Thanks, Eric.
Have a good one. Friends, we get cut off at 8 hours, and guess what? That is in about 100 and now 15 seconds. So I'm gonna wrap this up. A couple of things. First of all, thank you if some of you have been with us all day, and I love that. Go check out some of these podcasts. One of them will interest you. I'm almost 100% sure. I want to ask you as well. Thanks for sharing the show and giving us support and commenting all day long. Once again, if you are so inclined, if you're moved, if you're not, don't worry about it. But if you are, and you feel like God's calling you to sponsor a child, I believe there's some of you out there that he is. Go to compassion.com/CPA. Use that link. It helps out the child and it helps out CPA. We would appreciate that so much. And we talked about CPA Gold, which is our membership for Christian podcasters. It's going to be open up soon. I promise you'll see it. And if you want to be part of that community, we would love to have you. Okay. So that's what we do. Just look for the links and we'll get you in. Okay. This has been an amazing day. We've had so much fun and I hope that you enjoyed it. And we are going to call that a wrap. Happy International Podcast Day. Have a great one.